Hi, friend. Um, yeah, I figured I'd come on a bit early here and let you guys know that I couldn't make it to the Pierre Poilievre Meet and Greet because the weather went to shit and my truck broke. So here I am in my shop tonight, hanging out, um, just working on it. Yeah, truck broke a rocker arm. I was in the city the other night, and now, yeah, I couldn't make it. The weather's shit, so whatever. It is what it is. That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at tonight, hanging out in the shop, working on the Mustang. How's the feed look? I'm using the Wi-Fi out in my shop. I don't know how the feed looks out here. If it's smooth or if it's glitching out or what's going on with it. I don't know how good my Wi-Fi is. On Wi-Fi. Yeah, I made a home and it started just banging around, and I literally went in the casino. It was fine. I come out and I started up and it's knocking away and clacking about. So I was like, well, I guess something screwed in her. Right away I thought it was a rocker arm because it still ran okay, and it was noisy from top end of the engine. I hope it's not a rod. I don't think it is. If it was, I probably really would have noticed. But anyways, yeah, I drove it over, I think, 50, 60 kilometers home. It got worse. It went down on power as I got home. So yeah, I still think it's a rocker arm. One of my friends thinks it's a rod that went, but yeah, me driving it home probably didn't help. It's probably metal shavings in the engine, but I'm like, whatever, man. That thing needs a new engine anyways at some point. It's got 400,000 kilometers on it. It's been a loyal old steed to me. Good evening, Josh. But yeah, for those of you who just jumped in here, tonight was the Pierre Poilievre meet and greet, and I couldn't make it. My truck broke down. I don't want to take the one chip box I have. Nothing else is insured. Yeah, LS swap. That's where I'm at. I got some actually off that shelf up there. I have a bunch of LS1 parts. I got a set of LS1 heads that have been ported with a set of trying to upgrade rocker arms. I just need a block. The block that the stuff came off is that one. The only original in that car is the block. So I have all the original parts from the LS1, the heads, the intake, the injectors, the throttle body, valve covers, coils. No, not the coils. The coils are on this one. Coil harness and bracket. I also have a crank, rods, pistons, minus one rod bent, but everything else seems to be good. So yeah, I got an oil pan. I got everything I need to put an LS in that truck minus a block and an accessory drive. So it might get an LS swap yet. I might also save that LS combo that I have for my 87 Camaro. I don't know. Facebook Shorts. Oh, my organization, yeah. Yeah, I like to keep the garage pretty tidy here when I'm working on something. Unfortunately, today I'm in a pretty tedious task of getting this car here back to snuff because I took it on Miles of Mayhem last year. Miles of Mayhem is a 1,700 kilometer drag endurance event. You travel across Alberta and Saskatchewan, racing at 5 tracks over 5 days, and that thing got filthy. The engine in it. The engine in it is a pretty fancy little setup, and it got pretty gross. So I was previously detailing it over the last 2 days and trying to chase an issue I've had with it, with the what do you call it? Been having a oil issue on detail. Every time I detail it, spray some oil, so it's supposed to be glass. So I think I'm pretty sure it's intake valves or seals, but I've got a leak down test on it. And the numbers weren't the best, but they certainly weren't the worst. So yeah, I'm working with that right now. And like I said, I'm up and under this thing, detailed the living shit of all the race suspension on and stuff. It was really filthy before. All the fuel system looked horrible. It's all messy now. Oh man, too much. So yeah, that's what I'm working on now. And then this one, I have a differential oil seal. I have to do and upgrade the thing on it. And that one, I need to put the engine in it. And I got this engine that's going in another one, and oh my goodness. I got enough work here to keep me busy for a couple of years. And I'd like to get it all done in the next few months so I can drive them all, but hey, like that's going to happen. But yeah, anyone else who's new in here, Pierre Poilievre Meet tonight canceled, truck's broken down, and weather is shit. It stopped snowing, but it's cold out. I want to go out. I really wanted to go, but I mean, yeah, multiple opinions on Pierre. Yeah, it's hard to say. I don't know. I'll go and check it out anyways. I don't know what my opinion is on. I don't know. I've never done much research into him. I've tried, but not much really comes up. Not like it does on these other guys, but everyone has this theory that he was in the WEF, and I can't find anything that proves that. I've had no one show me proof of that. So, John Sheree, as soon as I seen that, I was like, right away. I mean, I'm like, this guy. First thing I thought when I seen John Sheree, first thing I thought, I seen his hair, I seen his vibe. I'm like, this guy's a fucking liberal plant, 1,000%, 1,000%. I just quickly typed in his name, ex-liberal premier of Quebec. Okay, that's not good. Let's just go on WF here quickly and see. Oh, he's on WF. Okay, remember he supports the idea of long gun registry, which is really stupid as far as I'm concerned. Pierre wants to get rid of it, so that's good. Conservatives always want to get rid of it, so that's good. Long gun registry has no right here. But gut feeling with Pierre, pretty good. Pretty good. Hey, Towner, I want to get a 65 pickup, 3-speed column. Mine needs to get 20 miles a gallon. Do you know any other 4x4s that get that mileage around 65? No, I don't believe that's possible. I mean, well, it depends. Depends on what engine setup's in it. Like, if you on a carbureted setup, on a 4-wheel drive truck that weighs around 4,000 pounds, 4,500 pounds, with a carburetor, maybe a 2-barrel, with a 3-speed and proper highway gearing and enough power to move it down the highway without creating, too much workload, maybe possible. I don't know. Possible. I don't know. It's hard to say. So Pierre kind of has my gut feeling is good because he's the only one I've seen personally and I've watched. He's the only one that's been calling any of these sons of bitches out all these years. So gut feeling on him is pretty good, I would say. I'm pretty pumped. I mean, what better option do we have right now? Name one, right? I mean, you can be against them all and, the whole government's most likely corrupt. I mean, you see it in every person, every level. Where were some of these guys through the lockdowns? But Pierre was very consistent the past 6 years that he's been grilling Trudeau. So, and he's been the only ones actually working hard to bring attention to a lot of the issues within the Liberal government. So, yeah, I mean, we don't really have options, guys. I mean, it was like, what's your pick? They've all been in politics for years, but he's the only one that I've seen doing that. So, and if you're against them all, I mean, sure, a lot of people are. A lot of people are against all of them. They think the government needs a whole restructuring. But yeah, good point. Bernie does all the footwork. He does go around, so yeah, he got arrested. Yeah, there's some cool stuff going on there. But once again, I mean, you get in these conversations and everybody has a different opinion. Like everyone's like, oh, that guy's a goof, it's a little vote. And then other people are like, oh, yeah. As we can see, throughout the years, the PPC has gained more traction. So, maybe it is getting to the point where it isn't a waste of a vote. I mean, like, that's how parties work when they're coming up. It takes years, but yeah, like I said, as far as I'm concerned, Pierre is the only one that has called anyone out, and he can talk the talk. Who knows? Yeah, maybe he's the next Hitler. Who knows? Hitler also bought a lot of people out with his rhetoric, and people thought he was a great solution. So who knows? Maybe, but we also thought Trudeau, and not me personally. I didn't vote for the prick. I didn't vote for anyone because I didn't think there was any good options on the table. But with Trudeau, a lot of people seen him as a solution. But it's who knows? Maybe Pierre is the answer. Maybe not. We won't know until we know. But you know what? I would certainly rather have the Conservatives in right now than this Liberal NDP bullshit. I'd certainly rather have Pierre over Jean Charest, that's for sure. Now, if you want to talk about PPC, I mean, there's still a lot of people, like, we've got a lot of older generations here that are still all about Liberal and Conservative folks. So good luck seeing them get in anytime soon, maybe in the next 10, 15 years, if possible. But yeah, there's a lot of different opinions on it. And tonight I can't make it to the Pierre Poilievre rally because, like I said, my truck broke down and the weather isn't the best. So I'm just hanging out in here, figured I'd go live, chat with you guys. And Jean Trey is trying to disqualify Pierre. It's actually quite hilarious. Everyone who doesn't agree with the other guy, you got to destroy him and cancel him. Eh? Yeah, you know you're gonna lose against this guy. So what do? He supported the Freedom Convoy. Fuck him. He shouldn't be allowed to run. He should be disqualified. So, well, Jean Trey, do you remember your Huawei shit? Yeah, just go away, man. Go away, you psychopath. Yeah, I knew like right away. I didn't even know who he was before. Had no idea. Then they're like, oh, we got this runner up against Pierre. I'm like, who's this guy? Jean Trey? Right away. I've seen his hair. I've seen the way he was looking. I've seen some of his ideas on things and policies, and I'm like, this guy's definitely a liberal plant. Looked into him. He's a liberal plant. Literally. The Liberals know that this is why they clung on to power with this whole one coalition government they claim to not have. But anyways, they're clinging on to power. And, you know, obviously they know conservatives are coming for them and people are sick of this liberal government. I think, like, if you were a classic liberal government, I'm sure, like, you would probably get a lot of this on your side. But you're this progressive ruled liberal government now. It's not really, like, it's not classic liberal government. It's not like they used to be. They're bad now. They're very bad. And, you know, if the only way out is through conservatives, then bring them on in. This Ford, the differential cover cracked on it because some guy, once again, I decided to buy a car that was already, instead of building them all the time, like this one, definitely a great buy, but it's got a supercharged Kenny Bell supercharger on it, 2.8, on a fully built modular 4.6 4-valve. And yeah, it cranks about 560 to the wheels, but then it's got a stock differential. So the case cracked, it's leaking oil. I couldn't take it out the other day on a nice day, but I ordered a Ford Racing Pro for it. So I'll get that one on the road. This one, I took on a very savage drag event and it's having issues. So I'm working on this one. And then the GM over there, that one right there, that's on bitch, only have an engine in her. I don't think you can weld them. I think once you screw the case strength, it's kind of done. So I had to order a almost a $500 Canadian girdle for it, and that was the cheapest I could find. It's a Ford Performance one. It used to be a Ford Racing part, but now it's a Ford Performance. So that's what I had to spend on that car to get this thing going. So I can drive it this summer. I'm excited. I do love this car. It probably is going up for sale soon, as I really need to clean things up. But well, Prairie Strong can hear oil leaks every time Chevrolet. Yeah, depends on what Chevrolet it is. Older small blocks tend to leak a lot. Depending now, modern day gaskets, you can prevent that depending on what valve train you have in it. I very rarely ever have a stock valve train in anything. So, you know, like for example, this one over here has a 383 stroker for it. LS1 base stroker. It's fully forged internals, 11-to-1 compression. It's got a nice cam, chunky cam in it. It's got trick flow heads on it, fast intake, Harlan Sharp roller rockers. Now the roller rockers are they're noisy because of the aggressive ramp rates, but that Chevy, you hear the exhaust over. It's got 3-inch dual stainless steel exhaust. So when she chops, she chops. And yeah, Kevin, you never know with that guy. The guy gets a lot of shit stolen from him. Grabbing Kevin. The guy who's always talking the most shit, but he's mostly just a scared little chihuahua barking hard at the wind. You know, dogs just won't stop. And the owners do nothing about it. They just let their piece of shit little chihuahua. Like, that thing's not going to do shit, man. I will fuck that dog up. It's not going to do shit. But, you know, it acts like it's going to do shit. This is Kevin. Kevin barks a lot, but there is no bite. Talks a lot of shit from the safety of the cab of his truck. And I've tried to meet up with him. I've been like, man, we should meet up. I don't give you your hat back. I won't come near you. It's like, yeah, I bet. You're threatening to beat me up, but you won't come near me? Doesn't make any sense. I'll film you, buddy. I'm stronger than your fists. I'll film you and put you on the internet and make an ass out of you. But you're already doing that to yourself, so I guess there's no point in me doing that. Now. I wish it'd be cool to meet, you know, the future prime minister, but anyways, I think he's going to win, and I think if he is honest about his policies, which a lot of these guys never are, they get in and they don't do what they say they're going to do. If he were to get in and he were to do what he says he's going to do, hands down would be the most legendary prime minister in modern Canadian history. Hands down. hands fucking down. He would literally be, if he does what he says he's gonna do, he would literally be a fucking legend, and I would call him daddy. Not gonna lie. I don't know if I'd call him daddy. I'm certain some people would. Yeah, so that's interesting. Definitely. Yeah, that would be kind of cool actually to come through here. I missed one chance where he's coming through here. It was, you know, coming through Calgary once. It's his home city, and I'm missing it because I'm carried away on this. Truck broke. Don't want to take the shit box in. Had a snowstorm today. It's cold out. Can someone explain the Kevin beat? It's a funny story. I asked him not to smoke in the room, and he threatened to fight me, and I told him to fuck off, and then all of a sudden he just went on a rant on the internet. That's where that went. So now we just have fun with it. I think the guy's a great guy deep down. I think he just got some pitbull anger issues. Not even pitbull, like Chihuahua. I think he was a fun guy, a cool guy. But he's just a psychopath, and I forget a lot of things. So like, someone's gonna be nice, I'll be their friend. I'd love to hang with Kevin. Kevin's got fucking motorcycles and shit. And I was gonna go riding with him this summer. It would have been cool. He's got lots of cool semis to film. We're gonna do like a filming video with his trucks and shit. Then he went all crazy, and yeah, he was mega sleep deprived, and I give him that. But and I stole his hat. And I stole his glasses apparently. Would you fight Trudeau? Fucking right. I had a chance to fight Trudeau in a fist fight. I would square up. I'd square up right now. I literally, even if he beat the shit out of me and he was like some like really fucking trained weapon by like China or something, I'd still fuck his day. And if I didn't fuck his day, like I said, I'd fight. Just fight. It'd be funny as hell. Yeah. So would I fight Trudeau? I'd fight Trudeau. God, is that guy real? Is that guy really real? That guy's fucked. They say Trump was polarizing in the States, which he was, but that guy, like Trudeau's really, he is that way as well. Kevin gave me the hat. Yeah, he did. Yeah, I'd like to go visit Peg. I'm starting to convert back to a car channel. I think I still want to talk political stuff. I still want to do the freedom movement stuff. Now I'm going to do one of two things. I'm going to mix it on this channel, or I'm going to start another channel. I'm going to put a lot of that stuff on there and keep it separate, because as I see going forward with analytics and stuff, it would make sense to keep this channel as to one niche. I did start as a car channel, and my talent does lie within building cars, filming cars, my most interest. So yeah, I did see that boxing match with Trudeau and whoever the hell he was fighting, get punched in the face. It's a good picture. It brings a lot of satisfaction to people. Oh my goodness, that guy. This is the most famous quote. The most famous quote was it? I appreciate China. Their basic dictatorship has allowed them to turn their economy around on a dime. That's fucked to say that. I'm sorry, but that's really fucked. No one forgets that shit. Who's gonna forget that one? The guy who's trying to fucking turn your country into a shithole? Fuck, we're losing viewers right now. No, he's got cars, we're done. I feel like I'm gonna lose a lot of my viewers if I do more car shit. Like a lot of people are just gonna be like, yeah, I'm out. I'm gone. He's not doing freedom shit no more. I ain't hanging around. And that's the dive my channel's gonna take for a short term, I think. I think you're gonna see my channel go downhill for a while here, but I want to do car vlogs, traveling, doing car stuff, shit like that. So cars are freedom. They are. Like when I'm illegally topping that thing out, I feel free. I do. Like even a cop turned around and tried to get you. Good luck, buddy. Yeah, I don't know if I can stay with a variety of stuff. I've wanted to, but I've noticed I've done a variety of stuff on this channel for the last couple of years, and I've done traveling, I've done car stuff, and it's only worked. It's only worked when I've stayed consistent. But I have a Rumble channel that backs up all my stuff that I'm on YouTube onto Rumble right now. Tire Roasters Garage. I think we're at 800 or 600 subs on there. Yeah, Rumble's cool. But I think I'll make a separate channel devoted to political stuff. But right now, I'm finding that I'm home. There's a lot of shit that I'm like, fuck. I've been going hard, man. Like I've spent 2 months on the road with Freedom Convoy, traveling around, talking to people, doing interviews, that James Top thing. I've spent an insane amount of money doing this all. And now it's at the point where I come home and I'm like, ooh, the shingles are gone off the roof. The sewer pump or the sewer lines are not working. The pump, it won't pump the septic field. There is an issue with a couple gutters on the house. There is an issue with this car not running. There's an issue with that car having a leak. That car doesn't have an engine. The fucking motorhome has a diesel leak on Earth, a diesel leak out of the fucking injection pump. It needs an out-of-province safety. That needs an out-of-province safety. That needs an out-of-province safety. The Chevy broke a rocker the other day. What runs? That one runs. This one runs. So, yeah, I got a motorcycle. Yeah, it's outside. It's a Triumph 865 Twin Speedmaster, 2006. I'll take it for a tour. So, in my yard here, with my window, I have a 1985 Fox body, minty jalapeno red Fox body in that trailer. I'm putting this 2011 dual overhead cam Coyote into, as well as this gigantic 88 millimeter turbo that's gonna, I'm gonna call it the Rod Bender 5000. And yeah, the boss lady was driving the pickup truck. I have to get the Yukon in here. I have a 2012 Yukon that I have to do the oil pump in. There's a lot of things I've just let go. This one, while it was sitting, we were daily driving this one for a bit, and this one, the other motorhome, literally decided to start leaking brake fluid out of the back. What was it again? What do you call those actuators on these things? Oh, what the fuck is it? The pistons. They're not called the pistons though. They're called something else. Anyway, I think it's leaking out of those just randomly while we're gone. This is the 2002 CRF 450R Honda. It's a race bike that I bought to trail ride with, and it's a wild trail bike. But it's not the best trail bike. Got the head here. The head still hangs. Yeah. So I got home. I unpacked all my tools out of the. Yep. Perfect. Packed all my tools out of the RV, and I got all my tools all back out again. I got the intake off. I have the T56 for the Trans Am. I have a T56 6-speed there for my other Mustang. Oh, God. There's so many cars. I love working on them. Unfortunately, right now, I'm doing one of the most tedious jobs in human history, and that's detailing this engine bay after driving it through Saskatchewan, which means you got to go into every little bolt. Oh, don't even want to get into it. But yeah, got home, and it's the best in the world getting all your tools unpacked, lining everything up. I like my shit nice and organized. That's my ratchet drawer. That's my metric drawer. This is my standard drawer. This is my electrical drawer, and it goes as we go on. You must see Kevin and Barbara stuff. Someone said to me, I go through the Kevin shit because Kevin was literally harassing me for like a couple days, and I'm like, I'm getting mad. You don't spend off on me. Like, I want my money back. I was like, I was like, whatever. I just blocked him, blocked his number, blocked Ryan's shit, blocked all their shit. They quit harassing me. And, yes, that's why I knew that. I haven't heard from him since. But unfortunately, I haven't been able to see Kevin live. But I've seen all Chris Barber stuff because people keep sending me it. I hate TikTok. I never go on TikTok. But I get a link to TikTok with Chris Barber bitching about Kevin, and I'll go check it out. I'll click that. A lot of things he says are all 100% true. As a matter of fact, when I was out there, the only thing I heard about consistently every day in Kevin's truck is what a piece of shit Chris Barber was. And I was like, fuck, this Chris Barber guy sounds like an asshole. I'm like, but I have a friend who knows Chris. Chris is a good guy. Kevin actually, what I realized what Kevin was is that Kevin likes to spread lies on people and say really egregious shit about them. And he was doing that with Chris. So, yeah. So that's a good little back and forth. Good little back and forth. But yeah, so 3 cars in here. I sound far away. Is my audio shit? Try my Wi-Fi. Oh, Christ.
Real big sound now. I was connected to the speaker inside. How's my sound now? Is the sound now? Got it. Okay. So 79 Econoline E250. Restored that one a couple years ago. Got some rust work that came back I got to do. So yeah, it's lifted on 33s. It's got a 460 big block in it. C6 3-speed. Yeah, I got a lot of home improvements. I actually just redid this whole garage and did an addition on it. Yeah, so this thing's fucking cool, man. I decked the living shit out of this thing. I spent 2 years on this. I did all hardwood floors in it. Tile in the entrance. I did new carpet up front. Yeah, we did like real thick hardwood, like that thick hardwood shit. This is a couch that turns into a bed. I've hung my photography throughout this motorhome. Yeah, so we got the old Golden Gate Bridge. So I went to San Francisco. That was pretty cool. Yeah, so I've installed all LED lighting here on touch knobs. So there's LED pot lights throughout the whole thing, LED upgraded fixtures. It's got strobe lights in it so you can party in here and trip balls on shrooms. Bed above the cab, very cozy. This is the driving area. Super cool, very retro. I put a tack on the column there. It's got a reverse camera in it. It's got an aftermarket stereo system. She's mint, man. Like, she is seriously a really minty rig. Like I said, I spent the better part of 2 years. Tile countertops. This is the seller for me. It's got full tile countertops in it. This is a lot of egregious bullshit to cut some of these pieces in some of these places, but yeah, it's got a big kitchen in it. Cook stove. It's got a 1,000 CFM fan in it, max air. Like I said, all LED fixtures. It's got the bathroom in the back. Also has tile floor. Everything, like I said, hardwood throughout. It's got a fridge down here. And yeah, I put a house faucet in here because, you know, that's cool. Tile backsplash. This is cool. This is really cool. Real tile backsplash. It's got a sound bar. It's got a flat screen TV in it. You can actually move the, I'm not going to do it actually, but you can move the TV out here and you can watch TV or play a video game or whatever on this end of the couch, or watch something while you're cooking dinner. You can turn the TV to the bedroom. You can tilt the TV down so you can swivel those seats around and everyone can go in their own seat. I've had like 8 people in here having a movie night at a music festival one time. So yeah, I love Snowbird. 460 big block, C6 3-speed. I put an aftermarket Smitty built awning on it. I've redone every single suspension component in this vehicle. It's got Duratrack Wranglers on it, or Goodyears or whatever. But the rust is starting to come back on it in some places, so I got to go over it. All these little things I buff out every year, these stupid little rock chips. So the paint looks really good, but there's a few spots of rust that I actually have to tend to. And my Canadian flags have taken a shit kicking. And then, yeah, as far as home improvements go, I could have been documenting this whole garage build. I restored this whole garage. It was in pretty rough shape. My one piece of siding blew off there over the winter. Anyways, yeah, vehicle tour. This is my enclosed trailer, my 65 Impala. That one's a 6-cylinder tower of power, 3-speed on the tree, manual transmission. And anyone who's new in here right now, I couldn't make it to the Pierre Poilievre thing, but yeah, cool old 65 Impala. That's pretty neat. And then over here, I got a Volkswagen Beetle, TDI 5-speed, shitty old camper that came with the property. Built this little lean-to this year so I could put a couple cars in here. This is my 87 Camaro Z28, 305 V8, fuel injected, 2-port injected with a 5-speed manual transmission, T-tops. Pretty cool little car I got to get back to as soon as I get caught up in some other ones. This is my hot rod lawnmower. It's got a beer holder in it. My 2016 Snow Pro. It's a Raptor 700. And then I got the 73 Kubota tractor. Man, I'm starting to realize how many fucking ridiculous amount of vehicles I have. And I also have like 4 in Manitoba. Me and my dad have a 55 Chevy that we were planning to restore but haven't got around to it yet. It's a 4-door Bel Air, original V8, 2-barrel or 4-barrel power pack car. Have an 81 Malibu with a 4-speed, 77 Parisienne. Yeah, like I said, this that's an 865 twin Triumph, 6.2 Yukon Denali. Have to do the oil pump or the timing set in it because that went this summer. Broken rocker in the Chevy, shit box, sun clipper. Oh my goodness, too many. I'll show you guys the car in the trailer. Oh man, she's warm in here. Yeah, I wish. I like that it's not a Harley too, actually. I wish that I wish that I had Jay Leno's team to work on my shit. That'd be nice. Hold on a second. I gotta find my trailer key here. But yeah, anyone who's just getting in here, tonight was the idea for the Pierre Poilievre Meet and Greet, but I didn't make it. The truck broke. Weather went to shit. So we're just hanging out in the shop tonight, doing the Lord's work. Where is Fred? is why you should have more than one key for your trailer. This is ridiculous. I lost the other key for it. Oh, man, just got fun. Wait a minute. That's so stupid, eh? Like one key for the enclosed trailer and I've lost it. And I know it's like right here. It's not really lost, but it's like temporarily displaced. Anyways, can't show you what's in the trailer, but it's a 1985 Fox body. Actually, here's the hood off, and it's pretty mint. So it's a 2-owner car. I'm the 3rd owner, I think. It's been garage kept its whole life. Anyways, that minty old prick is getting this 2011 Coyote with a 2018 GT intake and an 88mm big single turbo, and a really cool custom hand-built hot side for the turbo by a fella named Caleb down at CG Fab in, where is he, Arizona? Yeah, Arizona. So that's where we're at there. We got a lot of shit boxes to work on lately. A lot of shit boxes. That's the oil pump and the timing set for the Yukon. Oh man, Trans Am, need the engine put in it. Got the intake there for it, the new stereo and a bunch of other parts. Valve covers, you name it. You name it. Look under this bad boy. All race suspension in this one as well. So basically, these two cars, the Trans Am and the Mustang, are like 100% fully built. Like there isn't much more you can do to them, other than a few. Well, this one for sure, 100%. Nothing else you can really do to it, unless you want to change the drivetrain, do something bigger. And then this, you know, the differential in it is fairly stock. So that's where we're at there. Minty, minty. Yeah, I enjoy the Triumphs. I never really used to know much about them or care for them until I rode one. We got a good deal on this one through my old lady's brother. I think we got it for like $2,500 or $2,300, and it's like, I forget how many kilometers are on it, but it's not big. It's not a lot, but it's also not little. Anyways, got a good deal on it. Started learning about Triumph motorcycles, and yeah, I like Triumphs now. They're cool. They're really, really cool. They're super cool bikes. They sound really good. This one here specifically, as it's a side-by-side twin, sounds better than I would ever think they would have sounded. But yeah, that's where we're at. Got a lot of projects going on. Doing base at Renos right now. I left to go on the Freedom Convoy. I actually left my basement in shambles. I had just run all the electrical down there. I had just done all of the drywall and stuff, and it was just at the point of reassembly of the basement, and then I went on the Freedom Convoy, so my entertainment room isn't done. Where did I learn to do all this? So over the years, it's interesting things. My dad was a carpenter for years, so I learned a lot of stuff from him about that, and then he also knew a lot about cars. So I got into cars. He kind of guided me through that in the beginning, and then I started getting got all crazy with cars, and I started just like collecting cars. And now I'm at the point where I've collected too many. Ugh. Just learning, man. Just always living. Always trying to learn something. Always trying to do something. So my main passions in life, I guess, would be cars, photography, videography, guitar, traveling, house renos. I like sledding, motorcycles, dirt bikes. Dude, I like all that shit. We have Indian motorcycles. They're expensive, obviously. That's actually if I could pick one bike I'd have right now, it'd be an Indian. I don't know the model names, but there's one specific one that I'm like, holy fuck, is that a real bike that you can buy from the factory? That is unbelievable. And personally, no hate on Harleys, great bikes. I don't know if they actually source all their parts out to China or not, but anyways, Indians are just, to me personally, I think they're the coolest, nicest looking motorcycle you can currently buy. They're just girthy, eh? As far as cruisers go, myself and Eric Jalbert are similar in many ways. I would say so. I don't know. He's more of a, I'm a funny guy. He's like a funny guy all the time. I'm kind of like here and there. Like I am. Depends on my mood, right? Like tonight I'm just kind of like chilling. Yeah, anyone who's just getting in here, Pierre Poilievre isn't happening. The snowstorm came, got cold, the truck broke. I could take the shit box in, but once again, I mean, I don't really want to drive the shit box into the city, so I'm going to be missing out on that tonight. But have you here in the shop. You know, as far as like sport bikes go, a nice sport bike to me would be like on the crazy side. like on a crazy side. If I want to go for a crazy, like the fucking fast would be like a Super Duke or something silly like that, eh? And then for trucks, Cummins, Duramax, or Power Stroke guy. All three, depending on the years, depending on the models, you know. Personally, obviously, I'm one of those biased people who thinks the Cummins is obviously like the most insane, capable engine. The 12 valves specifically, you know, and the 24 valves, like the earlier stuff. I think those old 5.9s are like literally like God's given gift to this planet. I mean, if you like LS engines and you think LS engines are fucking super cool, Cummins are like the LS of the truck world, but like way bigger cock. Like, what were they thinking when they built those things? Like, hey, I'm sure some guy's gonna want to crank this up to some crazy horsepower on the stock bottom end, you know. Did I see sent at American Tire Roasters Garage Shootout? No, John, I don't see a lot of videos people send me, because I get sent a lot of videos, and when I'm looking at videos and spending time watching videos, it's usually something that I've found on my own, or I'm editing or something, so I don't really get to see too many videos or anything people send me for the most part, unfortunately, but there's just not enough time in a day. Yeah, so everything going electric, I'm like, if everything goes electric, I don't know, like, that's a crazy one, because right now it's not sustainable to go electric with everything. To phase it in over a 10-15 year period is what they're doing, and yeah, okay, I don't see why it couldn't work with the advance in technology, battery technology, and the advance in you know, technology within the power grid and stuff. I don't see why it wouldn't happen or why it couldn't happen. But once again, I'm not super educated on the subject. Right now, the effect electric cars have on the planet, as far as the process it takes to create them, is also very bad. Now, there's stats that prove it's not as bad as internal combustion engine stuff, but then again, I mean, like, there's a lot of conflicting information within a lot of these statements from either side. Now, we must realize the internal combustion engine has been on the it invented the assembly line. Internal combustion engine cars invented the assembly line. So that industry has been refined so well in the past 100 years, to the point where now you can have a 700 horsepower car that meets full emissions. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. So to say that electric cars can be ruled out because of their current effect on the mines and the slavery that goes behind making these cars, I get it, but at the same time, we are in the infancy of the electric car industry. So going forward, the electric car industry, you're going to see it, you're going to see dramatic increases in range. You're going to see dramatic increases in just overall technology within them. Are they impressive? As a petrol head, as someone who has devoted their life to building really fast, high horsepower cars, I'll tell you right now, I will admit, though, they are very impressive. Instantaneous torque. The range on the new Tesla, whether or not this is going to be true or not, you'll have to wait till the tests come out. But the range on the new Roadster that's coming out in 2023 is 1,000 kilometers. And I've been saying for the last little while, these ranges are going to increase. Everyone's like, oh, they only get 500 kilometers. It's like, yes, right now, which is why I wouldn't buy one. But in 5 years, with all the technology increase we've seen in the past 10 years, what we've seen batteries go and come to, wow. Now imagine the next 15 years as technology is consistently stacking upon itself and always increasing. We're going to see an insane amount of growth within that world. Yeah, so here's the example. If you're going on a road trip right now, you want to go to, say I want to go to Vancouver. I can't do that with any current Tesla. I can go about 500 or 600 kilometers, I believe. Say it was summertime and it was plus 30 out, I might be able to go 700. I'm pretty sure the range is 550 or 600 though, kilometers. Now, I'd make it halfway to Vancouver and I'd stop for a 40-minute charge. To me, as a commuter around here going to Vancouver, that actually wouldn't be a big deal. To stop in, I'd probably have to stop somewhere around Kamloops, or more likely Sicamous or something. So that's a beautiful place to spend 40 minutes. So yeah, if I'm driving from here across the country, fuck yourself. I'm not doing that twice a day. You know, I'm not stopping. But then again, I mean, 40 minutes a day, like in the Sun Clipper, I'm stopping for fuel and it takes me 20 minutes to do a fuel stop, you know? So, but then again, I mean, Well, it depends on the Tesla, how deep you let the battery run dry. If you use the full 500 kilometers, your charges are 40 minutes on the superchargers. If you go down to 40%, I think your charges are much quicker. But once again, you're not going as far. But yeah, Sycamore, Salmon Arms, where I would make it. And personally, I'm okay with spending 40 minutes there. So the issue is the cost. Also, this is what I don't like, is that every time you have to charge these things, I mean, they still cost money to charge. Yes, driving a car on average, say like a fuel efficient car, you're probably going to spend about $10 to $15, probably about $10 per 100 kilometers. With a Tesla, you're spending like $1 per 100 kilometers or something. So it's like, you know, and yeah, lithium mining is not environmentally friendly, nor is it friendly to the slaves and the child slaves who have to endure such a lifestyle. But these are all electric cars, and batteries have different types of material in them. Some are less harmful to the environment than others. Some are finding a way forward to produce more sustainability with them and do how to build upon that industry, which is going to take years. Like I said, electric cars are in their infancy right now. It's an infancy, like they're new. This is all very new. The internal combustion engine and the regular carriage we're used to riding around in, these invented the assembly line, and that assembly line was in its infancy back 100 years ago. And now we've refined it to the point where you can have a 700 horsepower Dodge Challenger with 50,000 kilometers of warranty and meet all emission standards in California. That's crazy. But, you know, now, I mean, you want to get into the political side of like a lot of this shit. There's so much bullshit within that. Is the planet warming? Yeah. Are we going through a cycle? Yes. Do humans have an impact on climate change? In my opinion, science's opinion, would say yes. Is it what the fucking politicians are saying it is? I don't think so. Do we deserve to suffer because of their stupidity? Their greed? No. But, you know. Yeah, well, there's a recycling process of lithium also to consider, right? But there's also the recycling process of internal combustion engines sitting in lots, soaking oil into the earth and disposing of a lot of these components. But automotive, a lot of these metal components can be broken down, melted, and reused. They have to be cleaned first. But yeah, there's ups and downs to both. Right now, you know, currently, I don't know. It's crazy. It's crazy because they want to phase this in Canada, for example. I don't know how many Americans are on here or people from other countries, but in Canada, it's been announced last year that we are going to basically phase out the sale of all internal combustion engines by either 2030 or 2035. Pretty sure it's 2035. So with that being said, all internal combustion engines will not be sold by 2035. We can still drive these. We'll still be able to drive these. They're not banning the driving yet. It will come. You watch. It will. It will. They will stop us from driving these. And if they don't, best case scenario, insurance premiums to insure one of these things and the cost of fuel will be so far through the roof, the average person will not have a hot rod. Do I ever go around Cherryville, Monashee Mountains, east of Vernon? Yeah, I spend a lot of time, I like that area around Vernon. More specifically up towards, what's that town called there? Lumbee, I think it is, with the beautiful river that flows through town. Looks like something out of like, seems like you're in another country. You're down South America, or south of the United States. Really cool place. I like spending some time around there. I go to some bush parties around there. But yeah, so internal combustion engines are, and cars like this are basically going to be tractors in the next 20 years. Like, I mean, you can't compare. Like this car makes 556 horsepower at the wheels, which is about 700 flywheel horsepower. And yes, it pulls hard on a roll race against a regular Tesla, maybe like a P100D, in ludicrous mode. Might get yanked on, might be pretty consistent through and through. I think this might pull on one of those. Out of the hole against instantaneous torque, not a fucking chance. Not happening. Maybe this car, but I've seen a lot of videos where a P100D on ludicrous mode absolutely waxes, 700-800 horsepower Fox bodies that are set up for drag. So, I mean, I remember in the beginning of the electric car stuff when they started doing the ludicrous mode stuff, there was a lot of like really bum-hurt, egotistical, toxic car guys. So they're getting mad and they're getting waxed. I thought it was great. I was like, this is cool. Now, personally, my friend, my buddy Kyle, I don't know if you guys met him there in the live stream the other night. he was just about to do the pre-order on a Tesla Roadster for 2023. They're 259 grand, and they're 0 to 60 in 1.9 seconds. But he's like, yeah, I'm doing that, man. That'd be so cool. The new Tesla Roadster, like, that's going to be insane. That's what I'm going to run. And I'm like, I agree. Like, because he was going to get a Huracan, a Lamborghini. And that was his whole idea the last couple of years. He was going to get a Huracan. And then the electric car, the Roadster he wants to get. So I said to him, I said, you must remember that Roadster does not have any sound. Yes, Enderby, that's the town. That's the town I like going to. I usually go to little music festivals around there and stuff. It's very beautiful. I spend a lot of time mostly in the Kootenays, but a lot of time around the Okanagan as well. My two favorite places in Canada are the central Kootenays, Nelson area, and then Kelowna, like Lumby, Vernon, Okanagan. But yeah, so anyways, my buddy, I said to him, I said, buddy, I said, that car is sweet, and I will rip with you, and we'll do a banger video shoot. If you get the Tesla, if you get the Roadster, that'd be cool. But you must remember, compared to the Lamborghini, there ain't fuck all there. You want to know why? Because that fucking car doesn't make any noises. And I'm a petrol head. Noises are very important to me. Very important. Like that whirly boy right there on that Coyote with 4 cams. Like this engine has 4 camshafts. This engine right here has 4 camshafts, 4 valves per cylinder. Has a big 88 millimeter turbo on it. That fucker's all about noisy boy sounds. You know, like that internal combustion engine, the art of the internal combustion engine, you know, blows my mind. So as soon as I told him this and I explained this to him, he's like, oh, fuck, you're right. I'm like, yeah, man. And if you're going to get like a supercar to flex on people, no one's going to hear you coming. So you're not really going to be showing off to anybody. He's like, fuck. So I think he is going to go for the Huracan. It's going to cost him a bit more. But then again, the Tesla prices, this is American, 259. So it's about the same price as a Huracan. So a Huracan, I think they're like 700 or 600 something horsepower. They're a V12, I believe. Small displacement V12, which revs very high and sounds very good. And you're getting a quality car, obviously, like you are with the Tesla. But yeah, so I think I have him convinced to buy the to buy the Huracan. And if he does, we're gonna make banger videos. My goal and his goal, we're ex-business partners, and our goal was always both to own Huracans. We were gonna buy Gallardos in the beginning, but then Huracans are the goal now. But then I went down the route of like feeding my car passion more and more, and now I got all these shit boxes. So maybe if I sell this one and then I sell a few others, I might do a downy on a Huracan in a couple years. I would like to do a Huracan. I've always dreamed of owning one, but there's also some Ferraris that I really like. So I don't know. We'll see how business is the next few years, how this YouTube thing grows. But mainly right now, my money is like, my focus is my Amazon business, which, you know, is mainly, do I go race on the track? I race with this car. I drag race it. SVT Diablo. Yeah, like that's, see that, like I don't know if you watch Daily Driven Exotics, these guys from Kelowna. They just had one on their channel, a yellow Diablo with the best beadlock wheels on it, 6-speed manual. Oh my God, that to me, yeah, I'll take older tech and less power and less refined chassis to have this old beautiful Diablo. I'd love one of those. I really would. Yeah, I don't know. I've been spending money for years on these cars, and honestly, what I would like more than ever right now would be just something simple. I'm not saying that a Lamborghini is simple, but something that's just like I buy it and it's already what I want. You know what I mean? Like personally, a C8 Z06 would probably be more in my books. I think the engineering behind that car is like fucking unfucking believable. And if we are going to electric cars in the next how many years, and that is our commitment as a country because of our legendary prime minister. I'm sorry, spitting shit out of my mouth here. Yeah, so what we see, if that is where we're going, and it really looks like that's where we're going, we're going to see the phasing out of internal combustion engines, and it would seem Chevy has gone down the road of going out with a complete fucking bang in refining a chassis and an engine's performance. Like, for example, a new Corvette Z06 C8, what are they, like 670 horsepower naturally aspirated out of 5.4 liters, dual overhead cam. They went to the Ford Tech now. Well, the Ford Tech came from Italian or European cars with the dual overhead cam stuff. So, you know, I know a lot of guys are going to say, oh, Chevy had to go to a modular or an overhead cam engine to pull that off. I mean, it is. You can't deny, you know, the smaller displacement with, you know, the quad cam setup and the 4 valve per cylinder, smaller displacement, you know. Like the Coyotes are an example of what you can make for power compared to an LS engine in the naturally aspirated trim. But But a lot of people are going to turbos now and shit. So I mean, like, a lot of that shit doesn't matter to people. Like this thing here. So this Coyote, for example, like, let's pretend this is a Gen 3 Coyote. A Gen 3 Coyote can make 500 horsepower naturally aspirated. I think it's 500. Is it 500 wheel they can do? They're 460. No, they're like, I think they're they can crack 500 flywheel. Or was it wheel? I can't remember. Anyways, out of 5 liter displacement versus my 6.6, 6.5, 6.4 liter, that's in that thing, the stroker. It's making more power per cubic inch because of its technology. So smaller displacement, revving higher, making more power. It's cool. It definitely is cool. I like that shit. I am not one of those people. That is biased towards automobiles. I'm not one of those people that's like, yeah, man, fuck your Ford, dude. Fuck your Chevy, man. That thing sucks, bro. I'm not like that. I'm like, as you can see, I'm a certain blend of fucked. One might say I'm all exclusive. I'm not a transgender type person, though. Not saying that you can't be, you do you. But this is not an LS engine in this car, and that Coyote is not going into a GM. That's going into another Ford. I do like to keep my shit in the factory shit. I don't know. It's not like I have anything against LS swaps. Definitely think LS swaps are cool in Fox bodies, but personally, I like the idea of the OG Ford. This car I've specifically built to be mostly 100% mechanical, like everything on it. Like everyone's like, man, put fuel injection on it. And I do. I have a Holley standalone system I could put on it right now. But I personally am a firm believer in just going with a vibe. And this vibe on this car was buy a $700 Mustang from your buddy's dad's field that sat for God knows how long and had dead mice in it. And then continue to put 40 grand into the chassis. And that's what I've done. And the vibe has been like mechanical 1970s, 1980s vibes. So for example, it's got an Edelbrock Super Victor intake on it that really likes to feed the air and the fuel to the engine, to the cylinder heads. It's got a quick fuel 1,000 or 800 CFM carb, I can't remember. But yeah, it's mechanical secondaries, full mechanical linkage. It's got a solid roller cam in it. It's a 351 Windsor block. 351 from a 1971 Mustang or something. It's an early 70s block. It's been punched out to a 393 stroker. It's got diamond pistons in it, scat rotating assembly, all forged internals, gap for nitrous, AFR 225 Renegade heads, or 235, Scorpion roller rockers, comp cams, solid camshaft. It's got comp bar link lifters in it. It's got comp Magnum push rods. It's got an electric water pump on it. This thing, the only thing the belt drives on this thing is the alternator. That's it. Everything's been powder coated. She's a full mechanical dinosaur. And then now coming down the chassis here, we go into the interior, and I've specifically made it more mechanical. Yeah, I'll tell you about Pierre in a second here, KG. Sorry about that. The transmission's a TKO 500, or TKO, yes, TKO 500 that I've rebuilt. It's originally 3550. I've spec'd to a TKO in it, so it has face-plated gears in it. So yeah, it's no more synchros in it, so fully mechanical there. Yeah, it's got mechanical gauges all over it, nitrous gauge and all that. Oh, look at this. Hold on, I'll show you this. This is pretty cool. And the console here. Look at that nitrous. So I've routed the nitrous in here. So you can actually flick that valve right there. And all the nitrous lines, dude, I spent like a week on this setup, plumbing all the lines through the floor and through the carpet and drilling up the console so I could hide this. But the idea is I can reach down, pull that seat down. I can engage my nitrous by turning the bottle on, and I can have it up here. So anytime I want to go and race or engage my nitrous, I always have control of it here, so I don't have to have pressure on the solenoid up front. Because you put nitrous pressure on the solenoid, it will burn out your solenoids. So I have that line in there, so I can route. And this is mostly for showing off, by the way. I rarely use this on the street for racing because I have to put straight race fuel in this thing, and I usually drive it on pump gas. 12-to-1 compression, so I have to do a mix. But anyways, I can route the nitrous back up, and I can put pressure to the gauge. I can see my pressure in the bottle. Then I can purge it at lights to show off. And then when I'm done, I turn that off to take pressure off the solenoid. And then, yeah, right here I have my bottle warmer. So if I do want to flick it on the street, I can preheat my bottle there. Fan, water pump, fuel pump. That's my nitrous arm. That's my purge button. This is my two-step. And then this is my line lock on here for locking the front brakes for launching. So it's got a launch control system in it. Yeah. Her shifter. TKO transmission. Nitrous bottle mounted in the back. It is kind of sun clipper. This thing is the sun clipper. Battery relocation. So the idea behind the battery relocation, the nitrous bottle on the side, is it offsets the driver when racing. So I'm on the left side of my paw gas, and this thing's on the right. Oh, Jesus, shock popped off. It's got the 12 slat louvers in her, metal real louvers. It's got the, what do you call it? 3-piece ducktail wing on it. CAA Plus sticker. I've got 275/60 series Mickey Thompsons on the back. I've got a hitch on this thing for pulling my trailer for drag week. I've got my aftermarket fuel system, and then underneath it's all Team Z drag race suspension and stuff like that. So yeah, it started out as a $700 car. Started out as like this bush beater, and I've put an intense amount of work and money into it to turn it into a sleeper. But unfortunately, with the 12-to-1 compression 393 stroker, it is very hard to hide it through this Cook's long tube exhaust system. It really doesn't help. So this exhaust on this thing has a 2-inch primary that flows into a 3.5-inch collector, 3.5-inch X pipe through Flowmaster race mufflers. So those combined, that exhaust combined with those wheels, I mean, even though it looks like a beater, it still really is very much hard to hide its aggressive nature. But that's what this car is a tribute to old school Mustangs, 1960s, 70s, like just mechanical, you know. I'll show you the front suspension. It's got Team Z stuff in it. Team Z, well, actually, it's QA1 K-member in this one. Flaming River manual steering rack. QA1 bump steers. A-arms. It's got coilovers in it. It's got some SVO brakes on it. I can't really convince anyone it's stock anymore, but I can convince guys that it's a 302. Yeah, it's all like patinaed. It sat out in the sun for many years. I rescued it when the patina was in her prime. It's got a dent in the fender, the only dent in the body. Other than that, the body's like super straight on this car, including the roof. Really, actually a good save. Seats start of a 1988, front and back. Like I said, there was dead mice in here. Like I remember driving this thing for work. When I started my business, I used to drive this thing around. And I used to turn the heat on and I'd drive to Saskatoon for work and it would blow mouse turds out of the dash, eh? So, yeah, that's where we're at with that. This one here, this is my 2002 Pontiac Trans Am Collector's Edition. It's one of 2,100 cars or 2,390 cars made. This one specifically is one of 621, I believe. T-top 6-speed. Yeah, the yellow set some people off. I like the yellow. I've decided to put a ridiculous amount of time and money into this car over the years because I love it so much. It was my dream car when I was younger, as was the Terminator. But this one specifically, I've done like pretty much everything you can do and order out of the parts catalog. It's really dirty right now. I've just had the bumpers repainted on it because they were kind of worn down over the years. It's pretty low mileage. I think it's like 50 or 46,000 miles on this thing. It's got aftermarket pillar gauges in it, set to match the factory gauges. The same scheme, red needles. They light up red and everything. She's minty, man. Like, she's got the black ebony interior. I've got a really big stereo system put in it. I'll show you what's under the hood. I'll show you. T-tops. Better believe it's got T-tops. Look at this. Can I even open it with the bike there? Nope. Nothing down there right now. But, once again, this car has full-blown tubular K-member in it, tubular A-arms, all chromoly stuff. It's got... here, I'll take you into the gimbal here. How do I feed this expensive hobby? Well, you know, my business, I guess, over the years. But yeah, QA1 double adjustable coilovers, BMR, and a bunch of other components in here, sway bar, you name it, man. This thing has, yeah, the gauges don't block the view, actually. They're pretty good. It's got 3-point subframe connectors in it. All the suspension in the back, QA1 double adjustable coilovers, 335 Nito 555R. Drag radials on it with a set of Bose three-piece forged wheels on it with carbon lips. These are pretty nice wheels. It's got a Brembo big brakes on the front from the CTSV. 14-inch rotors off a Camaro. I've got custom center caps made for it that say Collector's Edition to match the factory OEM wheels. Take a good look at the wheels right now and what they are. And I'll show you the factory ones. Really cool, actually. Tried to mimic exactly what came off in the factory without using the factory wheels. That's the factory wheels. So pretty similar theme there with that. So yeah, that whole thing, you know, it's got, like I said, the engine that I got to pick up for it, which decided to dynamite on me. Not dynamite, but the, what do you call it, Went? The, oh goodness. The lifter got hung up in the bore because I built like I had a fully mint stroker built for this thing with forged internals, like everything. Literally a $20,000 engine. And then the lifters that I put in it, I thought were OEM LS7, but it turned out I got knockoff OEM-like LS7 lifters. And unfortunately, they hung up, and last summer, before I finally got it out with all the new parts on it, it screwed up on me. I had a new torque arm in it because my other torque arm used to bottom out. So it was finally going to be the summer I drove this car without any problems. I've been building this thing over 5 or 6 years, and it was finally at the point where I had it refined to just being like a really good daily. There's a few little things I worked out. Like now I had finally had a dual disc clutch in it. I had a McLeod dual disc clutch in it. I had the T56 6-speed. This one I built myself. I actually learned how to build transmissions to rebuild this one. I had the case powder coated. Upgraded all the internals in it. It's got a, what do you call this, MGW shifter in it. It's all metal though, so like you feel like with these tower shifts, you feel every little vibration in here, and it's so solid. Seriously, this thing has a Tilton master cylinder in it. It's like a NASCAR kind of setup, same thing they use in NASCAR, but with a bigger cylinder. And then it has this transmission with the McLeod dual disc clutch. I was finally able to experience this car in its prime as far as shifting with the stroker, but unfortunately, that didn't happen. So now I can pick up the engine any day now. I got to get in the city and pick it up. I can get that thing back together after this one's done and out of the shop. So yeah, that's the goal. This thing, dude, when it's back together, it's so beautiful. I spent so much time relocating the coils and customizing everything. So all you see at top of the engine is that intake and those valve covers. You don't see coils on them like all the other LS engines. The coils are hidden, you know. I got this beautiful JL audio system to put in it. Oh man. Yeah, the nose of this car reminds me of Falcor as well. I like Falcor reference. I've been using that one. These cars, dude, they were ahead of their time. Some people hate them, but to me, this seriously was like the coolest shit. When I was younger, I couldn't believe these existed. Like, I was like, man, I want one of those so bad. Finally got one about 6 years ago, and then my next dream was always to have an SVT Cobra, which is this car. But it's hilarious because I listened to people for years. 4 years. Always talk shit. I was a Mustang guy. I had this. I had a Trans Am. Listened to all the Fox body guys talk shit about how shitty F bodies are and all this. They're like, oh man, nothing's better than a Cobra. And I'm just like, listen. I'm like, they're both cool. And I'm like, you know what? Someday I'm going to own both. Fuck you. I love them both. So when the deal came up for this thing, I went up and I got it in Edmonton. I seen the ad within 15 minutes. Some guy went and built it all, and he did the, I did the chin spoiler on it. But he did the hood, he did the aftermarket headlights, and you know, I didn't get the original Cobra parts with it, but it still looks pretty cool. It's got niche wheels on it. You know, I did the Cobra lettering on the bumper and stuff. It's a cool car. It says Terminator on the back. So cool history of this car is like this car and this car are like turn of the century or turn of the millennia enemies. Like this was the Fox body platform. It's the same chassis as this one. So this car was this one refined over like a 20-something year period. It's actually, this is one of Ford's second longest running chassis lines that they ever built. So this car is the swan song to this car. Like you can bolt everything from this car into this car and vice versa. But yeah, so basically this car was codenamed Terminator to terminate the F-body because the F-body waxed Mustangs throughout the whole 90s. And this bad boy was codenamed Terminator to take her out. Look at this. She's got a T56 6-speed in her. It's got the cool SVT gauge cluster. Cobra embroidered seats. Buddy. See if I can get under the hood here. Hold on. I'll show you guys under the hood of this one. This one actually runs. It runs! Where's the hood pop? There it is. I want to get my greasy pants on the seat here. Oh my goodness. Interiors are so tight. Oh yeah, anyway, Pierre Poilievre, sorry, I couldn't make that tonight. Anyone who's new in here that was asking. Pierre Poilievre actually, yeah, weather went to shit, truck broke down, so I'm like hanging out in the shop tonight. So yeah, this is what's under the hood of this bad boy. This is cool. Look at the size of that. Oh, she's dirty right now though. She needs a good detail. But yeah, it's got a Kenny Bell 2.8 blower on it. Fully built, and so people believe it's a real SVT. Real niche line. Romeo 4-valve 4.6. Forged internals, all aftermarket. The guy actually, I have the bill, I have the receipt for this engine build without the blower. I think he's like 20-something grand into this engine. Plus the blower, there's almost like 40 grand worth of shit here. And I paid 28 for the car. So, you know, and they're worth about 40. So here's the thing. This is the only one I've ever bought that's built. This is the only car, I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna make a responsible decision. I'm gonna buy a car that will be worth more, you know, so that's what this one is, and I'm really glad, but right now I gotta do the diff on it, or I gotta do the diff seal. But yeah, so Terminator, and what are the Mad Max requests? Sorry, I gotta put my phone on charge here, it's dying. All this talking. The audio's like, the mic's like, fuck, bro, shut up, man. Yeah, the mod motors you can spend a fortune on, which is why with this mod motor specifically, I've decided to just buy a 2011 truck engine, do the Mustang intake on it, the 2018 GT intake with the Mustang valve covers, or coil covers. Mad Max. I've been tediously detailing this engine bay for like 2 days. Mad Max build is coming. I'm not sure which car I'm doing a Mad Max build with. Maybe the 65 Impala, but I do need to make, like, to be an actual car channel, I do need to start making more money. So the last couple months I've been neglecting my business, haven't been making much. So I have to get back this week into the business stuff and start getting in with more wholesalers and stuff and establish better connections than I currently have, because a lot of my shit right now. But the way it works with Amazon is you find wholesalers, you get really good wholesalers, like, and you just buy their shit and stock it. It's all good. I gotta quit smoking this fucking thing. My goodness. Alright, what's the Mad Max question here? Can I get a high? Anything that runs. Yeah, I don't know. Some of them do. Car guy and freedom. Yeah, a lot of, you know, like I said, like you're gonna see a lot of people dip out of my channel if I start doing car content. But hey, '63 Impala, second owner, 30+ years, sweet. I love the 63s. 63 and 64 before they went to my body style. First year is 65. 63 and 64, I think the only difference was the taillights on them, innies and outies. One's cold, one's warm. Yeah, so 64 is actually, I love all the early Impalas. I like the 58 specifically. Oh man, I like the 61s. They've changed so drastically. I mean, like the 65 is already like in like its 4th generation or something. Buy 65 within like a 10-year period, so that's pretty cool. RX-8 would be cool. A lot of people don't, yeah, I like the vape, but a lot of people don't do the RX-8s. I find it interesting when they do. I don't know why they're not popular, as popular as the RX-7s, obviously. I mean, for reasons, like the RX-7's a little two-seater, two-door type deal. And I mean, the RX-8's got that 3rd door. I don't know. It's cool, though. I do like the RX-8s. They all sound good. The rotary's screaming, high RPM. I think True North used a photo of James Top. Better have fucking credited me. White walls for the Impala, I'm not sure on. I'm not sure what I want to do. Maxine Bernier, is he really in? He's not in Mad Max. That'd be fucking hilarious. I never noticed that. Obviously the new one you're talking about. But yeah, I got a lot of projects, so it's like, here's my life. Like, I love cars. I devoted a lot of my life to building cars, to learning about cars. So it's like car channel makes sense, like a lifestyle vlogging car channel, traveling, going around, making vlogs. But yeah, so it's like I want to make money at YouTube. I finally got monetized. Oh yeah, here I'm dropping this right here right now. I just got monetized yesterday on YouTube. I haven't announced that yet. I announced it on my story the other day, but I just got monetized. They actually approved me. I am now monetized and generating ad revenue on stuff that isn't copyrighted, which is like 90% of my stuff, so I'm not generating fuck all. But I am now collecting an income from YouTube slightly, maybe like 2 cents a day. But it is the path to becoming profitable on YouTube. So my next goals is to strike a brand deal somewhere with someone, which I gotta pick a vibe, like car content, right? So gotta get a brand deal. I'm gonna get some merch out soon. I'm supposed to be working on merch this week. I want to do hoodies and hats to start with. So yeah, we're doing some merch soon. I'll let you know when that's ready to go. I don't know if there's going to be an Ottawa 2.0. If there's an Ottawa 2.0, It's definitely going to be. It's definitely going to be if they try to fucking milk us with the 6th wave and they try to make us do the 4th booster and lock us down again, like they're doing in Shanghai right now. And a lot of people are going to be like, "Well, Shanghai. Oh, well, their vaccine was their own, so that's why we probably won't see that here." Bullshit. Our vaccine was supposed to be good too, right? China had their own. We had the Pfizer. Stop. I shouldn't be saying that on here. I'm gonna get shut down for misinformation. But personally, if it does happen, which it would seem a lot of the mainstream media rhetoric right now is starting to push towards this 6th wave and this 4th booster recommendation to keep your loved ones safe. Now, you pull that shit, fuck you. I like, seriously? No thanks, bud. Yeah, the biker rally isn't a freedom protest. It's a celebration of freedoms. And yeah, it's cruel. It's cruising around Ottawa for 2 days. They're not parking and holding. They're cruising around making noise. It is technically like it's part of a protest. Like it is. They've said it isn't. They don't want people to join with 4-wheelers. It's a celebration ceremony to show our freedoms. And Neil made a good point when he said, we made our point in Ottawa, or we did what we went there to do. We opened the doors of tyranny. We showed what was behind them. We exposed the assholes. Now everyone knows, So we got to keep going. James Top, I'll probably be there for James Top. I'm not vaccinated. Proud. Fuck your vaccine. And those who are, like, awesome. Good for you. That's your choice. But for me, I'm glad I didn't. I don't want it. And to me, it was more about, and I don't think, like, maybe, there's a lot of people that don't have. I got super chats now. Thank you, Elaine. No way. I didn't know the super chats was working. Is that what this is? Is that a super chat? What was that? Was that a sticker? I don't know how this works. That's cool. I'm not like I'm new to all this YouTube shit. Like as far as monetization goes, so like I got $1.76. That's after YouTube takes money from me, I guess. That's my first super chat. We just all seen it here. Thanks, Aileen. What was it again? Elaine. Thank you, Elaine. How does your disco light work? This guy? It's just a ball. It doesn't do anything. Yeah, YouTube takes 30%. You would think like maybe on an ad, YouTube would do that. But like from doing on like a super chat or something, it doesn't seem as cool, but it is their platform. So I'm very much used to the cut of the corporation. For example, I haven't lost any loved ones to COVID. For example, Amazon like really has a lot of fees. I pay a lot of fees for Amazon, but Amazon also provides me with the film by Amazon and use of their facility to distribute my product. They take care of distribution of my product. So the prices they charge for inventory fees, like their cut is irrelevant compared to what it would cost me to have an operation like that. So it just, I'm used to it. YouTube, thanks. Thanks for your platform. Fuck you for your censorship. I've never lost any loved ones to it. I personally don't know anyone in that sense. $20. Holy fuck. Sorry, following you, Ottawa. Is it through my boys Saturday, part of the lunch? Okay, hold on. Bushrider, thank you so much. Buddy, started following you in Ottawa. Was there with two of my boys on that Saturday, part of the lunchtime invasion. Started watching you hang with Revy Kevy. Get yourself a pack of smokes. Cheers. Thank you. That's funny. I love the old Ottawa. The first Saturday you were there, or the last? Who remembers the first day? Who remembers the first day of the thing of the protest in Ottawa when they had that big log trailer? The logging truck was there, and there's people dancing on top of all the logs. So funny. As if I'm monetized now. That's so cool. New business super chats. Yeah, I was there the first day. You lived through history. Christina, holy shit! Thank you. Dude, first super chats happened today. We got fucking $5. Thank you, Lynn. Thank you, Christina. That is a super chat. Okay, so if the green one is a super chat, what was yours, Christina? Is that a sticker? Hey, you wait. This summer, I'm just gonna do live streams all the time. Like, I might even just do one a day. And then like my goals going forward to be more sustainable on YouTube is like the edits take a lot of time. Once I'm making money at YouTube like full time and I can do a full time living off it, I'm gonna be producing like next level content. My goal in the future is like, I'm inspired by people like Whistle and Diesel, and some people think he's a douchebag, but I'm inspired by that kind of quality of content where it's just like entertaining to watch. Like it's very fun. Like I want to produce like a TV show a couple times a week. I want to be, you know, a very entertaining TV show, something of really good nature to watch. Thank you, my guy. Thanks, my guy. A lot of people picked up on that through the convoy. Where I missed a comment back here. Have you lost, Lawrence Jeffrey, have you lost any loved ones serving in the Dervice of Canada? What's the Dervice of Canada? The Service of Canada? Please clarify. Oh, serving Canada. Like people in the military. No, I haven't. My grandpa served. He made her home. But he didn't make her home the same man when he left, from what I understand about him. He died about 10 years ago, and I never really knew him too well. But what I do know is that the war fucked him up, as it did many. Mental health. And we never talked about it back in the baby boomer era after they all come home from the war. So, basically, yeah, it fucked a lot of people up. And there's no talk about mental health back then. There's no support for it. So, a lot of suffering. And we feel generational waves because of that suffering. You know, so we do. I mean, like, if you look at, like, addictions and families, I learned a lot about this actually last year. So issues in families and addictions are actually usually always generational. Like they don't just start an addiction. Usually it comes from some family ripples from like 4 generations back, couple generations back. So for example, I had a sugar addiction. Since I was a kid, I had a sugar addiction. I fucking love sugar. My mom didn't help. My mom she had all the fucking treats around the house, eh? So anyways, I had this addiction. And I was treated very good as a kid. I had a very good upbringing, had a very good life. But I was addicted to sugar. And then when I was like 18, I lost like 60 pounds. I was in super good shape. I was running around, like fitness was king. I was super cardio, running like 20 kilometers and shit. Like I would run for hours on a treadmill. Like I loved cardio. And then I got settled down, I got comfortable, gained a bunch of weight, kept the sugar addiction going through my 20s. And then last year I went and seen a hypnotist, which I thought was crazy, but the old lady said give it a try. I'm like, what, she gonna fucking hypnotize me and make me cluck like a fucking chicken? I'm like, I don't want to go see a hypnotist. Anyways, I went and seen it just with being a skeptic. I went and seen a hypnotist to see what this shit was all about. I went into this a skeptic. I was like, I don't believe it. Well, if you don't believe it, it's not gonna happen, man. I'm like, I don't know, I don't believe it. And then I went in, and she sat me down, put me into a fucking trance, put me into one of those beautiful states, into this apparent alpha brain thing. And I laid there, and when I came out of it, I had not struggled with sugar very much. I had a few little dips here and there. Then another couple months later, a month later, I went again. And by the time I went again, she had actually cured me of my sugar addiction. I still got to go for another touch-up, but it worked. And I've been working out through the pandemic. I've lost probably 30, 40 pounds, and that blew my mind. So what I learned by being with her and going to see this woman was that she's like, do you have any addiction in your family? Thanks, Anonymous. Buy yourself a Mrs. a Double Devil. We take coffee black, like I take my men. Anyways, no, I'm not a homo. I'm just kidding. No, you can be a homo. I'm not a homo. It's a funny thing. Anyways, went and seen this broad, told me this. Then she said, is there any addiction in your family? Mother, father? I said, well, no. I said, my parents, I said, no. They any weird childhood stuff? I'm like, no, I'm born and raised in a pretty, you know, well, no, I'll get into this PTSD thing, or PTSD thing in a minute. I'm not comparing my sugar addiction to the struggles of a warrior, but I'll explain where this comes from. So, is there any addictions in your family? Not that I can remember, I says. Any weird things in your childhood? Nope. Very normal livelihood. Grew up in a great home. Traveled a lot. You know, and I'm like, wait a minute. My parents smoke. They smoke cigarettes. Okay. Now go back. She's like, as you go back through generations and families, you're going to see this. So I start going back through the family chain, and I start realizing, oh fuck, there's all sorts of addictions, and they take up different things in different people. So for an example,
I know I'm going to cut myself. If you had a grandpa who served in the war, now I don't know what my grandpa was into. I don't know if he had any drug addictions or anything like that. But what I do know is that he did suffer through PTSD. Now, say he came home and he had an addiction and he passed that down, it takes forms in different people in different ways. Now, a lot of stats are starting to show that PTSD, it starts with, just obviously bad shit. And then it takes form in other places through other family members. It gets passed on through generations. But addiction and depression doesn't exist. All your thoughts are your thoughts, says Darcy. I don't agree with that. Addiction is real. There's a lot of people that suffer from it. And yeah, addiction's real. I mean, yeah, bad choices lead to addiction. It is ultimately your choice and your choice to get help. But, I've seen it. I know people that I resented for many years because they got addicted to drugs. I'm like, what a fucking stupid, what an idiot. But then, by paying attention, becoming older and caring more and really understanding and being impacted by people with addiction, I actually realized that I felt very badly for these people, and addiction is real. And depression's real, Depression is, there can be a chemical imbalance in your brain. You can have depression. But yeah, that, I'm not down with addiction talk. I was actually just talking about, I don't even remember how we got in the subject. It was something about my personal thing with hypnotists and my skepticism of hypnotists, and then my personal experience, and then generational addictions that led to my addiction personally with sugar, which a lot of people don't understand, which I thought was a joke for years, that sugar is an addiction. It is. It's apparently, I think it's like 7 times more addicting than cocaine. Now, yeah, it is, and it's addiction. Sugar is addicting. We actually, as humans, crave sugar and sweets. We have for many generations, because if you look at our ancestors and what we come from, our survival instincts, you're kind of like, eat whatever you can, whenever you can. So we're kind of programmed to eat all the time anyways. And then, it's just, yeah, sugar changes your brain chemistry. Totally. Sugar is fucked. And a lot of people have never struggled with sugar addiction. So I don't think a lot of people understand what it is. It's real. And the cool part is, so being progressive, like, there's good things about being progressive, and there's a lot of bad things where it's going right now. But like, we have learned a lot. We have learned a lot in the past 10 years, 20 years about where a lot of this stuff is going and how to acknowledge it. Like, you told someone in the 80s that you have a sugar addiction, they'd be like, fucking smarten up, toughen up, shit like that, which gets nowheres with helping people. Same with depression, same with anxiety, same with a lot of these issues that people suffer through, that other people want to literally tell them that isn't real, because they think, because of their old school belief or ideology, that isn't real, but it is real. People suffer from things. I've dealt with a lot of people. It's sad. I used to have and the reason I can speak on this, because I used to have resentment towards people who had issues. I'm like, oh, just smarten up, get better, get some help yourself. I helped myself. I went through depression when I was younger. I got picked on, I got beat up, I got treated like shit. And because I used all of that bullshit, I'm gonna quit fucking playing. I'm gonna cut my hand. And because I personally was like, fuck you, fuck all the people who made fun of me and beat me up. I'm going to show you up. I'm going to build race cars. I'm going to do everything that I ever loved. I'm going to build a lifestyle. I'm going to do cool shit. So I bought my first house when I was 17. I built a business when I was 24. Build race cars. I take on all sorts of hobbies. I use that as drive. And I always thought, because of that belief and what I had done with my depression and the way people treated me, I always thought that, oh yeah, well, I just toughened up and said, fuck you, and built a life out of it. And I used that resentment to drive my passions forward. I didn't create these passions because of other people. I had passions, but I used their hate and their bullshit and my suffering to drive it forward, to prove my worth to myself and to others, but mostly to myself, which is the healthy balance, right? But I always thought, why can't I did it? Why can't other people? Fuck, you're depressed? Get off your ass and do something. That's a very old school belief. A lot of people can't. A lot of people do have issues. Same reason with when we're like, oh, why don't you just lose weight? Why don't you just get not fat? It's like, well, man, there's a lot of shit with, get the blades down, man. God, there's a lot of shit with people who are overweight and have eating addictions. And it doesn't just like, oh, hey, fatty, lose some weight. That's really crazy. Now, people come from abusive relationships. They come from abusive parents. They come from all sorts of backgrounds. We're all very different. You can't just put everyone in the same goddamn bin. And I understand that. So through this pandemic saying, oh, you should have lost weight, I'm very much a believer that people should have taken care of their health. But there's a lot of people that were immunocompromised, that whatever. But the thing is, the people that piss me off, that I specifically call out, who are out of shape, I absolutely can't stand when these really aggressively unhealthy people come at you and are like, man, you should care about my health. It's like, motherfucker, you should care about your health. You should care about your health, because through this pandemic, I personally have done a lot to lose weight and to take better care of my health, because I did have the COVID. I thought it was all bullshit before. I was like, it's not real. Then I got it. I lost my taste of sense and smell for like over a month. It was very depressing. It was absolutely crazy. And I'm like, I guess this thing's real. I just didn't know what to believe anymore. So anyways, so I have this stance on that where I'm like, big people addicted to food, it comes from childhood trauma. And a lot of people don't, there's a lot of toxic masculinity in this world where even just saying toxic masculinity brings up anger in people. Like, that's not real. It is real, because a lot of people don't want to accept that people do have childhood trauma. That is part of being toxic, like this toxic masculine energy of not wanting to talk about people who actually have real addiction issues and actually have real problems from their childhood. What are you on? Is that Lyle? Hey, say hi to everyone. It's Whitney.
This is my dad.
That's her dad. Lyle's in the Philippines. Hi, Lyle.
How are you doing, Tanner?
Good, you?
Tanner reporter.
Are you even watching?
What's that?
I'm a reporter now, eh?
Yeah.
How you doing?
We're waiting anxiously for a delivery today or tomorrow.
What is it?
It will be an envelope that says approved or not approved.
To bring your family to Canada?
Yeah.
Oh, really? That's nerve-wracking.
Well, we don't believe anything about the Canadian government until I see it in print.
I don't trust them worth a shit.
We don't believe any of it. We were told by email through our lawyer and immigration that it was approved. But they have to put a stamp, it's like a visa. They stamp your passport. But there's a special stamp when you become a resident. It doesn't apply to me. It applies to Michelle and the 3 kids. So then when you go to depart, you go to immigration, or when you land in Vancouver, you become a permanent resident.
So
it's not quite like being a citizen, but a permanent resident visa. For instance, Kim, who passed away, she was an American, and she never ever became a Canadian citizen, and she traveled all around the world on a PR. And she lived in Brandon and had full. We went across the border many times, and once in a while they might ask her a few more questions, and they asked me. So a PR carries an awful lot of weight for these guys because it changes their life, like 2,000%. They could go to university. Only thing they can't do is vote.
Oh, yeah.
They have to be a citizen to vote.
That's crazy.
It's a big deal, and you get checked out. We're about 4.5 years, I think. Are you?
Hey. I got a vape. You ever have a vape before?
No.
I don't smoke anything for a long time.
That's good. This is vape, but it's still got nicotine in it, but bought it when I was drunk one night, and I made the horrible decision of that. So now I've been sitting out here trying to work on the car while I'm vaping.
Is that got nicotine in it?
Yeah, it's got 20 milligrams of nicotine. Used to be 40, but they phased that out.
Okay, but
Bad for your lungs, though.
Yeah.
I've been quite a few years without inhaling anything, and I think I'll keep it.
I'll catch up to you eventually.
Inhale is fresh mountain air.
We got a lot of that here. You better come over. You better come back from the Philippines and come see our mountain air. You haven't seen our place yet.
Well, we're waiting. I thought this thing would have been delivered this morning, but it hasn't shown up. But they give us a note yesterday. When they approve you, they send you many messages to say where in the world your visa is. So we tracked the thing, to Canada, to back, and it was just like a few days. And our passports. Probably.
Breaking up. I gotta get back to this. Your phone's about to die. Come back out when you're done.
Oh, it's a holiday.
Tell him I say bye.
Nobody does, bugger all.
Okay, so where are you guys going with this in here? Yeah, so Whitney's dad has been living in the Philippines. He's from Brandon, Manitoba. He's been living in the Philippines for fucking like 5 years now. And he got trapped during the whole COVID thing. He got trapped in lockdown. Like they couldn't leave their house for I think it was like a year. He didn't leave his house. This is insane. This is actually a crazy story. He was locked in this house for like a whole year on this property. And there was people like the police there, the Philippine police were walking around with like full-blown like carbines and shit, like fucking machine guns. And they couldn't leave the house for like a year. So he developed, this is crazy, he's such a funny guy. He developed a pedal bike that he would ride and charge things with and generate power with. He's really, really cool guy. Anyways, he's finally coming back from what I understand. And I think his family might be getting they said it was approved that they're finally getting PR here. So that's huge for him and his family, and for us to have him back is going to be really, really cool. So that's nice news to hear. Where are we here? What were we talking about? What did we? I think I mentioned the word toxic masculinity. So I don't know if people lost their mind or what, because that is a word that blows people's minds. Because I don't think people understand the meaning of it. They just hear it too much from like left-wing lunatics, and then they fucking think it's a bad thing. But yeah, you got to cut down your sugar intake, Christine. Drinking cured. Yeah, sugar. Go see a hypnotist. They'll help you out. Addiction. Yeah, so it's very true. It's very true. We are realizing as people, and this is good, like progressive stuff, right? I mean, there is some good progressive stuff. Masculinity is not toxic. It's not. Masculinity is great. It's fucking awesome. So is femininity. It's a balance is what it is. And everyone has either or. But it's a toxic over amount of something and in ideology and what have you that leads to just kind of being a shitty person. And, a lot of this, like a lot of these things, like, for example, here's a great one. For years, man up. Okay. I'm glad to be told man up. There is some things to man up about, but there's a lot of things people get told, and young boys, men get told to man up when they're going through something that actually is detrimental to their mental health, that could actually most likely impact the rest of their life. And they're told just to man up. That is toxic masculinity, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, fruit's good. Fruit's good. But yeah, we must understand, because that is what I mean when people get it wrong. And it's okay to get it wrong. It is a very new concept. But toxic masculinity, to be like, oh, it's like, oh, you don't want people to be masculine. This is I'm going to explain this right now. This is exactly where the message gets lost. People think that toxic masculinity means that, oh, we want to turn every man into a feminine creature and there's no masculine. We got to, not at all. Masculine's great. Being a man is awesome. There's a lot of strength and a lot of good things within that. But there is levels of it where it's just like everything has to be overrode. Every emotion has to be overrode by the simple statement of you need to man up. You need to man up. And there's a lot of things in life where you have to man up. You do, and women do want males. There's a lot of them that are trying to, and that's where the feminism shit comes from. Like, feminism is great, but then it got down the road of like female superiority over males. That's where we've seen it go the past like 10, 20 years. It's gotten really crazy. Yeah, and especially if you identify as a female in sports. Oh God, here we go. Son of a bitch. This is a modern day topic. I mean, we've heard a lot of commentators like Ben Shapiro and Joe Rogan, Steven Crowder, people like this, right-wing people who talk about the whole Florida the so-called don't say gay bill, and which is great. I love it. You should not be trying to sexually indoctrinate children into your ideology at fucking 5 years old. You do not get away from us. Get away from our children. Don't do that. We don't want it, you know. And what this is now is it's more Lawrence Jeffrey. Sorry, I seen you ask this question before. Do you not think as a Canadian that you should know what your grandfather did in World War II? He fought for your freedom. I know what my grandfather did. He's a frontline soldier. He had a gun with a bayonet on the end of it. He used to run up and gut people. Crazy shit, man. That's why he never talked about it. He'd never talk about it. You ask him, Grandpa, you ever kill anybody? He'd just sit there and smile, just smirk, eh? I think he killed a lot of people. A lot of commies. It's nuts. Yeah, there's a lot of wokeness, like this wokeness shit. And right now we're seeing pushback against the wokeness, right? Like a good amount. Finally, we're seeing it. It's happening. We're reverting back to some conservative ideology here. But right now we have a lot of lunatics who are just absolute lunatics. Then there's the pussies they override within corporations who they try to rip apart from the inside. And these people are, to say the least, they're cowards. And, you know, like trying to sexually indoctrinate children into your ideology at 5 years old, to ask them about a sex change at 5 years old. Who does anyone in here think that a child should be able to tell someone, hey, I'm a girl when I'm a boy at 5 years old, and then I don't even like talking about it, man. Like to change their gender and to destroy their genitals and their reproduction abilities at 5 years old. That is insane. Who the fuck? I don't think I know a single human who believes that's okay. And this is why these people are falling apart now, because they're trying to push this shit on everybody. And no one's going to vote for them if that's the shit they're trying to push. Nobody is going to accept that. Nobody. It's a very small minority of people, and a bad minority. You know, we might be a minority as far as standing up against the government. All revolutions start with a minority. But, yeah, and without parental consent. And the population down, this is possibly why you're seeing the highest level of government go for some of these things, right? Maybe it is a population thing. It very much could be part of the sinister plan and many other things. But right now, we are turning the tides. We've watched this push for the past 10 years specifically. It's been many more decades than that. But the most specific has been the last 10 years we've seen it ramping up, and more specifically the last 5 years. It's been getting really bad. People were warned about this by allowing students in colleges to have these crazy lash outs and try to control how the schools are run. It's insane. It's, to say the least, it's insane. And a lot of people were pussies. They weren't saying anything for years. They didn't want to get canceled. They didn't, because that's what these guys do. This LGBTQ plus ZY 7B knife blade community. These guys like to completely terrorize and harass people to buying into their ideology so they feel better about themselves. Now, a lot of people were scared. They don't want to be canceled. They didn't want to be hit with the woke mob. But now people are finally growing a set and they're standing up to these guys. And we went this far. So say if we're on a spectrum, and I don't know this is within the spectrum, like this, really, like in the political spectrum, there is the political side of things, but like this is just like its own animal. And there is these left-wing lunatics who are just jumping on board because they're psychopaths. But as we've seen these people going all the way over here, and we're like, no, we're pushing back now, and it's going to take years. I'm not going to lie. I got to quit playing this fucking knife. It's going to take years to push back and to calm this shit down. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. And you know what? Yeah, the transgender thing, if you want to specifically personally be transgender, go ahead, man. Same with gay, like the same with the gay thing. You go, whatever, man. Do your thing. That's your choice, your thing. But the moment that you try to push that on the world and you try to change the world with your very small minority, it's insane. And a lot of people could maybe relate that to what we're doing with the freedom movement. Oh, you're a small minority trying to push your bullshit. You try to push your bullshit on, you know, people in the world, but there's a lot more people behind us, and, you know, we see the insanity. But yeah, the suicide rates, like, oh my God. And they say it's directly responsible for killing children and all this shit, and it's like, dude, just stop. We're not buying into it. We don't accept it. You know, like, Ben Shapiro made a great point on this. He's talking about how these teachers are like, I can't even tell the kids about my, you know, my life now and this and that. It's like, when in the hell were teachers ever meant to sit down with their students and tell them about their personal love life? And the point Ben Shapiro made on that was, You just want to tell them and indoctrinate this into your little cult that is your own thing, literally to feel better about yourself. You're not supposed to be talking to children about sexual nature and your personal love life. That is insanity. That is unacceptable. And I don't know where these teachers think that in any real world scenario, they should be talking to kids about these things. When I was a kid, my teacher never came in and said, the husband didn't like whatever about me the other night, or, my husband said this mean thing the other night, and, I thought about getting a sex change. Like, I never had a teacher say it to me. I've never in my life ever seen a teacher come to me as a child or anyone I've ever known and say and talk about their personal life. That is not, and that's why these people who are pushing it is very much about them to feel better, to have the children listen to them, because the children are susceptible to the stuff. They will listen, and they might make you feel better because you're in your own little world, and you want to tell the kids about this to reaffirm your beliefs. It's insane. Men competing in women's sports. Now, we see the Leah Thomas thing. We've seen what happened there. That was insanity. Anyone who defends that's insane. That is literally a biological man that destroyed a woman in... It's insanity, man. And who was the governor who set that straight? Was it Ron DeSantis? Was that his decision to give, what's her name, the actual award, the chick who took second place? She got, that Leah Thomas got booted, and then she got that. Great. Guys like that we need right now. And that's some of the pushback we're seeing that is very critical to how we're turning the dial of history right now. Because this road, these people are going down, this gender confusion is very similar, eerily similar to the Romans and what they did. And we're smarter now. We can combat this, but it's going to take time, And they got to pass these bills. We have to see them pass these bills to prevent these sickos from trying to indoctrinate your child into a culture of their own choosing. It's insane. Absolutely insane. Yeah, so, same thing. Talking about, if you talk to a coworker about this shit, they'd fire you. They'd kick you out. They'd, and that's the thing, like the Disney employees, for example. I don't think your grandfather was fighting commies, try Nazis. Nazis are commies, man. Same thing. Nazis literally wanted to control and rule everybody, just like communists do. Sorry if I wasn't super correct there, but you better calm down with being so upset. Don't be so mad in here. It's a fun chat. We're having fun, hanging out. You're the angriest person in here, I think. But yeah, I wish I knew more about what my grandpa did, but he didn't talk about it much. So, how do you expect me to know what my grandpa knew and what he did when he never wanted to talk about it? Think about that. Think about how ridiculous that sounds. Like I'm some criminal because I didn't. Fuck. Really? He didn't talk about it, man. A lot of these guys didn't. You know why? Because they seen crazy shit. They killed guys. They seen a lot of bodies, a lot of dead people, traumatizing shit. They didn't talk about it. A lot of them came home and sat in a rocking chair for many years and said, fuck. That's crazy. That's why war is insane. What's happening in Ukraine right now, it's crazy, man. The shit people see, it's fucking insane. But, anyways, what was I talking about? Disney. So Disney right now, by taking I think whatever the hell his name is, Bob Iger, was he the one who did that release the other day about this bullshit? It just sounded like such a wimp. Oh my goodness. Anyways, God damn it. The Disney thing is literally taking this really small percentage of people and listening to them, but then all the people inside of Disney who don't agree with them aren't allowed to have an opinion. So we need to listen to these people because we're hurting these people. But fuck these people who are actually the majority. Disney, or you're going to fail. You're going down a fucking road, and you're like when I was a kid and I watched Disney, my parents didn't put me down and sit me down and watch Disney movies of them to learn about LGBTQ plus ZY7B fucking ideology. And nowadays, if you're sitting your kid in front of Disney and that's what they're learning, man, we took it to a point that was good for people, and then it just got crazy, it got crazy because now this progressive shit and this, for example, it started with accepting gays. Fair enough. I personally believe you can do whatever you want. Then it went on to the transgender shit, and I was like, oh, that's kind of freaky, but whatever, sure, that's your choice. You should be allowed that choice. I'm very much pro-freedom. very much pro-choice. You want to throw a skirt on and do the surgery and you truly feel that way inside? Sure, that's your choice, none of my business. But now it is led and is directly responsible as to what we are now seeing to this whole woke culture of trying to sexually indoctrinate children. And this is where the heels dig in and we say, back the fuck off, you fucking psychopaths. You are actually a real fringe minority. Hey, Trudeau, take notes. That's a real fringe minority. That is a extreme minority. Small amount of people. There's not many of them. And they say crazy stuff. Now, when you watch the whole country basically lash up against you and stand up on freeways and protest for 3 weeks straight in minus 30, you can call that whatever you want. But what I like to call it is your current downfall and your failure to leave a legacy on this country, you piece of shit. We're coming for you. We are coming with you. Blades away! Fuck! We're coming for you, you son of a bitch! And you know what? It's going to be glorious. It's going to be glorious because you know what? I don't think we'll ever see a civil war in this country in this time and age because, like I said, what we see, the two people who would be opposing each other, there's two types. You know, like I said this earlier in a post I made on Facebook. I said, there's a cult in Canada and around the whole world of people who believe of forced shots, who believe in destroying people's lives without any long-term data on this shot. Just putting a one-size-fits-all shoe on everybody. You know, you have heart conditions, fuck you, you lose your job. You better get the jab. Okay, we put these one-size-fits-all statements on people, okay? And those people, at this point, to deny that, are in a cult. They are in a cult. They have the gall, and I've seen this rhetoric many times from these psychopaths, they have the gall to say that the Freedom Convoy and the protesters across the world now, Canada that sparked a worldwide rebellion, is a cult, that we are a cult. Now, I don't know about you, but let's just say we're all cults. I don't know about you, but I'd rather be in the cult that protests for 3 weeks straight in minus 30 and lashes out against the government when they see wrongdoing and they see an uprising in authoritarianism. I would rather be in that cult than the cult that hides underneath their kitchen table in their house for 2 years straight while listening to absolute propaganda and not even knowing or having the dignity to do their own research to understand that they are listening to bought and paid for propaganda by the legacy media. So, I would rather be in that cult. My cult. Freedom Convoy cult. Now, to say if there was ever a revolution that there would be two sides opposing each other, I don't believe that would ever happen. Because like I said, you have people that will protest for 3 weeks straight like warriors, beating drums, hanging out, being legends, being straight up stand-up people, and communicating, hanging out, straight up, just fucking fighting the man. You got those people versus the people who hide in their houses and think they're doing their part by wearing a 25-cent mask that does shit. So those are the two opposing sides. So a civil war, highly unlikely between two sides because one side's too scared to even leave their house. Now, would it be us against the government and their militarized police? That's what would happen because those people don't fight their own battles. They really don't. They virtue signal. They spend their whole life virtue signaling and thinking they live on some moral high ground with their false sense of moral superiority. Now, they love it when they see people who they disagree with subjected to police brutality. That is what we see in Ottawa. That's what we see these people do. Their cult is weak, but their government is also tyrannical, their current government. And they are willing to use militarized police to deal with people, and they applaud. These people applaud police brutality when it's against the people they disagree with. Until it happens to them, of course, which we've seen in Calgary a couple weekends ago before I was home. 4 weekends ago, I think it was. So the reason with the injunction in Calgary is because these protests, legally, peacefully, legit, like you could make the argument with not Ottawa, but with the border blockades that they were illegal, which I've heard definitions that they're not, but either way, they're border blockades, sure, they stopped trade, whatever. But Calgary was literally the definition of a legal protest under our civil liberties. They were marching down the streets, they were doing their thing once a weekend, and the Beltline residents hated it, so they started engaging in the Ottawa rhetoric that came out of Ottawa after the Freedom Convoy, and they started lashing out, fuck you, beat them, lynch them, And then all of a sudden when the police came out, they realized that those assholes, the counter-protesters who cheered in thunderous applause when we got beat in Ottawa, those people got beat. I watched it. I watched them get rammed with the pedal bikes of the police officers. I watched them throw them down. I watched them because they were blocking roadways. They were participating in so-called illegal blockades to stop the march down 17th Avenue. They were spitting on people. They were pushing people. They were throwing things at people. Engaging in what they claim us to have engaged in Ottawa. Absolute fucking delusion. Those people got rammed back by the police that weekend. The counter-protesters, that is. They got thrown around pretty aggressively. When they did, they took to social media to do what? To cry. Oh my God, the fucking police! We were just standing up against the protesters! Illegally. You were trying to prevent illegal protest with illegal blockades. Then you got beat. And you're surprised about that, but yet you supported the police beating us in Ottawa. How does it feel? And this is exactly what we were saying in Ottawa. It's all fun and games when it's someone you disagree with, but when it comes your way, get ready, because there is a rise of authoritarianism in this country. And if you can't see that, have fun on the wrong side of history. Have fun being delusional, and have fun, literally have fun, just buying into straight up fucking propaganda. You don't believe that there's propaganda being spun in this country? You need to kick rocks, bud. There's all the paper trail showing it. I mean, what more proof do you need when Jean Charest is on CTV, and CTV's been going a little more back towards the conservative side now, because I think the CTV at least acknowledges that as soon as the Liberal government is out, their jig is up. So if they want to keep a job, they better start, and they will keep a job. They will. But their financial incentive is running thin. It will be. They know this. So they're starting to maybe talk a little more, and maybe, I've seen Evan sticking up for Pierre a bit more lately. So it's good to see, even though the shit they've pushed the last few years is egregious at the least. That is what we're seeing. And here's the proof. You see Jean Charest come on to, literally, you see Jean Charest come on to CTV, and they let him run his mouth. They haven't had Pierre on yet. I expect Pierre to be on there soon. But you see a lot of these guys, they're only running one story, and you're like, oh, and they'll say, we honestly reported. Yeah, you honestly reported from one side of the fence to push a narrative. That's all you did. That's all you did. You literally did. If you're not sharing both sides, you're deceiving people. You're pushing one story, just like you do to the Freedom Convoy, the most egregious thing I've ever seen the media do in my time as a human in this country. Think about it. Literally. Pierre sat quiet with a mask for 2 years, useless to requirement. Pierre called a lot of that shit out. I'll give him that. There's only so much you can do when your Liberal government has power. The best thing that could have happened was Trudeau did not get a majority government again. Until now, he technically hasn't a majority with the NDP on board of them. But, I don't know. It's like, for the Freedom Convoy, they were just showing all of the fucking literal residents in Ottawa who disagreed with the Freedom Convoy. I can't sleep. Fuck, I'm scared to go outside. My life is in shambles. I'm so sad and scared because I watched your garbage network for fucking 3 weeks straight that told me that these guys were racist and insurrectionists instead of walking out to the streets myself and seeing it. Those are the people they reported on. Me, personally, Tanner O'Crane, in every single one of my live streams, I met Ottawa residents who lived in all the buildings around. What did they all say? Oh man, I love the horns. They help me sleep. I love the sound of horns is the sound of freedom. The sound of the cavalry is here, they would say. I love it. Finally, someone's standing up for our civil liberties. I can sleep at night knowing those people are out there in front of Parliament with a fucking giant middle finger up to the communist piece of shits who are trying to destroy our country. But of course, we never heard any of those people's stories from the CBC, CTV, Global News, or even City News. Which City News, absolute garbage. Same thing. I always thought City News maybe was a little more or less biased until I seen their reporting in Ottawa, and I was like, wow, look at that. Sweet, man. Right on. So, yeah, a lot of Ottawa residents, a lot of them that were down there. Actually, most people I met who were walking on jerry cans were residents from the Ottawa area, and a lot of them from the downtown core. But we only heard about the assholes. Hey, fucking Freedom Convoy, those guys are dickheads, man. And anyone who's new in here, we didn't make it to the Pierre Poilievre Meet and Greet tonight because my truck broke down and the weather went to shit, and we're just hanging out in the shop. But yeah, Ottawa people were everywhere, and we just seen one-sided biased reporting, manipulation tactics. So, when you literally see two stories, Freedom Convoy, it's not tall enough. Okay, I'll put the blades over for one more round. Freedom Convoy, government side of you, okay? The grassroots Canadians, Liberal government. Here's the media, right here in the middle. What's the media doing? They're over here. They're telling this story. They're over here telling this story. They're not coming over here and interviewing truckers and telling their stories that they did. It was like really like specific tactics to make them look stupid, and like they interviewed like the people and they'd cut segments out. We all very much seen that. One of my interviews had that done to it. They tried, but I told them no bullshit. I actually called them out right in the spot. I said, don't fucking turn my shit. Because they tried to call me a white supremacist. I'll get into that. Anyways, we got them reporting on these guys over here and their vision on the convoy. We'll talk about how it was a racist, insurrectionist, Nazi flag, Terry Fox, War Memorial. 300,000 people there this weekend, but we're going to focus on the one dumb bitch that danced on the tomb of the unknown soldier. Okay. But we're not going to talk about over here where they put vets on guard to protect that memorial, and they put and they took the fences down, which were actually a huge, real disrespect to the monument and not allowing the vets to pay their tribute to it. But we're not going to talk about how they dressed that thing with flowers and took care of it. We're not going to talk about how these guys came over here and cleaned up the Terry Fox Memorial and put flowers around and had a guy on guard all the time for that as well. We're not going to talk about that. We're not going to talk about the guys who chased down the Nazi actor with the Nazi flag and tried to run him out of the city. We're not going to talk about them. We're only going to talk about this. So now what do we believe if they only want to talk about this and not the things that we see in Ottawa in my personal live streams? What are we going to do? What's that going to mean? That's going to mean they're trying to push a narrative. That doesn't mean they're going to push some bullshit. To say the Freedom Convoy was racist, delusional. Anyone who believes that, fucking delusional. Absolutely next level retarded. If that's what you believe, I highly doubt you step foot near that thing or watched anything other than straight up propaganda through the whole thing. Also, if you think that when there's 300,000 people in a city on a weekend for one of the largest protests, if not the largest protest in Canadian history, then I can't go back and read comments. I'm on a rant. So if you think that within 300,000 people, one person going and hanging a flag on a Terry Fox Memorial deserves full-blown media coverage from 10 different outlets talking about how these guys are idiots and they need to leave the city and their voice no longer matters, congratulations. You support the inside tearing down of democracy. You do not want to hear their voices? Dude, have you never seen these people, have you seen previous protests in Canadian history? They don't turn out like this. It's actually amazing. And the stats show, we will see over the years, we will finally see people finally admitting, they're like, wow, that's insane to have 250,000 or more people in a city at any given time and not a single person got fucked up, not a single thing got broke, no statues were torn down, nothing was lit on fire, and of course a lot of these psychopaths want to use that one guy who went and burnt down or tried to burn down that building with all those people in it during the Freedom Convoy. Just found out the other day what we all told y'all. That guy had nothing to do with the Freedom Convoy. He was a shit disturber trying to get us to look bad. And it's been proven now. But yet they'll never admit when they were wrong. They'll never admit. But that is. Ottawa, if people had half the balls people had in Ottawa in this country, if people had half the fucking balls that those people had, and that good grassroots Canadian core, man, seriously, this country would not be going where it's going right now. And I seriously cannot believe, I cannot believe that people literally think that wasn't what it was, that they don't understand what that was. I can't believe that people think that was racist. I can't believe people think that was anything, like literally in my streams, Indigenous people, Black people, Asian people, there is Muslims, like, fuck you if you think that's racist. Fuck you, dude. Seriously, fuck you. If anyone's listening in this chat right now that thinks that, you have bought into a fucking lie and you do not see the decline of the democracy in this country. And the fact that people are getting literally silenced when they speak out, but now obviously we're onto it. We have our cult now, so we got you. We got you. We're coming. We're coming. We're fucking coming. It's coming. I cannot wait. But that's where we're at. That's where we're at in this country. That's where it's going. Boom! Veteran, how many accounts do you bounce between, John? But yeah, Canada, the truckers were the spark that lit the flame of this rebellion, of this insurrection, of this revolution. And that flame lit the whole fucking world on fire. And now these fuckers, they got minimal time to push their shit. They're running out of time. Thanks, Canadian Spider-Man. For every one of you in Ottawa, 10 of us wanted to go. 100%. So this is why when Trudeau bought into this bullshit, this is when anybody with half a brain should have caught on to what a bullshitter is. And anyone that didn't, they don't have half a brain. This is the moment. When he said specifically, he said, I've met with, we meet with groups all the time. We meet with Freedom Convoy. We met with groups, Black Lives Matter, for example. We meet with groups who line up with our goals as a liberal government. It's like, oh, so what you're literally saying, in the nicest way you can, so the idiots buy it, is anyone who doesn't agree with you, in a democracy, remember, in our Canadian democracy, anybody who doesn't agree with you, you're not going to have a chat with them. They don't agree with how you're running the country, you can't have a chat with them. Why? You fucking liar. You traitor to our country. And people will buy it because these guys put on a smile. Trudeau's a drama teacher, man. You know how many people he can buy? People are pretty complacent. They don't care. They'll just buy into anything. They'll buy into anything. They'll buy it. It's like you're sitting around the bar one night and you got some asshole sitting there telling his story, like some fuckboy with some shitty haircut, telling his story to people how sick he is. And I just dropped $100 on the slots. I'll pay you $50 to kick in the door of that Lamborghini. People will be like, yeah, that guy's cool because he has the loudest voice, you know? Trust me, I have a loud voice. I know what it's like to draw a crowd sometimes. But, yeah, people will buy into shit. So when Trudeau's sitting there as a drama teacher, participating in theater, and he puts a smile on and he says things, if you really break down what he's saying, instead of just taking it for its face value, if you break down what he's saying, he's fucked. He's evil. He's crazy. He's an ex-drama teacher. He participates in liberal theater. He loves theater. He loves acting. He loves taking dramatic pauses in the things he says. You know who else was an actor? Do you know who else? Hitler. Hitler loved acting. No one actually knew his real voice. Hitler was an actor. He was an actor, and he was a liar, and he just stood up in front of people and just got them going. That's what he did. You know? And, you know, even Bill Maher, a classic liberal, Bill Maher, through this whole thing, was kind of like, yeah, you know, he's here and there. He's kind of making fun of some anti-vaxxers for a bit. But Zelensky's an actor too, yeah. Vladimir's he is an actor. He was a president. So stupid. So, you know, like, this thing with this guy being a drama teacher, like, it's insane, like, to think that guy, to watch his speeches and stuff, it's like, dude, fucking give it up. I don't know if anyone believes it anymore. I don't really hear anyone lashing out anymore. Like, you hear the odd dumb person in a comment section, but comment sections are really irrelevant when I'm like YouTube videos, the drop down comment sections. It's like, you don't really see it anymore. The world's getting overrun by people who've woken up. You know how I know this actually? You know how I know this is going in our favor? I've had 5 or 6 people who thought I was the biggest idiot, and I thought I'd never talk to them again, actually reach out to me and be like, dude, those videos you're making are bangers, and what you're doing, I agree with it. Go get them. 5 or 6 people, I can't remember exactly. They came out and they said that to me. I was like, whoa, I never thought I'd hear from these people again. And they did that. So there are people that they're waking up. But I don't know, like James Topp made a good point when I was chatting with him about waking up. He's like, I don't like to say waking up. Like, I believe people are very intelligent. Because waking up, when you say wake up, it can insinuate, which it usually does. We think we're better than these people. And, you know, we're participating in this divisive rhetoric from our prime minister that he wants us to participate in. We'll divide and conquer. But, you know, to say, James said he doesn't like when people say, he doesn't like when people say wake up, because then it insinuates that we're smarter than them, which there are very many smart people. I know very intelligent people that have bought into this thing. I don't know what other term, and James never clarified another term we would use, but I kind of think of that every time I say wake up, because it is kind of divisive rhetoric, but it depends on how you say it and how you mean it. Me personally, when I say wake up, I'm like, wake up, you idiot. I'm like, fuck, are you dumb, you know? Hey, Dylan, mind if I smoke? Boom. Because even if you look at when the Quarantine Act came in over 2 years ago now, when you see the Quarantine Act came in, it was very much questioned by even legacy media. Like CBC was like, well, we got to be careful. Like, democracy's not under threat. And people were actually having a conversation. But we can't let them get carried away with this like they are going to do or have been doing in other countries. So, sure enough, the risk outweighed the reward. And these guys abuse the living fuck out of us. They abuse the living fuck out of us, and there's people that literally can't see it. It's insane. They abused us. They destroyed us. They literally went from 2 weeks, and this is why people are like, oh no, it just happened that way because they tried to control it all. It's like, no, they went from 2 weeks to flatten the curve to over 2 years of destroying lives and ignoring Canadians and not having this chat that this prime minister always claims to want to have with people. You've destroyed lives. You made them get jabbed to keep their jobs. That's insane that it got that dark. But we lived through it in the moment. We were like, oh, this is crazy. We were mad. We were frustrated. But now that you look back on it, it's actually darker than even I realized then. I knew it was bullshit. And I was always mad about it. For 2 years, I talked about it. I hated it. I thought it was such a bullshit thing going down such a dark path. But now in hindsight, when you look at it, it's like, man, that's fucking dark. That is so dark. That is so evil. That is so fucking wrong. It is so wrong to literally make fun of people and push them into a corner because your shoe doesn't fit theirs. Hey, get it. Get the jab. Just do it, man. Just get it, dude. The knife. You get it, man. Just do it. Do it. We all need to get it. Science. Science said. The science says so. Do it. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Seriously. Get out of my life. Get away from my family. Get away from my friends. Stay in your own hole. Don't ever you tell me to do anything again. That is not how this country works. And if you want to use the argument that, it's about, it's like, when does your personal decisions and freedom, outweigh the medical, health of others and this and that? It's like, when should we be able to force people, because they literally are just too stupid and they won't get the jab. So we got to force them because it's for the betterment of society. I'm sorry, but that's called fucking tyranny. That's called a dark road to go down. You never give your government that much power, no matter how many people are dying. That is, and the fact that you're only using very short-term data to try to destroy lives, not try to destroy lives intentionally, but you're using very short-term data from companies who have literally been involved in many lawsuits, who do not know everything, who literally only know the statistics they have in the moment. You're using short-term data from a company who is profiting with politicians who are profiting to try to fit everyone else into a box and destroy their lives. You are using very limited bullshit data to try to manipulate all other people and to let these assholes away with it. Sorry, I never bought into it and I never will. Nope, sorry. You can think you're smarter than me. You can think you've got something figured out, but guess what? That shit was all bullshit. All that complete fucking bullshit. You're using short-term bullshit data from many companies who have had the biggest lawsuits ever launched against them. You're using those guys' advice to dictate the health of all others while simultaneously not even considering mental health of people, suicide rates, alcoholism, drug abuse, spousal abuse. Need I go on? And they use all these words against us, these big flashy words, running their mouths about how we're anti-vax. Should we be tolerated? Don't let these assholes on a plane with us. They should be gassed. I've heard people say that. Well, they should just die. Fuck them. You, really, you think that? You want to use those words against us? Then I'll use the words against you. You, as a pro-whatever the fuck you are, you're also pro-suicide rate. You're pro-suicide. You don't care if people die. You really don't, because your false sense of moral superiority and your false narrative that we're all in this together and that, if it just saves one life, your false, egotistically driven ideology that is literally only backed by your comfort of moral superiority, it's insane. It's insane. And you think that we will ever listen to you. I will tell you right now, the smartest people did stand up in the beginning of this and said, you know what? No, fuck you. You're not telling me what to do. We are the data. Whose teeth? We're not. And from the beginning, the smartest people did. And I'm not saying people are dumb. I'm saying the people who literally just are independent and they understand and they care about what's going on and they really have a deeper sense of thought into things, they didn't buy into it. They didn't. Because, honestly, there is things to think about. And you know what? When you say, oh no, we need to do this, it's like, no, bullshit. And even when we were saying, the long-term data, they're like, the science is proven. Bullshit. The lies they told you at that moment had you convinced because you did no other research, you did no other thought other than what your liberal government and the CBC and those propaganda spinning assholes were telling you. And the funny part about this all, actually not funny at all, actually quite disgusting, that those same people you listen to, you actually had no idea, and a lot of these people still have no idea, that they have been financially incentivized on an insane, historical, unprecedented level to spin bullshit, to favor the whole misinformation campaign. When have you ever seen in history someone push that hard to lock you in your house, wear a mask, and do as you're told. Fuck you. Fuck you for buying into that shit, and fuck you for trying to force us all to do it. And you know what? If you came back to the side of reality, I congratulate you and I welcome you with open arms. If you are I almost said it. I said, still getting fucking hit by YouTube. If you got it, great, sure. You know, there's a lot of data that shows so far that, you know, a lot of people were fine. It's great. But if you want to think that you can throw your shoe on everybody else because you did it, and you're going to push that and you're going to call those people names, get lost. Go somewhere else. Go to China. Get out of here. You know? These people are, you know, and the craziest part was with these people when they're just like, we're printing off money like crazy. No one wants to answer where the money's coming from. They're calling everything conspiracies. They're calling everything misinformation. It's like, oh my God. Oh my, you know when people are calling things conspiracy theories? And they literally just, they just call it that just for fun. It's insane. It's insanity. It's really just crazy. Really just crazy. I remember in the beginning of this, we're like, dude, this is going to be like a 4-shot, 5-shot, 6-shot thing. Who knows? And it's definitely they're going to have passports. In the beginning, when people were talking about passports, who's saying who's privileged? It's so funny. Once again, someone probably bringing race into something that has nothing to do with race. That's hilarious. Anyways, literally, the idea in the beginning, when people were saying that this would lead to a passport system where you wouldn't even be able to participate in regular society, oh my God. I remember thinking that was insane myself. I'm like, calm down. We're getting a little carried away with the conspiracy theories. I said that myself. Then I watched these things unfold, and I was like, and this is why I know what it's like to have your head buried in the sand. This is why I know, because I was in the beginning. I was making fun of it. I was down in Mexico. My flight got canceled. I got stuck in Mexico and they locked down the world. I was making all fun of all this whole thing. It was all funny shit. I was like, fuck you. Another thing, 2012, the world's ending again. And then it got pretty crazy. And I was like, I'm like, okay, I want to stay out of it. Let's put my head in the sand. Let's ignore what's going on, right? Let's ignore it's going on and it's going on. Oh, look, it's Bella. Let's ignore that it's going on and let's not talk about, you know, whatever. Let's just get it out of here, right? Whitney's back. Come here, bring Bella, come here. Come here, here. Come here.
Chair?
Yeah, in the other room. What? Oh, yeah, put you here.
You're rude to my dog.
So, in the beginning, I thought it was easier just to literally not have any opinion on it, just stay out of it. Oh, it's easier, just like everyone else. It's easier to stay out of it, not have an opinion, or to do your own research and to see, to do your own independent, have your own independent thoughts of why this is probably going down a dark road. You know, a lot of things like that. He's a little chonkers. Oh, it's so nice. She's on my lap. She's still a lap dog. What rate have you actually lost? Let's talk about that. I love that one. What rates have you lost? I love that one. God damn. So I think it's section 4. Don't quote me on this. It's one of the sections. I think it's section 4. Just the fact that Brian Peckford is suing should be enough for you. But the idea that under section 4, the limiting of mobility of Canadians is completely against the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. To limit a Canadian from leaving or entering their country is illegal. And it doesn't matter about your fucking Quarantine Act. That's bullshit. To segregate people from society where they can't even participate in basic daily things, like going out to a restaurant, having a business meeting, that is literally a right infringed upon. The idea that you cannot even keep your job and you will get fired because of your choice of medical status, that is insane. You can't visit your dying dad. You can't be with your family when they die. Dude, holy shit. What freedoms haven't we lost? You know, you literally, if I want to leave this country right now, I can't. I literally can't. I can't leave. I can't leave my own country. That is illegal. There's a reason Brian Peckford has taken this, yes, to the Supreme Court. Thank you for your donation. Maraj? Cool name. Thank you so much. But, you know, it's insane. Like, you can't leave your own country. You can't do anything. You can't travel around. People have had their jobs, their livelihoods destroyed. They've lost everything. I've met many people in Ottawa that literally will not allow people to keep their job if they don't get vaccinated, even though they've had these heart conditions. And they've been told by their doctor not to get it. Still lose your job. And fair enough. Fair enough. USA will not let you in. It is a USA thing. They won't let you in. Canada will technically let you back in. but they have blocked off every access to an ability to leave the country. That, in a sense, is preventing you from leaving your country by completely destroying our ability to leave the country by putting all these policies in place. That has given us no exit out of the country. So technically, you can say, well, you know, it's the U.S. that won't let you in, you know. It's insane. And, you know, just for example, in Quebec, they wouldn't let them go get groceries for a long time in a store bigger than 1,500 square feet. They lock you inside, tell you you can't leave your house without a $3,500 fine. You can't have more than 5 people in your house. Prize Racing, explain that to me. You can't have 5 people in your house or you get fined $3,500 at Christmas time. Your neighbors are incentivized to rat on you. That you don't think that's an infringement on your freedoms and your civil liberties? Really? You're living in a fucking clown world if you don't believe, if you believe that no rights were infringed upon through this whole thing. It's fucking insane. The fact that people have to get a shot, just the fact that people, the government had to put policies in place for companies to not get sued out the ass when they fired their employees illegally for their choice of vaccination status. That should tell you enough. You have a choice to get vaccinated. No, you don't. That's not a choice. It's not. See, there's another crazy person. These people are crazy, man. You have a choice. You call that a choice. You will lose your job, your livelihood, if you don't get the vaccine. So, for an example, this is one of the people I've met. You have a heart condition. Your doctor tells you not to get it. You work in a mine. It's basically a quarantine job. You don't see anybody all day. But then you lose your job if you don't get it. There's a lot of jobs that will not hire you. It's not as simple to go get another job, especially when there's so many job shortages. You're trying to justify insanity, is what you're trying to do. But we're obviously not going to agree on this, clearly. Get my pupper over there? So stupid. I can't believe it. But yeah, Aunt Sue, thank you, Aunt Sue. Show me the data. I am jabbed, injured, and the data. I lost my freedom of mobility. Prize Racing, once again. It's, you know, you can call everyone snowflakes all you want, but that's your choice, your freedom of speech. You do as you see fit. But everything, I mean, to deny all of these things that are going to court, the people who have stood up, the people who acknowledge things, it's to deny that that's going on in this country has gone to a level of complete government overreach. I just really, I can't help but think that that person is really just not intelligent, just not all there. It's just not. Oh my God. Actually, there's a lot that already have been fruitful that have passed through, and the fines have gotten dropped. And there has been a lot of people who have had to back into corners because they are getting sued. It's coming. Trust me, it's coming. You wait, it's coming. These things take years. It's not like it happens overnight. You literally can't infringe on people's civil liberties and destroy their livelihoods with completely crazy policies that do not exist. They're insane. The things that have been passed, the Prime Minister that's in power right now, it's crazy. Box Viper and the Cobra. Hot box? Yeah, don't prevent. Oh my God. It's so hilarious that this, people still believe that, there's no long-term data on this shit. And they seem to sit there and tell you all the time about how, you need to do this. The scientists said this. They said that. It's like, there is no long-term data. There is no proof of what could happen to these people in the long term. And we're starting to see repercussions of this. We're starting to see a lot of things that have been happening that, people are backing off. The rhetoric's dying down now from these people. Why? Because it turns out they were wrong. And, things are not going their way. It is what it is, but, we tried the best we could to warn people and wake them up to these realities, but they wanted to live in their shells, and fair enough. We know what's going on. We know where this has gone, where it's going, and this is why we fight. This is why we stand up, and we do not accept a world of, forcing people to take a medical procedure because of some crazy government policy. We're not okay with that. We're not. We won't be. Fuck it. Fuck you. Fuck your shit. Awaken with JP is legendary. Yeah, but someone like Prize Racing right now is doing that Vax comparison to I think this person might not even believe what they're saying because it's so crazy and like really trolly, but like getting vaxxed to go to school, like that's not even comparable to shutting down a whole country, destroying the economy, destroying livelihoods, increasing suicide rates. That's not even comparable to the vaccinations we needed in school. And personally, I never needed a vaccine for school, not once, never had one. Well, I chose to take one in, I believe it was grade 9, at my choice. That was my choice. My mom's like, I don't think you should get it. My dad said it. My mom was like, whatever. And I'm like, sure, I'll just do it. Because every other kid was doing it. I bought into the sheep shit. And I regret that, but yeah. And yeah, a lot of those vaccines, they had, time behind them. They weren't developed in 1 year under some greedy corporation who's been sued many times. You know what the thing is with like these scientists and these doctors? You ever notice when you go to a doctor and a doctor says to you, you ever notice when you go to a doctor says, get a second opinion? You ever notice that? You know why? Because they don't know everything. It's an opinion. That's what a lot of these health procedures are. They're opinions with the current data that they have. You know how many years we were told chocolate was good, chocolate's bad? This is not fucking rocket science. It's called being a critical, independent thinker who does not believe the first thing you're fucking told. For example, you go sit down in a doctor's office. What do they do? What do they do? You got depression. You're sad. What do they do? Here's happy pills. Hopefully you don't off yourself. We know there's alternative real treatments that'll actually help people, but instead we subscribe them a medicine that's been proven not to work. So the doctors and these professionals, they're just opinion pieces, guys. They're like anything. It's an opinion piece. Eat more chocolate. Fuck yeah. Opinion pieces, just like mine is right here. You can choose to believe me or not believe me. My personal choice. It's led me to my personal greatness, my own enjoyment of life. I've never really, I don't regret not taking it, but I mean, if I took it, maybe I would regret it. I don't know. I actually, it's more about the principle for me. Standing up to this overreach. That's what it is for me. I personally at one point was actually thinking about taking it just to laugh at people. I'm like, oh, I told you, I'm not an anti. I was gonna do like a troll thing and like it would have been really dumb. But personally, I don't think I would have been affected by it. I wasn't personally worried about that. I know many people have taken it. The thing is, it's principle. Fuck you. I work from home. I actually had a choice because I'm self-employed. That's a real choice. That's actually a choice. Like, I work from home. I had a choice to not take it. Other people, they're forced to take it or they will lose their job. Well, they had a choice, so they didn't take it. So it's insanity. That's forcing someone to do something that was not in their employment policy when they signed up for their job. There was nothing within their contract, their employment contract, that said, hey, if 2 years down the road there's a pandemic, we need you to take a jab that was developed in 1 year's time with no long-term data. You need to take it or we're going to fire you. You consent to that, correct? No one ever did that. Complete lies, complete bullshit. Complete bullshit. Yeah, why poison yourself? There's no point. You don't need it. You're healthy. You feel good. Whatever. And maybe not. Once again, long-term data, we don't know. Anyone who claims to know the long-term data is full of shit because there is no long-term data. I met all the criteria through the CDC. So do many other things Pfizer has passed before and pushed before that they got sued for. Once again, opinions. They're like assholes. Everyone has one. You can take mine or you can leave it. It is what it is. Turdo. Jug meat. It's funny because you want to say jag meat, but it's actually jug meat. But then again, who wants to pronounce that asshole's name properly? Just call him jug meat or jagged meat. Yeah, and like, why else would you need to silence other people from speaking out? Oh, it's dangerous misinformation. Man, look at the world around you. There's a lot of dangerous misinformation where humans are supposed to be able to create our own opinions and do what's best for us, especially in a democracy. Now, to have other people literally make that decision for you and push something so hard, that's a bit suspicious, don't you think? Don't you think? Especially when they openly talk about, and sure, we'll go down the conspiracy theory route here. More of a conspiracy than a theory, but let's talk about how they openly talk about the population issues that we face by 2050 if we do not get things under control, and the supply chain issues, things like that. If there was a reason to want to control population, maybe that is one of them, and we don't have the long-term data. So now you can say, oh, you idiot, in your conspiracy theory, but it doesn't matter. The thing is, things have happened in history that people were called conspiracy theorists for many times because they had a concern. And people wish they would have listened to those people or at least had a conversation about it instead of writing them off as an idiot because of their concerns. You don't know what happens tomorrow. You don't know what's in play. And people get mad, oh, don't compare this to Nazis. No one's comparing this to people getting gassed. People are comparing this to government overreach and where it leads. How dangerous it can be when the leader of your country participates in divisive rhetoric to try to intentionally divide people to hate each other. There's people on high scales of political commentary, like guys like Bill Maher, who are actually left-wing guys, who have talked about how, Trudeau is starting to sound an awful lot like Hitler. Thank you, Aunt Sue. Right therapy is helping to strip the jab. Thank you. But yeah, so, we talk about that kind of shit, with like people not knowing in the time, like right now, we don't know what's upon us. We don't know what sinister nature's upon us. And to deny that that's a possibility, that they're trying to do something crazy to us, is insane. Look what they're doing to the people in China right now. They're killing people's dogs. Look what's happening in Shanghai right now. It's insane. All this blind loyalty and all this bullshit has been straight up it's directly related to the people who have just pledged their blind allegiance to this shit. The facts of vax injuries and deaths are not conspiracies. They're admitted by Pfizer. Yes, there's a reason Pfizer wanted to hide the documents for 70 years. Prize racing. So you'd rather get a viral bioweapon developed in a lab in China versus vaccine developed by the brightest minds? So, I don't even understand what you're saying. That's the brightest minds. Like, you're talking about Pfizer. Like, you are a troll. You're not, like, you're just joking around. I don't even take anything you say seriously anymore. It's so stupid. Like, it's the brightest minds. Oh my god. Stop trolling me. It's so insane. Oh my god. Facepalm. Yeah, that's right. Facepalm. Yeah, that's a troll. That's not a real person. It's either a Russian troll farm or it's someone who's just intentionally on here to get me riled up. It's not a real person. Or if it is a real person, it's... Oh god. Nervous laugh. See? Trolling. See, like, I'll block actual trolls, but, like, I won't block you. I'll let you say your shit in here. It's funny. People's Convoy. Sup, tire roasters? Just in the garage, not working on my car. 2020's new troll? Who's 2020? Okay, I've noticed specifically when I get onto the onto the truth speaking in here and I start going on about this shit and I start talking about the actual concerns of society right now, I notice that a lot of people come into here and start trolling. It's almost like the algorithm specifically trigger bringing these people into the chats. Because it never happens. When I'm just on like a regular live stream, I'm just like maybe like lightly talking about things. It's when I go on the passionate rants and I start speaking the hashtag facts. And then, yeah, you know. Lawrence, you're right. Some people can't handle the truth. They just completely ignore it. But like I said, I mean, that one guy, I don't think he actually believes that shit. Like, it's not... I want to see this other, Hey, K-Dog. Yeah, you're late. We're like over 2 hours into this thing, I think. Adam Fosse, this guy's on Dexies, but it's all good. What are Dexies? Okay. Oh, speaking of Greta, did you know Greta actually didn't take a plane to her conference in America? She actually sailed from Europe to America. Might want to hate on that crazy broad, but you know what? You have respect where respect is due. And if she really sailed, I'll give her that. Well, these other environmentalist extremists are like flying around on private jets. I'll give credit where credit's due. That's the thing. Like, you got to acknowledge, like for example, when we talk about, like CTV and shit. Like, I will acknowledge. That's my 03 Cobra. I will acknowledge that. I don't know. Was it with a motor? If it was, fuck her. I thought she actually sailed. How dare you? So where was I with this? Oh yeah, so I'll give credit where it's due. Like, a lot of people, this is what I don't like. I seen CTV cover a good piece during the Freedom Convoy. I was like, CTV actually had a good piece on. And everyone around me was like, fuck you, man, fuck CTV. I'm like, yeah, no, fuck CTV. Like, they're directly responsible for a lot of the bullshit, but I will give credit where credit's due. And if they're going to be around for a while, which we're not getting rid of them anytime soon. If anything, the CBC will get defunded if Pierre gets in, which he says. If he actually does it, is another thing. But we'll see the CBC disappear, hopefully. or at least lose their government funding and maybe find another way to sponsor themselves. But as far as CTV goes, I give them credit where credit's due. They're going to be around a while, so if they reported an honest story, I'm like, hey, they reported an honest story. Then you get these really crazy toxic people who are so almost too extreme. Like, man, don't say anything nice about those guys. It's like, I'm going to say they covered an honest story when they covered an honest story. I'm not going to, if I don't, then I'm also participating in pushing lies or trying to hide certain truths, which would make me just as guilty as them. And the comments are all gone. What percentage of Albertans do you think will ignore any new mask mandates? Most rural people. I've noticed a big difference between... So my parents live in Manitoba. I live in Alberta. I've lived in Manitoba for the better part of 10 years. And I've noticed that a lot of people in rural Alberta are much more likely to be like, get banned. People in Manitoba in rural areas are more likely to wear their masks. I noticed when I went home and I would walk into a place with my friends, they'd be like, I can't believe you're not wearing I'm like, that good for you, man. I'm like, take that fucking thing off. Then I'd get my friends to come into a store with me and not do it, and it would build huge confidence, and they said like it felt great to do it, so that was cool. But here, like, more specifically the rural area I live in, like, this area is like cowboy country. Like, it is the heart and culture of Western Canadian cowboy culture. So it is literally the center of that around Foothills County and all that. So people are like, fuck you, you know, they didn't do it, and no one even asked you in the stores around here. The odd smaller store would, but none of us really ever did it. You know, and same with Okotoks. Now you go into the city, you go into Calgary, a lot of people were doing it, and it's so disturbing, man, when someone looks at you wearing one of those things and they think you're an idiot and they're wearing that. It's like they're looking at you and giving you a dirty look. It's like, can't you see it in your face? Like, I remember watching these two assholes yelling at each other in a Tim Hortons. I'm not even kidding. I was watching these people stand across from each other, like the woman at the till, mask on, and she had like this really tight mask on her face, and the other guy with a giant beard with a mask over his beard and his beard hanging out. Absolutely retarded. I remember them standing there with their tight masks on their face. I'd like a turkey bacon club. She's like, what? He's like, oh, turkey bacon club. She's like, what? And they did this like back and forth. I'm like, I looked at everyone else in the store, and they were like, especially the one other guy without a mask was looking at me, and we're just like, these people are literally like, they're fucked. Like, they're gone. They're gone, man. They're gone. You know, if there's a virus coming, hopefully it takes them out, because Jesus, these people are just so absolutely unbearable. They're unbearable humans to just yelling through their mask. It's like, you literally, like, you can put your mask on, get the right fitting mask, get a good one. But when you're putting one of those stretched pieces of shit on your face and you're acting like some virtue signaling hero through your false delusional sense of superiority, and you're walking around with that stupid fucking 25-cent piece of shit on your face thinking it does anything, good. Just keep your opinion away from me. I just have no use for it. I have no use for it. Like, it's the most like dehumanizing thing, the most embarrassing thing when someone's like, you're superior. It's like, okay, stop. You're spraying shit all over your own face. You're making yourself sick. You're adjusting your mask constantly after touching the cash register. Like, just fucking get out of my face. I'll gladly not be in your store. I will gladly leave this shithole. I will gladly just fuck right off. I'm so happy I moved out of Calgary too. I used to live around a lot of these crazy fucking neighbors who just always started shit with me. People can wear a mask. Fucking right, it's their choice. Fucking right, they can wear a mask. Just don't fucking lash out at me and make me subject to your stupidity. That's all. Don't come at me and tell me to wear a mask. That's what this whole thing's about. Do whatever you want. Get your vaccine. Wear your mask. Sure. Cool. Sweet. Do it. But watching two people literally scream at each other through masks with a piece of plastic between them and getting angry at each other is the epitome of stupid. I'm sorry, but if you think that is any level of intelligence, I suggest you take a look in the mirror and ask yourself the question, do I have half a brain? And you'll quickly realize that you don't if you think that is any level of normalcy, of any level of intelligence. It's the farthest thing from it. It's like, stop. Just stop. Don't talk to me, please. I don't like what you're saying. Oh, my goodness. Excuse me, sir? Where's your mask? Go fuck yourself. I don't really say that. I don't believe in really being aggressive towards people. Like, I talk a lot of shit in here, but I don't actually... I don't believe in actually telling people to fuck off as much as I want to. Something fucking just, you know. But, you know, when I walk into a place and you got this little peon coming up to you and like, sir, where's your mask? It's like, buddy, you use that tone again with me And I'm going to tell you all sorts of things about your mother. That's where I'm at with that stuff. And I'm not, like this one guy in Canada, he was in a Tim Hortons in Ontario I walked into. I walk into this Tim Hortons and I said, hey, sir, how are you today? Sir, wear your mask. I'm just like, I have a medical exemption. And which in Ontario, by the Ontario, these things are great. I love the risk. I'm just starting to love it. In Ontario, the law under the Human Rights Code is that anyone 5 and under does not have to wear a mask. Anyone not immunocompromised, sorry, with underlying, or what was that again? Anyone with exemptions, whatever the hell it was, they don't have to wear a mask. And the second rule underneath this exact same human code is that these same people, literally, if they don't have a mask, you cannot ask them legally for the mask. This was on every door in every business in Ontario. So when I said this to this guy, I have a medical exemption. He says, oh. And he knew. He went to quiet. I looked at him. You can tell it just like he went like this. I smiled at him too. I'm wearing a cowboy hat. I look like a legend. I looked at him. I said it in the nicest way possible. I said, I don't have one. And I smiled at him like this. And he was just like, you can tell it like hit him. Like he really just wanted to tell me to fuck off. He wanted to ask me for proof. He puts his head down. He looks around. And I'm pausing and I'm watching him. He sits up. He says, sir, I'm going to have to ask you to leave the store then. I'm like, really? I'm like, why? He said, well, it's just our policy. I'm like, bullshit. I said, I have a medical exemption. You're going to refuse me service. Like I'm a second-class citizen. And he says, well, sir, it's just our policy. I said, I bet it's just your policy. So I come around the plastic and I get right close to him. And I said to him, stand up for your fucking country and grow a spine. I turned around and I walked out, and everyone in the store's kind of looking at me. And this little old lady, I'll hold the door open for this little old lady, and she's like, "Oh my God, thank you." And we had this really funny, cool exchange between me and this little old lady, and she compliments my hat. And this guy had to watch that, eh? He had to watch me literally tell him what a little bitch he is. Then he watched this lady, this old lady have this reaction while I held this door open for this little old lady with her walker and shit. So funny, But yeah, keep enforcing that bullshit. I'll never buy into it. You can buy into it all you want. It's your choice. I won't buy into it. Not doing it. I do not, not wearing a mask disrespects others. Maybe that peon needs a job. Just doing his job, what's a peon? Okay, well, just doing your job is no excuse to push this stupidity forward, Reminds me of the, I'm just doing my job. It's like the cops in Ottawa. We're just doing our job. Your job's enforcing bullshit, tyranny. Your job's enforcing draconian-style lockdowns. Fining people $3,500 for having any more than 2 people from other households within their home at Christmas time. That's your job. You're just doing your job. Cool, man. You're a fucking disgrace to this country if that's what you call just doing your job. Stand up, grow a spine, Oh, God. Yeah, disrespect that guy doing his job. Disrespect him? That's not disrespect. That if you call that disrespect, God, you live in a soft world. That's a soft world. But, like I said, these people, I'm just doing my job. Yeah, doing your job. Dude, just doing my job, man. Just enforcing bullshit. How about you just don't? How about you just let people make their own decisions? How does that sound? And to really, really define, someone's entry into a store by their choice to wear a 25-cent mask. Oh, goodness. So delusional. So delusional. Too many snowflakes. Lawrence is pretty soft. He's getting really offended. Wants me to define peon. Peon's just a little, to me, a peon, I don't know if there's actually even a real definition for this word. For me, it's some little, wear your mask. It's just kind of like a really geeky person who just takes blind orders, has no sense of self-integrity or self-judgment on anything, just kind of does what just said the word, man. You just heard me say it. I just said it. That's my definition of it. Just some little wiener that just cries about everything and, you disrespected me. Grow a spine. How's that sound? It's a little guy with no power. I'm just doing my job, man. Like when the cops come. It's funny because my dad's been really good on this shit through the whole thing. He's been telling people to fuck off. My dad's a legend. He tells people to fuck off. He goes to the store. My dad's like 74. He's like, fuck your man. I'm not wearing your mask. I don't participate in this. So he walks into a store and, he walks into a store in their hometown, tells people to fuck off. They call the cops on him. The cops come to the house. They threaten to charge my dad $3,500. My dad's like, he's like, you're going to fine me $3,500 not wearing a mask. And they're like, well, we're just doing our job, sir. He's like, that's so delusional. What a stupid thing to say. I'm just doing my job. Say you're weak and you have no structure that you stand on or no spine. Without saying that you're weak, you have no structure you stand on and no spine. Just say it. Just say without saying it. That's pretty much what you're doing. I'm just doing my job. Yeah, your job is fucking delusional. You're delusional. You're weak. You stand up to nobody. That's why you fucking work at a bullshit job position where your manager fucking bosses you around and runs your life. You know? And even in that sense, you should be able to fucking stand up, but you know what? Fuck you. I know a lot of people, they lose their job for standing up, sure. But you know what? A lot of people have. All those truckers that put their trucks on the line in Ottawa, you know how much revenue those businesses lost just being there for 3 weeks? On minimum, I would guarantee you anywhere between $50,000 to $100,000 in revenue lost by not having one of those trucks there, at minimum. So a lot of these guys lost a lot to stand up and have a spine. And in this day and era, it is definitely what we need to start doing instead of just masking up for the safety of others. Or why don't we talk about alternative treatments? Why aren't we talking about all sorts of other things that we really need to consider throughout this? Well, you care about health so much through virtue signaling. It's through this false sense of moral superiority that your liberal government has given you. Oh, you're doing the right thing by wearing a mask on your profile picture. You know, you feel so good about health. It's all about health, but nothing else other than hospital ICU beds. We won't talk about mental health. God forbid. No way. We won't talk about the lack of vitamin D people get. We won't talk about, oh God, man, we won't talk about any of that. Should you have not understood the amount of virtue signaling and bullshit when people were walking around with those stupid stickers like they're fucking 4 years old in high school or in like preschool that says, my name's Karen and I just got my first COVID vaccination. It's like with a little star. It's like, really? Are you serious? Just a virtue signal like, fuck you, I did it. Just get yours. Just get it, pussy. Are you scared of a needle? It's like, that is one of the most delusional arguments I could ever heard for this whole thing. When people were like, oh, they're just scared of a needle. They're just scared of a needle. Dude, you're scared of a virus with like a 99.8 or 99.9% survival rate in most age groups. It ranges from 99.4 to 99.9 or something like that. But it's like you're saying we're scared of a needle, but you're scared of a virus with a very successful survival rate. And then you'll try to virtue signal throughout bullshit that you do it because you care about other people. You care about other people, really. If you cared about other people, you'd also care about their mental health. You'd also care about where this virus came from and what we should do to make sure it never happens again. But instead, you care about the thing that's easiest to do. Bury your fucking head in the sand, wear a diaper over your face, and hide from the scary things that are going on. That's literally it. That's all there is. That's it. That's all there is. That's all you're doing. That's all you're fucking doing. You're just literally, I care about other people. No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't care because you mock those people. You make fun of those people. You tell those people their choices are irrelevant and that those people's choice to remain unvaccinated versus getting vaccinated should not be their choice. You don't care about their freedoms. You don't care about what they want. You don't care about their families. You don't care about their Christmas time. You don't care about anything. You don't care about their mental health. You don't care about the rise in suicide rates. You don't care about the rise in alcoholism, drug abuse. You don't care about all the spousal abuse that's been going on. You don't care about any of that. You don't care about the alarming rates that are all around us. All you care about is this false sense of moral superiority by virtue signaling, by putting a picture of you wearing a mask on your Facebook profile, wearing a sticker that says your name's Karen and you got the fucking first jab, and just doing and bowing down as you always have done and always will do through your whole life. This is why you are weak. This is why you think that masking up saves lives, because you're fucking delusional. That is why. But that's just my opinion. Like I said, opinions are like assholes. Everybody has one, and that's just where I'm at. That's what I see. Personally, as a person who, personally through my life, when I was younger, the shit I went through, the things I've seen, the people I've seen trying to manipulate people, the abusers and stuff, I'm very much aware of what it takes to be independent and to succeed through independency. I understand that very much. Like I said, a 17-year-old bought my first house, found love, fucking bought, started a business, build race cars. I have all sorts of things that I've learned over the years, all through independency and not listening to other people. Because if I listen to those other people, they'd be like, man, don't do that. Don't do that. How many people told me not to do the things I do that I'm most proud of to this very day? Because they thought, because they were an educated person in the school system, that failed them, that they, for some reason, were more qualified to make decisions for me. Yeah, fuck you. Like you can have it. You can have your shot and you can have your little chin diaper that makes you feel secure. But just remember, every time you put that chin diaper on your face and you pull it out of your pocket and then you touch a cash register, you touch groceries, then you adjust it on your face, you're bringing your hands close to your nostrils, close to your eyes every single time, thus increasing your chance of actually putting the virus in your face versus not having that mask. You would never really put your hands to your face nearly as much. So everyone ignored that one too. No, that doesn't work. It's like, yeah, that's literally reality. It's what you do. You have a mask that you put on your dash. You put it all over the place. It's all over the place. Or you can be one of those assholes that literally has a box of masks and then you're contributing to all these masks flying around fucking dumps everywhere and on people's lawns and shit and choking turtles. But you know, so you can be one of those assholes that has a box of masks. You walk around the box of masks all the time. Sure, you got 10 of them. You're always changing them out. Once again, your hands are always by your face now. But you know, who cares, right? As long as you got that mask on, you're safe. You are safe with your false sense of delusional security. That's my opinion, though. You know, and you can wear it. Like I said, go ahead. Sure. Maybe it does help a little bit with grandma there, but I don't know. I bought one mask because I hate to admit this, but I had to go into this one place and, you know, I kind of bowed down like a pussy. You know when I really actually in the beginning, for the first while, I was like, sure, I'll do my part. 2 weeks flat in the curve, went to 6 months. I did my part for 6 months. I remember walking, how crazy people got. It got to the point where I said, you know what? I dug my fucking heels in. I was like, fuck you. I walked into a liquor store. I remember this very, very vividly. I walked into a liquor store in Revelstoke, BC while I was out there sledding. I walk in, I'm putting my mask on as I walk through the door. As I'm putting it on, the woman says, excuse me, sir. I looked at her, and she did this in front of like 10 people to embarrass me. Next time, you put your mask on outside of the store before you come in. I looked away. I'm like, fuck, am I going to let this bitch have it? So I went to the back, got my beer, came to the front, and I was standing just off the circle, and she says, sir, on the circle. And I said to her, do you get off on this shit? And there's literally like I said, there's like 10, 15 people in there. I was like, excuse me? I said, you get off on this shit? Get off on what? I said, telling people what to do and treating people like shit. I said, you like that? It makes you feel good? Do you go home and sleep at night with that? And she says, oh, excuse me, sir, I'm just doing my job. I said, yeah, just doing your fucking job. Oh, you had that the whole time. Just doing your fucking job, eh? I said, you know what? Fuck you, and I walked out. Fuck your liquor. I'll go to the liquor store down the street that isn't a complete communist piece of shit. So yeah, that's where I stand. That's good. That's where I stand on that. That's the moment when I said, fuck your masks. If these are the people who are going to treat you like this, and that's what people were getting like towards in every store. So now I just call these people out. I'm like, who the fuck do you think you're talking to? You think you're talking to some fucking idiot? You want to come, when I walk into a store and you want to talk to me like that? I'm going to fucking lash out at you and I'm going to make you feel like a retard. Sorry. I'm going to make you feel really stupid. Yo? How long?
Are you gonna come?
I think so.
Okay.
Okay, wear your mask. Yeah, so for heaven's sake, if you think for 1 second you're going to talk shit to me, I'm going to fucking lash out on you in one of the most embarrassing ways you've ever experienced. And I've done this many times. I'm not a bullshitter. I know some guys talk all this shit and like, I fucking tell that guy to go fuck himself. I actually do. But here's how my system works. This is how I keep myself in check and I don't blow up on people who are undeserving. I don't ever get riled up from people. Not very often. For me to actually lash out on someone and put them in their place, it takes a great deal of disrespect from them first for me to literally bewilder them and back them into a corner where they're almost fucking crying. And I will do it every fucking time. For example, one time, this guy comes up to me and he says, what was it again? I was flying a drone on a highway by this guy's field, not over his field, but on a highway, getting a video shot of this Mustang doing a burnout. This guy comes up, he says, get the fuck out of here with that drone. I said, go fuck yourself. No, I didn't say it. I think the old lady dealt with him first, and she said, yeah, this guy told us we got to fucking leave. Like, he swore at me, and I come back. I'm like, we're not fucking going anywhere. I'm like, and plus, like, if he had any concerns of me spying on his house, like, his house was literally I couldn't even see it in the lens. Like, this was way out on a highway, and this field he owned way from his house. Anyways, he comes up to me, he says, I thought I told you guys to fucking leave. And I turn around, and I look at him. I did a Justin Trudeau dramatic pause. I said, shut your fucking mouth, you disrespectful fuck. And he said, excuse me? I said, never had someone lip you off before, you fucking cunt? I said, get out of here. I said, leave me the fuck alone, you weirdo. And that's when you use the weirdo rhetoric. That gets people all fucking, I'm not a weirdo. You know, gets them all weirded out. I'm like, get the fuck out of my fucking face. You have no right telling me what to do here. Go fuck yourself. And he says, I'm going to kick your fucking ass. Starts walking towards me. I grab a crowbar out of the back of the truck. I said, come near me, you fucking cunt. I'll smash your teeth in. And he says, I'm calling the cops. I'm like, of course you will, because you're a pussy. I said, go call the cops. So he gets in his truck, and he says, I know some boys that are going to move you right quick. He said, the guys who are running this whole shit show down this road here, that are doing the construction, they're coming. I said, the construction workers who literally have the steamrollers a kilometer away? He's like, yeah. I said, they love my car and the burnouts I've been doing. They ain't coming to do shit. I said, you're a pussy. I said, call the cops. Did you think I haven't dealt with cops before? I said, buddy, if you knew my criminal record and the shit I've done, you would know what a fucking idiot you sound like right now. So he's calling the cops and putting all my shit away. I was leaving anyways. So I get in the truck and I pull up beside him. And this is the point. Like, I had him at the point where he was literally like shaking. He was like whimpering. And you know when you get guys and they think they come at you and they got all this strength? They never had anyone tell them to go fuck themselves before. And he comes up and his voice is like cracking. He's like, I'll get you out of here. I'm calling the cops and they'll arrest you. I'm like, listen, you're fucking breaking up, man. You were just a stand-up guy a minute ago, and now you're a complete whimpering pussy. I said, go fuck yourself. And he's like, oh, you fucking piece of shit, you'll see. And he gets in his truck, he's sitting there, and he's got this really nice red Hemi. I'm not going to lie, like, I like to rip on the Dodge guys, but he had this, like, if I were to buy this, a Dodge, it would be this one. He had a 2006 Dodge Ram 5.7, 1500 with the big chrome 20-inch wheels. It was a Coca-Cola red with the old man chrome package. Very nice truck. You know, usually those trucks are fucked, but this one was great. You know what I did? I pulled up beside him. I said, all right, buddy, I'm out of here. But I said, one last thing. He looks at me, and he actually paused and let me talk. I'm like, nice red Hemi, you fucking faggot. He's like, fuck you. And I just did this massive burnout and left. Now, these situations have happened to me many times where people think they're going to get off with telling me what to do, and I will put them into a pit of regret. I will not allow them to fucking speak to me that way. As soon as someone disrespects me, I truly, personally believe it is now full game to put them in their place and to belittle them and to fucking make them remember the next time they go to belittle someone that they just might get someone lashing out at them. That is me. That is me. That is who I am. That is what I will always do. Oh man, there's been so many of those. I'm trying to remember this one. Oh, there's that one time I had that guy. And usually it literally revolts to people specifically whimpering in their tone of voice. Because they come at you with all this energy, like, what the fuck are you doing here? And I'm just like, who the fuck are you? And then it's like, oh. Like, personally, I'm not a fighter. If the guy actually squared up with me, probably wouldn't stand a chance in a lot of scenarios. Maybe through rage, I don't know. I don't fight. I've never fought. I don't believe in physical violence. But when these cunts, they come at you like that and they say this shit, I'm just like, fair game. You're done, you know? I remember one time this one cop, I have a huge history with police fucking with me when I was younger. This is why I understand tyranny. I understood it from a young age. The cops in my hometown, they used to fuck with me all the time. They used to always fuck with me. So this cop come up to me in my hometown, and he did not like that one time I told him to go fuck himself because he accused us of something we didn't do. So he actually charged me with something I didn't do to get back at me and put me on a curfew for a year of my life and drag me through the court system. When that was over and he had pulled me over outside after 11 o'clock, I had to go, literally, as a 16-year-old boy, I had to go home by 9 o'clock every night and couldn't participate with my friends in the summer because of this fucking complete loser who I beat in court. But, of course, he was never held accountable. Now, this guy pulled me over after I got out of court and it was done with and I won against him, and he continued to harass me. And I said to my dad, I'd come home in tears. I said, Dad, this guy won't stop fucking me. And my dad's like, what? What's he saying? I'm like, this guy is literally pulling me over and telling me to go home and I shouldn't be on the streets. And if he sees me out again, he's going to give me trouble. My dad's like fuck, he's doing that. So my dad got in the truck with me. Me and my dad would go around, and I remember that cop pulling me over, and he comes up the window. What are you doing out, Mr. O'Crane? And my dad's like, what's the issue with him being out? There's nothing against it. There's nothing legal. What are you doing? My dad lashed out on him. And I watched my dad do that, which inspired me to now never put up with shit from assholes again. Same with my bullies. You know, I learned how to deal with all my bullies and put them in their fucking places. I learned how to do that very quickly. And now, those cops, I dealt with them in a very aggressive manner going forward. Every time they'd fuck with me, I would put them in their place. End of the day, I ended up beating them all in the court system. They all fucked with me for years, pulled my license for life over a couple driving offenses when I was a teenager, got my license back. It was a complete bullshit case, beat them all, and they fucking hated me for it. I had to leave town. It got so aggressive. It was so bad. So I remember one time this one cop comes up, and he tried to lie to me, and he tried to claim that he clocked me speeding. And I had him admit that he clocked me speeding in his Camry after a round of golf at the local golf course on his way out. Because I knew where he clocked me. I'd seen him in his car. And he calls me. He's like, Mr. O'Crane, you have to come down to the police station right now. I said, oh, really? I acted innocent. Because, you know, I'm extremely, you know, when it comes down to that kind of shit, I'll manipulate it, I manipulate, so I just played dumb. I'm like, oh, you clocked me? Really? I knew exactly what he was talking about. He was in his Camry outside of the golf course, and he seen me fly by in my Mustang. Yeah, sure. I was doing like fucking 100 something in like a 70 zone. Okay. I did a pull in like a wide open field road in the middle of nowhere, and he was like half a kilometer down that road pulling out, and I knew his car. I knew he was the police sergeant of that town. So he calls me. I don't know how the hell he got my number, but he calls we had a house phone, I guess probably the phone book. He knew me. So he calls me, and he says, Mr. O'Crane, you need to come down to the police detachment. We clocked you speeding. I said, oh, no. So I told him I wasn't going to be in town. I was leaving for the day. I was off work or whatever. I told him that he's saying he's going to come by my work and shit. So I took the day off. It was something crazy like that. He goes by my work. And then my work calls me and says, the cops are here for you. I said, that's why I took the afternoon off, ma'am. I said, tell him to fuck off. They told him to fuck off. He comes to my house. He comes to my house, and I was just about to leave to go to the city. He comes up, Mr. O'Crane. Goes, yes. He's like this little, like, 4'5" French guy. Mr. O'Crane, come here, he says. Maybe he's like 5'4", fine. Anyways, he was pretty short. A little stocky, fucking chubby guy. Come here, Mr. O'Crane, I need to have a word with you. I'm like, all right. So I come around. I says, yes, officer. And I was very nice to him, as always, until he started disrespecting me and lying straight to my face. Are you aware everything you're recording is legally allowed to be used? And yeah, oh yeah, I beat these guys in court. I've proven myself completely legally in court. There is no repercussions here. I have won through and through, and it's one of the most glorious moments of my life beating these tyrants. And this is why I stood up in the Freedom Convoy, and I've always stood up against disrespectful assholes and put them in their place, because I was bullied when I was younger, and I schooled every one of them. Became 10 times more successful in all of them. And you know what? This cop takes me aside and he says, you know what? We clocked you speeding. I says, oh no, you clocked me speeding. He says, yep. And that little white Mustang yours. I said, you got me in the 5-liter. Wow, you know, and he starts going on and he says, you know, Mr. O'Crane, I don't appreciate you lying to me saying you're at work, because I went to your work and you weren't there. They said you'd taken the day off, so I don't appreciate you lying to me. So I said, all right, motherfucker, I'm going to make you dig your fucking hole now. So I said, all right. I says, tell me more about the speeding thing, you know. I says, you caught me up by the golf course. That's right. I seen you. Yeah. You were just like, that's a beautiful golf course, eh? He's like, it is. I'm like, you just finished up a round? He's like, yeah. I said, okay, so here's where I don't appreciate you lying to me, you cocksucker. And he's just like, he was like this. He's like fucking like right mind blown. I'm like, here's why I don't appreciate you lying to me. I said, you're saying, I seen you in your Camry. You're saying you clocked me and you have a radar device in your Toyota Camry as you were leaving the golf course. I says, nice try, Slick. Get the fuck off my yard. And he's like, oh, we'll saw Mr. O'Crane. We'll see. We'll see, Mr. O'Crane. This is when I started the war with the Killarney police, and they really came at me, and I had to spend multiple years in court fighting them. But it worked out in my favor in the end, because I was legit, and I was real, and I did make sure that I stood up against tyranny. So when I told him that, he says, we'll see, Mr. O'Crane. He said, no more bullshit from you. Get the fuck off my yard. And he got off my yard, and he left. He was so mad. He was raging. His face was red. He wanted, like, dude, I watched this same cop charge a buddy of mine, because my buddy's dad, this is what happened. My buddy's dad came up and they were hanging out somewhere, and the cop came to arrest my buddy, and he grabs my buddy and turns him around. My buddy pushes him back like he had no idea who it was, and the cop charged him with assault on a police officer. It's like, you snuck up behind him and grabbed him. What the fuck did you think was going to happen, you idiot? These are the assholes I had to deal with in my small town. These cops, they were just complete morons. But it will prove, and time will prove, and all the paperwork that I have will prove that everything that I did was right and justified, and I beat them in court. That's one of the biggest successes of my life. And then getting my driver's license back after getting a lifetime suspension, dude, I was ruled in my favor. It was ruled in my favor, and these guys were clearly shown as the cowards they were abusing their badges. And that was my first incident with really standing up to tyranny and overreach by officials in power. So I don't know where this rant started, but I do tell people to go fuck themselves quite a bit. And I think you should too if they disrespect you. If anyone disrespects you, you should put them in their place. You should never accept people disrespecting you. Now, if they're asking you something kindly and they're being nice, respond kindly. Sir, your mask? Oh, sorry, I have medical exemption. Can I have proof of that? Look at this Lawrence guy. He's like so butthurt. You're a legend in your own mind. I'm off to choke a turtle. Go choke a turtle, pussy. Get out of my life. So basically, you walk into a Walmart and some guy says, sir, where's your mask? I have medical exemption. Smile. Okay. Usually that's good enough. Sometimes guys will ask you the egregious legal question to prove them that you have a medical exemption. Then you kindly tell them that is illegal for you to ask me that. Thank you. And they'll say, leave the store. Can I speak to your manager if you want to be a Karen? But I'll just usually leave. I'm like, you know what? Sure. Whatever. I'll go to another store and say the same thing and I won't have any issue. But if you walk into a store and someone yells at you and says, hey, put your fucking mask on, that's when you lash out on them. Go fuck yourself, you insecure little piece of shit. You go home and treat your family like that? You yell at them. You make sure you're louder and you stand tall. How do you treat your family? You go home, you beat your kids? What are you all about? How do you treat people? You treat me like that? Some guy you don't even know, you yell at me like that? Without even first asking me why I don't have a mask on or just actually participating in regular dialogue with me? You do not deserve to be talked to kindly. Sorry. But I'll put you in your place, and that's what I do. And as like Lawrence said, I'm a legend in my own mind. Yeah, Lawrence, don't even give that guy any attention. That guy's kind of a wiener, eh? He's been trying to troll in here. He's going to sleep with 3 masks on tonight for his own safety. It's like Lawrence sleeps with 3 masks on. Triple jab. And maybe he is. That's okay. Sure, you can be You can be quadruple jabbed if you want. It's probably okay for you. Maybe. I don't know. It's not for me. You can do it. But if you're sleeping with 3 masks on, Lawrence, I question. Omemee, Ontario. I was in Omemee, Ontario for a week and a bit with my new friends, Jason, Stephanie, Chode, and Berkeley, and all their animals. That was really cool. 3 masks. Whiners. I call them wieners. You're going to have a heart attack, probably. We should have a mask breeding festival here in Alberta. That'd be pretty neat. You imagine a guy like Lawrence sleeping with 3 masks on? Just choking turtles. Just so ignorant, eh? We need to actually really care about plastic straws. We need to have paper straws. As you walk down a street and there's thousands of masks literally everywhere on the ground, not taken care of. It's like, okay, right on. Sweet, man. Make sure you got those cardboard straws, though. You betcha. That's exactly what we need. Cardboard straws. I'm so happy when I go to A&W and I get a cardboard straw but a plastic lid. We only care about the turtles. We don't care about the minnows. The minnows get caught in the lid. But yeah, straight up, turtles be choking out there. Let's not choke no turtles. Lawrence, stop choking turtles, man. Please, Lawrence, for the love of God and all the ancient turtles out there, quit choking them out. You're not a fucking UFC fighter, man. Fuck, quit that shit, right? Ah! I'm in E-Town. Paper straws. What's E-Town? Where's E-Town? Watching you since the convoy. Thanks, Nolan. Yeah, our prime servant should... there'll be a day. There's a reason he doesn't really do public showings anymore without, like, a huge security detail. He knows. Someone's going to do it. Someone's going to do it! It was Kevin's Facebook live stream and he deleted within minutes of happening. Oh, when Kevin tried to threaten me because I asked him not to smoke in the room and I made him look like a complete pussy in his live stream. He's literally trying to flinch me out. I'm just standing there. That's why I'm saying, like, that video, I wish it would still be up because it's proof of exactly how I deal with people. I have no fear. I do not fear bullies. I've stood up to them and beat them 1,000 times. Anyone who ever talks shit in my life, I've destroyed. I've literally, like, completely ran circles around them as far as quality of life goes. I've completely used their energy and converted it into good vibes. And that example of Kevin was the perfect one. And I wish that video was still around because I remember Kevin coming up to me and he's just, like, going like this in my face. And I'm just standing there staring him in the eyes. I didn't flinch. It actually surprised me. I'm like, as if, like, it actually surprised me. I'm like, I didn't even flinch once. I knew that little pussy wasn't going to hit me. He's like a chihuahua. I don't call him a pussy. I feel bad. Like, the guy's actually, he's a good guy. He's just messed up, right? A little gone. He barks like a chihuahua. No bite, you know. As you can see with all the Chris Barber stuff lately, he just talks a bunch of shit. Like, fuck, he'd ever show up at Chris Barber's house, right? That guy looks like a fucking Sasquatch. You'd kill him. Like, literally, anyone who knows who Chris Barber is, I don't know if you've seen him in real life, but I've seen Chris Barber in real life, and the guy's like 6'5", man. Like, I'd personally most likely drop Kevin. Kevin might be quick though. I don't know. Kevin's kind of zippy, right? Who knows? Maybe we'd have a good tilt, but Barber, I don't think. I think that guy just picked Kevin up and tombstone him. Not gonna lie, seriously. Who dislikes anybody fringe minority? Me and Kevin? I don't, you know, personally, like, like I said, I don't mind, I don't mind him. And just that one incident was like, this guy's too senile, or like, not senile, but volatile to be around. So personally, I really didn't want to do that. I didn't want to fucking, you know, didn't want to have that happen because, I did want to hang out with him. He was fun. It was just like, there was these moods he was going through. I'm like, no. Then he did that shit, and I was like, you know what? I'm putting you down, bitch. Boom. But, you know, like, it just worked out the way where, you know, he wouldn't pay me back, and he started saying all this crazy shit and spreading lies about me. So I said something to him, and I put him in his place, and it triggered him. I don't know if it put him in his place, but it definitely triggered him. And it sent him out in this violent lash about lying about me and stuff. And then I proved the lies wrong, and I felt bad actually proving the lies wrong because I knew people didn't believe what he was saying. And I went through, like, he was literally saying I stole something from him. He said I stole a hat and sunglasses from him. So I took him saying that, I screen recorded it, and then I took my video where in the video he's like, I'm giving you this hat and sunglasses because I think you're such a deadly guy, Tanner. And then I literally posted both videos side by side, and people fucking loved it. And people still talk about it. They're always like, man, remember that post you made about Kevin and just destroyed him? I'm like, yeah, he fucked himself right over. Like, he lied blatantly, and then I posted absolute undeniable proof of it. And just done. You're done, buddy. Tuck yourself back in for a nap. Give me a call when you're done being a bitch, and we'll make up. I'm okay with it. I forgive, I forget. You got a motorcycle. I would like to go riding with you, you know. I'd like to go hang out, do some semi shit with you. Reverend Kevin's a fun guy when he's not being psycho, but he's also very volatile. Very volatile. I remember one night we're sitting there. I'm not even going to get into it because there's some sketchy shit here, but I said something to him and he like snapped on me and he threatened me and told me I was stealing shit. And that was the first night where I was like, I walked outside and I said to the Ryan fella, I said, what the fuck was that all about? He's like, I know he did the same thing to me. He thinks I stole a bunch of shit of his truck and shit. He's tripping balls or something. And then now that him and that Ryan guy are best friends, he's got Ryan fully manipulated. But it is what it is. Hopefully he gets help and realizes his ways and quits spreading lies and rumors. But for now, that's where he's at, and it's unfortunate, and I feel for him, and I wish him the best. But yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, that's what happened. I'm still explaining this shit like fucking how long now? People are still like, whatever happened there? I remember that guy in your videos. That was dope. Yeah, I've known a lot of pit bulls, or like chihuahuas that are like that, right? Then you come up to them and they run away. You know what I mean? I tried to meet up with him. I'm like, I'll meet up with you, man. You want to meet up? And he's just like, nope. I'm like, you want your hat back? I'll bring you your hat back that you gave me, that you're claiming I stole. I will bring it to you. I'll meet up with you. Are you still at hers at the trucker stop? I'll bring it to you right now. No, we don't want to see you. I'm like, well, you're threatening to beat me up and you're saying what a pussy I am. How about we go nose to nose and have a chat? And I'll give you your hat back. And I might just film you while I'm there as well. Nope, don't come near me. I'm like, yes, the chihuahua. Okay, that's where I left that, which is why I blocked all numbers, all socials. I haven't heard from him since. Even if he wanted to reach out to me, he'd have to do it in his old lady's phone. Then once I seen that phone, I'd delete that number too, and his efforts would be in vain. Yeah, he definitely still hurting, for sure. Which is why I tolerated him for so long, and I made that video about him and spent so much time getting his message out there. And then he talks about how he made me. Anyways, it's, you know, he's like, I'm the reason you have so many followers. I'm like, holy fuck. Which is when I realized I was dealing with a completely mentally unstable person, and I did actually go from resenting him to actually feeling bad for him, because like I've learned this through addiction with other people. Like there's a point where like if you do engage in like a more childish rhetoric, you will be like, oh fuck you, man, fuck you, I was right, you're wrong, you're nothing, I'm somebody, and blah blah blah. Or you realize that they do have an issue, they are very adolescent like in their mind, and yeah, it's actually sad, and it doesn't feel good to be right. It doesn't feel good to be right in that scenario. But there is funny stuff that came out of it, and we can still go boom, right? Boom. I still do that. Like, I'll always do it. Boom! Oh, I had some good charisma towards me. Yeah. But yeah, what other questions can we have before I get off here? We've been on here for a long time. I got nothing done on the car tonight. I've been going through the tedious task of detailing every single nook and cranny on this thing. For example, it was really dirty, and I had to get in all these little bolt holes and shit in the cylinder heads. Admit that all is. A lot of cleaning to do in here, boy. Good night, when Mad Max. Man, Mustangs, bro. Mustangs, bro. You into Mustangs? You're not no friend of mine. Only gay people like Mustangs. You know what the funny thing for this hilarious when people say shit like that? Hey, only gay people like Mustangs, and they like say like a real statement, like they really think they hurt your feelings. And then you just pull this one on them, like, what are you saying? It's not okay to be gay? Like, well, no, well, it's like that. Woke culture's coming for you, cunt. What are you saying? It's not okay to be gay? Well, I'm just, it's just like a joke, man. It's like, no, you're pretty serious. You really want to make me feel bad because I had a Mustang, but I tell you right now, if you don't think it's okay to be gay, you ain't living on the right planet, bro. Hey, bro. I pioneered, I was actually the pioneer of, like, making gay jokes. I remember I was at very high risk of getting beat up a lot when I was younger. This was after I got picked on and I realized people were assholes. So I just started going for it, eh? I remember going to parties and shit, just saying, like, the gayest shit to guys. Like, I'd say something, make them really uncomfortable. They'd be like, oh, I want to punch you out. I'm like, you punching a gay guy out because of his choice to be gay? It's pretty fucking rude. Well, no, I didn't mean it that way. Like, what do you mean then? It's just like freeze up, right? Oh, God. Oh, my buddies thought I was such an asshole. They're like, man, stop with the gay shit, dude. Like, we're starting to think you're really gay. I'm like, man, it's really funny. Like, think about it. Like, watch this guy's reaction when I walk up to him. I'm going to make him very uncomfortable. I'll say something really gay, and the guy's like, fuck you, man. Just like, you know, and my buddy would watch it. Then all my buddies started doing gay shit, like, for years now. One of my buddies who I never thought would say anything gay says the gayest shit now. He says the gayest shit to people. They'll come out and say, like, something really gay, and, like, just, it's funny throwing people off, right? Like, one time, me and buddy were at a party, and this one guy, okay, so we were at this party. There's like 4 of us sharing a hotel room. I go in the shower, I come out, I get dressed, buddy goes in, and when he comes out, he got dressed in the bathroom, had his fucking plaid on, I have my plaid on. He looks at me, and he says, I'm not taking my plaid off. I said, I'm not fucking taking mine off. He says, guess we're going out like a couple faggots tonight. I said, guess we're faggots. And we go out, go to this party, and we're playing pool, and this one guy says, huh, he says, you guys a couple or something? Wearing the same shirts, you guys a couple? And I said, this guy over here? And the guy's like, yeah, you two. I'm like, oh, me and this guy? We've been together for what, 5 years? My buddy's like, 7. I'm like, 7 years. I said, he still fucks me every night. And the guy's just like, ew. I'm like, what, you don't like homos? He's like, oh yeah, good times. And yeah, you know what? It's okay to be gay, man. You can be gay. Just don't try to hit on me. I've had guys do that shit, and I'm just like, you know, like actual guys like trying to come at you and shit. It's like, that's not okay. But like, to be gay, go ahead, dude. Do your thing. Just don't try to make my kid gay or something. Don't bring that sexual indoctrination into the transgender ideologies into 5-year-olds. Being progressive, eh? Just try to be progressive. We're just trying to let everybody have a fucking platform. I like how we went from like just me blacking out about Justin Trudeau to like saying the gayest shit. I told you folks, this channel's transforming. Hey, we got another super chat? Thank you. I didn't see that one, but thank you so much. Yeah, people get so uncomfortable. Like, man, here's the thing I always said with my buddies. This is why I always thought it was really hilarious. Because these guys would be like, man, you stop saying gay shit. Are you gay? I think you're actually gay. I'm like, actually, no. Here's why this philosophy works. I'm so not gay, and I love women so much that I actually am so okay with talking about it because I know I would never touch a dink, okay? That's out there. Now, you getting so offended and so upset about me talking about dinks makes me curious if you might think that if put in said scenario, you may touch said dink. So that's where we're at with that. So yeah, personally, you know, he who talks about it and jokes about it the most probably isn't. It's the guy who's scared about it. I don't fucking fuck you, man. I'll knock you out if you ever say anything gay to me. It's like, you're afraid of penises, aren't you? Afraid of what you might do with one. Boom! Yeah, that's me though. This channel's getting crazy now. This channel's getting really crazy now. Like, I'm done pulling punches here. Like, did the Ottawa thing, exposed truth, try to be family friendly, but I'm not suppressing myself. I'm not doing it. I'm sorry. I have a future. If I want to do YouTube, sure, I could be political, whatever. But you know what? I have. Well, yeah, people know I'm with Whitney, right? Like, that's a cover up. It's like, man, you're a single dude that goes out on weekends and hangs out with chicks to pretend like you're not into guys. Like, it is what it is. Oh man, I got buddies I'm best friends with and shit, and we'll say like things back and forth, like talking about how we love each other as friends or whatever. Like, you guys should just get a room already, homos. It's like, you're lacking good friendship in your life, aren't you? I can tell you're hurt deep inside. Wear 3 masks, get triple jabbed, wait for the announcement. Wait for the announcement of the 20th booster. Bang a guy. That's a mouth to lung. Never go mouth to lung. Oh, we lost like 60 people in here as soon as I started talking about dinks and stuff, eh? I can't. It is what it is. It's also getting pretty late. Recreational reptiles. Looks like Lawrence met up with racing. The Chihuahuas stopped barking. Those guys were Chihuahuas, eh? Or they're just trolls having fun, right? Like, you got to realize, like, a lot of these guys, when they say crazy shit like that, they're just they try to justify mandates and they try to, you know, it's like, you can have your opinion, but when you're like trying to be like condescending, which I'm kind of being, obviously, but when you're trying to be like you're trying to literally say like ridiculous shit, like, what freedoms have you lost? It's like you're straight up like some 8-year-old trolling. Like, probably isn't even, it could, like, also, we must realize, and people call this a conspiracy, which is hilarious. It shows how misinformed people are about these Russian troll farms. The actual Russian interference within social media and the amount of accounts that actually go out there all day to say stupid shit like that to get people ruffled up. That is possibly what that is, which is why I never take it seriously. Has anyone ever seen my wife? Not around here, feller. $87 in the account, Dave. Does it show you guys how much I have? It says right here, $87. Thank you so much. That's awesome. This is the first official money I've made with YouTube, and you are all here to see it tonight. My career is taking off. Ah! Oh, yeah, Dicker with Dave, if you're in here, buddy. I don't think you are, but thanks for the wrenches. I tried to give them back, but Dave's like, take them, brother. That night, Dicker with Dave drove all the way out from his town, like 4 hours, to come help me with the motorhome and give me these tools. Thank you, Dave. I love Dave. I miss Dave. You're so funny, but stop the vaping, please. So bad for you. I agree. I agree. Thank you. It's true. I just started doing it recently for fun while I was drunk. I've always said I'd never buy a refillable one. Then I bought this and some vape juice when I was drunk one night. Now I'm just like, I've gone down a dark road the last week or two, so I'm not going to lie. It affects me daily. And then get a Rumble account. I have a Rumble account. On Rumble, Tire Roasters Garage, we're at 600 subs now, I believe. So yeah, if you're not subscribed to my Rumble account, go over there. All of my content that exists on YouTube, all 170 videos or 160 something videos that I've ever made in the last 2 years of my YouTube career are all now backed up on Rumble. I backed every single one of them up. Thank you, Dave from Live from the Shed, for that advice of how to do all that. So yeah, I got everything on Rumble, and I officially have made 87 cents on Rumble. Right on, you fucking money, 87 cents profits. Vaping has saved my life. Well, you can also look from that perspective if you're addicted to cigarettes, because nicotine through a vape is, you know, much better than cigarettes, which I don't understand. When people just have nicotine instead of smoking cigarettes, like, the vape is the way to go. Rumble only takes 20%. I didn't know that. I wasn't sure. I heard like YouTube's 30 or something. So yeah. Another channel to go Rumble. Yeah, fucking right. So everything's backed up because I know at some time YouTube is possibly going to screw me. So, you know, I think what I'm going to do though, like all the stuff that I'm doing on here as far as swearing goes and stuff, like I am going to tone that back on the live streams. In my manually edited videos, I'm still going to roll out some heavy language, but I'm going to start censoring it. And I'm going to start, another YouTuber I know actually has this really good tactic where he takes all his content from YouTube that swears and he like keeps himself in the algorithm and keeps himself getting paid and keeps advertisers on his videos by beeping out all of his swears. And then he takes the uncensored stuff, puts it on Patreon where you can subscribe to him for like $5 a month and get all of his unfiltered content. So that's what I'll be doing. Then I can make money on ad revenue on here, which is really nothing. I'm gonna have to get a brand deal or something, and then a merch line. And then also, yeah, Patreon. Patreon's the way to go for me because I have a filthy mouth. I am filthy. And you know what? Like, if you want your kids to watch my channel, they'll be able to soon. Maybe don't put them on the live streams. I don't know. Imagine this. You actually had me concerned there. I'm like, it says that on your screen. It's $1,100. It's like, wow, someone's lying to me on here. $1.33 in 1 year on Rumble. Hashtag stonks. Invest into Bitcoin. Read my most recent message, Tanner. I gotta find it. Thanks, K-Dog. Oh, yeah. Vaping reminds me of Popeye sticks. That's awesome. I still eat Popeye sticks. In 6 to 8 weeks, we're going to take our country back. Canadian taxpayers fed, Canadian human rights. Papers filed, Trudeau Freeland, and the rest of them are going down. Cool. I do know that something's coming soon. You know, they're talking about the 6th wave and implementing mask mandates again. And then we see this lockdown in Shanghai. And some people are saying, oh, you won't see that lockdown here, man. You know, we won't see that here because their vaccine over there was like, it wasn't that bad, dude. Like, it's like theirs was like just a China specific one. So that was their failure. It's like, dude, if it is coming, You're going to see some shit go down. Oh, we're standing up. I'm not putting up with it. Are you putting up with it? Are you going to put up with it? If they come back with a sixth wave, would you lash out? I would. Personally, if you come at me and we start seeing food shortages and shit, and you start seeing these guys pushing us, I will gladly participate in an actual real insurrection. Quite honestly, I would participate in it. And I maybe I shouldn't be saying that on here, but you know what? Come for me. Come for me. Charge me with a conspiracy of rioting in the streets. Who knows these days? We're in a communist country now, so I think there is a violent revolution coming. I don't think you can stop it. I think all this overreach and the people who are sick of it and see what's going on, know where it's going, they're not going to handle it. What you see in Ottawa was just like, everyone's like, you guys should have been violent and dealt with it then. It's like, no, that was the entry level. That was the start. That was to show, let's have a chat and let's see where this goes. Mandates backed off. Okay. See, choose your cards carefully next time, because next time it ain't going to be like that. I promise you that. It's going to be like Australia. It is going to be like Australia. I promise you that. Yeah, they'll use the military. Sure. You know what? Sure. Go ahead. Use the military. You know, you'll push the people to build a stronger militia if that's what you do. You know, that's what I'm saying. My advice to everybody, my advice to anybody in here who understands the government overreach, who understands the tyranny, who understands the rise of authoritarianism, go out and participate in the Canadian PAL system, the possession and accusation license. Get yourself some firearms for shooting deer, for going hunting. Get your hunter safety. Build a collection of guns. Get a couple. Just on paper, show that you are in the PAL system and you have a gun. As they're trying to take guns away year by year and pass new legislation to get rid of them, their biggest fear is us having guns. As it always has been in history, they try to disarm their citizens before they try to pull something serious. So use the system to your advantage. Legally obtain weapons. Sorry, they're not weapons, they're guns. The government, see, they got this rhetoric. They call them weapons. We don't call them weapons. We're taught during the PAL system not to call guns weapons, because we don't use them as weapons in Canada. We use them for sport, shoot, and hunting. But Trudeau, with his divisive rhetoric, once again, during the Nova Scotia shooting, said that he would like to get rid of all of these assault-style weapons. Who the fuck ever called them weapons before? They're capped to 5 rounds, and they're semi-automatic rifles. You do not call them, we're not calling them assault-style weapons. You're using that rhetoric just like you did with us in Ottawa when you said to us that we were insurrectionists, terrorists, and racists. You use these words to try to pass laws. You are a liar. You're an absolute liar. Disgrace to the country. But you can do your part by filing for your. You can do your part by signing up to the PAL system. You can reach out to your local licensed trainer. What do you call them? The licensed teacher. Whoever does it. It's really easy. You go on Kijiji, wherever, and you find someone who will actually license you for your PAL. It costs $170. That's all it costs. It takes 4 hours of your time. They'll book you in, and then you file your paperwork. You get a picture taken out at Shoppers Drug Mart. You send a thumbnail picture to them that they can use for your ID. You send your paperwork away, and anywhere between 3 to 6 months, you'll have your PAL, and you'll be going out to buy ammunition and long rifles, unrestricted weapons. Now, if you want to get your restricted firearms license like I have, and have both, you have to take 2 courses the same day usually, and they're both 4 hours long each. If you get a good guy, they'll cut it down to like 3 hours, whatever, because you can get all this. Usually, if you go through it quick, you can get it done like both courses done within, I think, 4 or 5 hours, and it costs you double. Or no, they'll give you a deal. Instead of $170 per license, you can actually do, I think it's like $260 for both or something. But I don't understand what you mean, weapons or rifles. So rifles in Canada, through the Canadian PAL system, we refer to guns as guns. We refer to them for sport shoot. We use, like, personally, I have some handguns. I have my restricted. I use my handguns for target practice at the range. It is for sport shoot. I use my shotgun for shooting clays, for clay shooting. And you can use them for ducks, for hunting. You use your long rifles for hunting animals, for killing deer, for meat. This is how we classify guns through the PAL system as we're taught. Firearms, there's the word. We classify them as firearms. Now, Trudeau has decided to use the divisive word to call the semi-automatic carbines. He's decided to call those specifically assault-style weapons, which we do not call them that in Canada. That is not why we have guns. But the government fears what would happen if they were to keep pushing us while we own guns. Maybe they no longer become just firearms. Maybe we do start referring to them as weapons as they try to overreach and come for us. Who knows? Who knows where that goes? I don't know where that goes. All I know is that there's been many times throughout history, people take people's guns away and they don't like it. And you see rise in authoritarianism on unprecedented levels. Australia. Yeah, really. Right. We don't let that happen here. So yeah, what we do is we refer to them as firearms. You go out, you on Kijiji, Facebook Marketplace, and you type in PAL, Canadian PAL, guns, whatever. Yeah, everyone needs a gun. Everyone needs, really, get a gun. Literally, go on Facebook Marketplace, on Kijiji, wherever, and just type in PAL, gun license, probably PAL, gun license, a couple keywords like that. So the people come up in your area, call them, see if they have appointments, see who can get you in the quickest, and set up an appointment for them. It might be a month away, it might be a week away. Go in with them, sit down for 4 hours, and just get your long rifle license, like your non-restricted. Like, so you can get a shotgun. Like, I have this dope-ass little side-by-side Stoger Coach. 2 slugs in the chamber, baby. 2 triggers. Yeah, so just do that. 4 hours is all it's going to take, tops. 4 hours out of your day. You can book it at any time. Usually you can do evening courses. It's that simple. All you do is you go in to get your PAL. Sometimes you just go to some guy's house. Usually you just go to a guy's house. Guys can do it right out of their own homes. I did it in some guy's apartment building. Fully legal, fully legit. It's actually way less complicated than anybody will ever tell you. They make it sound more intimidating than it is. It is very easy. You go in, you pay $160 to $190, you get licensed, then you send your paperwork away. It's a bit of paperwork to do. A few kind of confusing questions in there that make you kind of call in to be like, hey, am I filling out this out right? Because you get one chance to fill it out. And they tell you if you mess it up, you have to reapply. So you get your paperwork, the guy signs your thing, you do the paperwork there, and then you send all your shit off, you get your picture taken, send your shit off. And, the wait times were really aggressive through the first wave of COVID. I had actually just got my stuff set up, so I had it. But it was like a 6 month, like Whitney had to wait for hers because she got her PAL as well. We can't conceal carry. I have concealed carry. I have a dual pair of Browning 1911s, which are 80% the size of a real 1911. They were designed for concealed carry in the US, but in Canada, we cannot conceal carry them. We just use them at the shooting range. But yeah, so you probably, maybe 3 months, you wait, you get your PAL. As soon as you get your PAL, you walk into any gun store in your area and you buy a $300 shotgun and you buy $200 of the rounds. You drop $500 and boom, you're now a gun owner and, you're a responsible legal gun owner. But I love restricted firearms. I love handguns, man. I love them. I love handguns. I also have a Smith & Wesson 686 revolver, 38 special, buddy. She has some pack to her. That thing is fun. That's a fun gun. She's got a lot of kick, eh? I like one hand in it, right? You can't defend your home either. So if someone were to break into your house and you were to slug them out with a bat, you can go to jail for assault for that. So yeah, Canada's pretty ridiculous. Canada is insane. So sometimes you just got to take it into your own hands, but your own personal choice. But Canada is very insane with its self-defense laws. Actually, we had a breakthrough case recently here in Alberta, I think it was. This guy actually shot a guy on his property who was coming after him and his wife and his kids. And the guy was very dangerous, and he shot him, and I forget what he claimed, but he got let go, which was historical for Canada. It was very good. But, when the Liberals came in, of course, they were responsible for creating the long gun registry. And Pierre wants to get rid of that. So if he does get in and he holds up to his word, hopefully we'll see the long gun registry gone. That's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. No statistics based off reality to pull our semi-automatic assault-style weapons. Such bullshit. The stats prove the shooting itself in Nova Scotia they used to do this fucking overnight deal. Literally, and the fact that they're facing a lot of this bullshit is the black market. We have a black market issue in Canada. Now, I don't know if it's Canadian specific. What I would think is that we have a border security issue. And this guy set off many red flags over a 15-year period of being a psychopath and having mental health issues. But we never ever once caught him. So we need better systems in place to catch people like that. So as far as I can tell, we have a border security issue or a black market issue and a mental health issue in this great nation. But yet we attack responsible Canadians who participate in the Canadian PAL system, who statistically would prove that are not responsible for any sort of murders or killing of people. So, yeah. So now you can only bear to ask yourself the question, why would they want to take away responsible Canadians' guns who participate in the Canadian PAL system? Well, obviously, because they have their own political agenda. They don't want you to have guns. They don't like that. They're not into that. And they use the word democracy all the time. Of course, Trudeau's trying to change the definition of democracy every day by rewording it and trying to define our values as to what a democracy is. But, you can only get so far with that. We catch on to your lies and your bullshit. Let's talk about your clickbait, Pierre Poilievre. So, I was going there tonight. My truck broke down, and then a snowstorm happened. So, we're talking in my garage now. So, you can call it clickbait, but I guess I guess it is clickbait because it didn't happen. But my intentions were within trying to get to this Pierre thing. But I lost all incentive when my truck broke down and the weather went to shit. We got a huge snowstorm. Not huge, but enough to incentivize me to not drive the other shit box to said meet and greet. So I should have changed the title before, but I was like, whatever, I'm just going live 15 minutes early to get the message out. And then we ended up being on here for like 4 hours now, so it is what it is, my guy. I guess we're, 3.5 hours. Oh, they had a big snowstorm they're getting in Manitoba right now. My family's said they're going to get hammered there soon or something. Historical or something. I don't know. Okay, so it took over 1 hour to park at event tonight. Worse than attending the Flames game, which I was going to try to go early. I was going to try to go 2 hours early, but you know what? I'm like, it's going to be so bad there. He's from Calgary. There's a shit ton of people around here that could not give a fuck less about masks and forced mandates. They want nothing to do with it. So there's a lot of people that would go to that one. I would imagine he had quite the crazy turnout there. For sure. For sure. Oh, good night, Fringe Minority. Love you too. Thank you so much. That one very different. Mango peach, baby. Oh, I gotta go inside and eat soon. I didn't get nothing done in this car. It's good though. It's good. Maybe we'll do live streams once a day. Over 7,000. Oh my goodness, really? Wow. Yeah, I don't, and you know what? This is what they're trying to push in the media right now. They're like, well, it would seem Pierre is getting a lot of people showing up at his rallies. But Jean Charest's getting like 5 people, 10 people, and they're all like 97. And then they're like, but you know what? It doesn't always mean when a guy's drawing that larger crowd, it doesn't always mean that he's going to win and he's going to beat this other guy. It's like, I don't know about that. There's been some cases, the guy draws a crowd and he doesn't win, but whatever. I'm glad I made your night, Ruby. It's good to hear. Oh yeah, you got to join the party. That's what actually gets them the funding they need to do this. So yeah, it's $5 a person or $15 on Pierre's website. Charest is a liberal wannabe. He's an actual liberal. Not even a wannabe. He's like a pure-hearted ex-liberal premier of Quebec. He's just like through and through a liberal plant. How stupid do they think we are? That guy is not a conservative, not a chance. He is a literal liberal plant, and his Huawei bullshit and shit, Hey, Pierre shouldn't be allowed to run because he supported the Freedom Convoy. Grassroots Canadians, you really want to lose our vote, don't you? The fact that most conservative people, most likely, Huawei, totally. Most conservative people would understand protecting our grassroots values, while participating in some, modern day, progressive politics, but to conserve what we are. So when you have some guy coming up there and be like, well, I think Pierre should be disqualified because I don't support the Freedom Convoy. It's like, then you don't support a very large amount of people with a voice that should have a voice in this country. Grassroots Canadians. The people on the bridges and the ditches bringing out the tractors and shit. How many videos did you see of mine where I'm driving on the highway and there's like those guys that brought that Komatsu loader out, the Komatsu loaders, all these construction guys with their work hats on and they're all on the side of the road going like this. People like that. It was literally like a fucking, it was straight up like Smokey and the Bandit. It reminded me of Smokey and the Bandit. All these guys on the highway in the semi-cabs with their different hats on and shit. That's what all the people were on the side of the highway. They were grassroots, real Canadians with real concerns and they support the Freedom Convoy, and you froze their bank accounts because they supported terrorism only because you redefined it as that to be able to do that, to push your divisive rhetoric and to lie. We see it, man. We see it. And Sheree, we see your shit. And no one's fucking voting for you, man. No one gives a shit about you. No one cares. Go back to being a liberal cuck, you pile of crap. You liberal plant. We see your shit. Who's under the mask? I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for you meddling kids. You betcha. You son of a... So I'm going to beep out my swears now. Little bit of... Little fucking bit of... Yeah, the 108s and shit. I could just... Fuck you. If you deny all those people a voice, you're a piece of shit. And if you bought into the idea that all those people were racist because some dumbass, one person out of 300,000 people threw a Nazi flag, you think all those people are racist and condone a platform for hate? They're speaking out against hate, and you're trying to reiterate what it is and trying to use words to specifically pass certain laws. We're not stupid, man. We see what's going on. And anyone who opposes that, sure, have fun in your delusional sense of reality. Zip Ties is a legend. Yeah, I like his words. Using all sorts of tomfuckery left and right, eh? Oh, heavens. I've tried to dial down the channel through the Freedom Convoy to get my message heard as much as possible by Canadians who don't, whatever, all sorts of things. But we're going back to some fucking crazy shit. But like I said, a lot of my stuff, like Zip Ties stuff's going to be on Patreon. I'm going to bleep out my swearing because YouTube YouTube and like its policies for companies who want to run ads on your videos, it's against their interest to run ads on people's videos who have vulgar language. So it's like GM doesn't want to run a commercial showing their brand new car on some guy's channel. It's like, fucking buy a motherfuckers, wow. They don't want to do that. So, unfortunately, I have to abide by the YouTube overlords and their guidelines. That's where we're at. Right on, YouTube, thanks. Censorship on the finest level. Government's the only ones running ads on YouTube. No, there's a lot of the only thing I ever see, I remember Trudeau was pretty pushy with that, but I do fucking remember a lot of just GM ads, and that's why the car niche would be cool for me if I get her going, because when I get her going, I'm actually a true believer that I'll be doing YouTube like banger, YouTube, full living, balling out of control, buying Lambos and jumping them off bridges in the next 2 years at least. So I'm confident in that, and if I get GM ads on my shit or Mercedes ads, I'm laughing. Then I said, I'll still swear and shit, do all the crazy shit, but it's all going over to Patreon, and you can pay $5 or $10 a month to subscribe to Tire Roaster's Garage uncensored content. I will danger canned beers. I will not censor that. But over on Patreon, I will danger canned beers while say fuck, fuckity, fuck, 99% ads on my phone are government ads. Whoa. Yeah, see, everyone's phones, their algorithms are different, right? It's fucked. It is bad. They are specifically dividing us through a lot of these AI programs and shit. It's a conspiracy theory, man. Nope, it's actually facts. You sound dumb when you say that. When people try to excuse things as conspiracy theories, I'm like, oh God, you're so undereducated. It's unbelievable. It's like, you literally tell me you are just not in the loop without telling me you're not in the loop. You're a conspiracy theorist and you're undereducated. Same people that are just like, where'd you do your research? Google? It's like, actually, yes. Is there a problem with that? Oh, you're another Googler. It's like, here's the funny thing about Google. It just so happens to be the most powerful search engine in human history. It just so happens to school anything else on this planet, including books, which was where we would do a lot of research before. Or the alternative is the mainstream media. Now, if you're making fun of me for getting my research on Google, I would like to ask you what your alternative source is. And if it's not Google, obviously it is a mainstream media source, or someone who is most likely bought and paid for, or some whiny liberal far left extremist or something. So who's the clown in that situation? The person who's completely unaware of the financial situations the mainstream legacy media have been put into the past couple years, or the person doing independent research on the most powerful search engine in human history? It all comes down to the researcher, really. Really, it does. So when you go to make fun of someone for being a Googler, just understand how stupid you sound saying that. Because, for an example, I learned how to do real estate on Google. I learned how to build race cars on Google, including transmissions and engines. I learned how to do photography on Google. I learned how to do videography on Google. I learned how to play guitar on Google. I learned how to do home renovations on Google and through my dad. DuckDuckGo, even they're bought out now, I think. I think there's this news drop recently where they're now part of the communism. But yeah, so everything I've ever learned, a lot of things that I know came from Google. So my question to you is, you should learn how to use Google, man. It's fucking 2022. If you're sitting in front of the fucking tube model TV watching CBC, you're probably brainwashed and you don't participate in society as you should. But yeah, it's great. Use Google, man. Use it. Just be a good researcher. Don't be one of those people that just goes in there and reads the first thing you see. Do, play devil's advocate for yourself. Look up what someone's saying. Look up the other fact. Because at the end of this, we need to know the truth. We can't just biasly read one article and accept that as truth. We need to back that up with proof from other articles and arguing opinions and make our own decisions for ourselves, as we always have been able to and as we always should be able to. You know, it is too bad they're censoring, but this is what we need to do. And for people to make fun of you for that makes them look really stupid. So never feel bad when someone's making fun of you for being a Googler. I noticed a lot of these assholes drop that rhetoric because they understood how stupid they sound saying that. Where do you get your research, Google? Where do you get yours, CBC? You goof? You think I'm stupid, buddy? Don't answer that. You know, like, God, you're sitting there literally in front of the TV like a zombie. Listen to these guys tell you the Freedom Convoy is racist because one person with a Nazi flag represents millions of people across the country who supported this thing. You're literally buying into that rhetoric, and then you're making fun of me for being a Googler. Really? Oh, another thing. I started my Amazon business on Google. Yeah. Research, Google, Amazon. Yep. First year on Amazon, I'll share this with you guys, not to be cocky, but to explain the power of Google. Me and my business partner, our first year in Amazon, I think we made like $500,000, and then we continued to increase our sales by the year. Like our best years were like $3 million sales per year. We all learned this through Google. Yeah, Google. The platform that people make fun of people for researching on. I started a multi-million-dollar business on it, so sorry, but you sound stupid when you make fun of people for using Google as a powerful search engine. Man, imagine if you had Google to give apes back in the day. Hey, Dave, good to see you. Imagine if this was imagine if this was like just 19... whatever the hell. Like apes. We're apes in caves, whatever. But here's Google. You can literally build a fucking race car that doesn't exist. And they're like, oh my goodness. They'd be mind blown. People with books back in the early 1900s, late 1800s. They'd be flabbergasted and like so appreciative that you can learn how to do anything on the internet. It's insane. And then these assholes come in and they're like, man, where'd you do your research? Google? Yeah. The most powerful search engine on the planet. Yes, I did. Where'd you do your research? CBC? Always say it. Always remember it. Don't let it go. Don't let it go. We got a shed dweller in here. I actually enjoy these live streams a lot. Like tonight we didn't get to go. Dave, if you're in here now, my truck broke down. Then I was like, good darn it. Truck broke down, the weather storm came, and I'm like, you know what? I guess I'm not going to Pierre's event. And apparently had like over 10,000 or like 7,000 people there. So parking lot was packed. So kind of glad I didn't go. We just kind of had a live stream here in the Tire Roasters garage. We're going to work on some cars, but I ended up just sitting here and talking for like the last almost 4 hours, I think. So it's pretty neat. I have 3 what? Oh, I'm just so sick of that stupid argument. That one guy that came in here earlier, as if he said that. That's why I said he was a troll. What freedoms did you lose, he said. And I explained like everything to him. And he's like, you had a choice. I'm like, what? You're so stupid. Or trolling, you know? Probably trolling. Straight up Russian troll farm. Something like that. Not a human. Definitely not a human. Some AI program. Just some dipshit AI program that's like, smarten up. Getting that time of day. I just want to freak out. Goodness. Reminds me of all the people that just pledge their blind allegiance to the government and what they're told on through the mainstream media, you know. Ford Fusion Hybrid doesn't do burnouts though. So, like you know, like these people, they just give me, they give me cancer. I swear, it's horrible. Like, I had to listen for years. I remember before weed was ever legalized, before these people voted for Trudeau because he's going to legalize weed. They're like, huh, what do you smoke some weed, man? You smoke some pot? Marijuana make you stupid. Marijuana is bad. You stupid marijuana. What a bunch of idiots. Then, you know, Trudeau legalizes it, and they're just like, oh yeah, it's helping people. Great. It's like, you stupid sons of bitches. You fucking talk shit for years. Now it's legal. It's okay because the government's the drug dealer? Fuck you. We're trying to get Tanner's attention to design a Mad Max mobile. I am designing a Mad Max mobile. I have a 1965 Chevrolet Impala that I'd like to put a lift kit on and run 35s under it. And probably put like it stacks through the trunk or something. I don't know. Hey Dave, are you having Neil on tomorrow or today? You have a Neil? You have a Neil? Can you send Neil my way? Tell Neil to come on my channel. Tell Neil Tire Roaster's Garage wants to interview him and ask him some really tough questions. I'm going to ask him, what's your opinion on forced vaccination, Neil? I got to quit saying that word in here. I just got demonetized tonight. Tonight. Oh, I guess it's the next day there. Okay, so it's like 2 a.m. there or something. Okay, so tomorrow for me, which is almost like tonight. What time is it? It's 10? Yeah, okay, we're coming on. Okay. Wow. Oh goodness, what next tear can I go on? I said I was getting off like an hour ago, but I'm still going. I got something else locked and loaded. I know it. Oh my goodness, the honking will continue until freedoms improve. Remember that guy in Ottawa? That's like the most legendary video out of Ottawa. Was that guy that was like screaming, and the one guy's like, read, and that guy was just screaming and freaking out. You idiots! The mandates are provincial. Why are you in Ottawa? He's like, man, just started reading at him and shit. I'll be keeping, yeah, right on. Do you see in my live stream the other day that guy that got ticketed for honking his horn in Calgary, and we just stood around shaming the cops? I just ran after the cop. I was like the first person of the crowd. I'm like, content and protection of this guy. 3 cops had 1 black guy pulled over. You want to talk about systemic racism issues, right? 1 black guy, 3 cops. 1 black guy, 3 cops. They want to call us racist. Meanwhile, they're literally pulling over 1 black guy with 3 guys. Makes sense, right? We paid for the guy's ticket right then and there. Well, half it. I gave the guy 20, the other guy gave him 20, and then the ticket's $80. We're like, are you really, like, good for you? Taxpayer money at hard work, thanks. All the cops are hanging around all weekend, ticketing people for honking. Meanwhile, a pro-Ukrainian rally is going on across the road, or down the road, and no one's getting ticketed there for excessive noise, even though the bylaw or the emergency injunction is for the city of Calgary. And they say they weren't targeting specifically the freedom people, but what they're doing and what I was showing in the live stream would prove that is an absolute, complete lie. Complete lie. So this Saturday, I think I'm going again. I think I'm going to go every Saturday. That I can. That I'm around. I don't know. Maybe I won't. I don't know. I got so much to do around here. I put so much off through the whole Freedom Convoy thing. Like I said, the shingles are still ripped off my roof from before I left. I got shingles ripped off my roof. My gutters are falling off the goddamn house. Fucking cars don't run. I just broke another car. And I ain't seen my dog in 3 damn days. Something like that. Canucks game or Leafs game? Sorry, but I don't bang other guys, so neither. I'm kidding. I was always a Canucks guy because I like the Shark logo, eh? Other than that, couldn't give a shit left. Ugh, shit less about sports. Drag racing, that's a cool thing. Is that a sport? I like drag racing. I like smoking tires. Yeah! Mine. Remember that? This is all the people during the whole forced jab situation. They're like those seagulls from Nemo. Mine. Actually, sorry, this is the people with the Serb checks. Mine. Like, what was her name down in the States? That woman for the Harry Potter books. J.K. Rowling took like... oh, God, she took like a $100,000 Serb thing for the U.S. government for her business. Did you need that? Did you need that? Did you really? JK Rowling, as all your books are still rolling in millions every day. You really? Come on, you you psychopath. You're a psychopath left-wing extremist. Let's just start calling them those names. I never liked those names before. I thought they were very divisive. But now when they're like, you guys are right-wing extremists, fringe, racist, insurrectionists, and I'm going to spit more garbage out. Luckily, I have my mask on to contain all my bullshit. Just kidding. It doesn't work. My bullshit spreads everywhere. That's how it works, man. Like that guy earlier. I'm going to get into it. Tanner, wish you could in Cletus's. I want to do Cletus content. That's what I'm doing with this channel, man. Nine EST. Okay, I'll text you, Dave. Text you in the morning. Groomer, they hate that, and they are groomers, and not like as far as like the sexually indoctrinating children into their cult at 5 years old. You know, and they want to say, oh, we're not groomers, and they get really offended by it because, you know, they think we're calling them like pedophiles, which maybe some of them are. I'm sure there's a small amount of them that are. A lot of them just want to feel better about themselves, and they want children to rant to about that, which like I said, I never remember in my life having my teacher tell me about their sex life or their personal life at home. So that's crazy. Now, grooming is like grooming them into their eye. Satan. I think I've destroyed my data tonight. Oh, God, I gotta stop doing that. Anymore. I'm going to go now because I have... didn't do it, so tomorrow is the day of reckoning in Tire Roaster's garage. God, a bunch of bullshit. Screen keeps going blackface. Oh, God, it's snowing out here. Well, your yurt's covered in snow, eh? Look at that. Just packed. Oh, there we go. Look at that. Just right on April, eh? Right on April. Sun Clipper's just like, what's up, bro? Let's go camping. Yeah, the yurt's just gonna collapse. It won't. Oh, Jesus. You don't want to go out, buddy. You don't want to go out. Vader. Hey. Come here. You're gonna die. Come here. You psychopath. What are you going on about? Oh, heavens. I'll show you the basement that I sacrificed renovations on to go do the Freedom Convoy. This was supposed to be done by now. Oh, heavens. Really sucks, but this will be the ultimate entertainment room. Yeah, so did all the electrical in here, ran all the pot lights, did all the wall lights or the wall power for the sconces. I'm doing like a real cool country theme down here. Got a bunch of drywall done. Got the wiring around for the electric fireplace, outlets. Yeah, basically got it to the point where I was about to start doing drywall repair and paint. And I have all the flooring and everything, but didn't get to do it. So this is where I left it when I left anyways. That's where we're at. Hiya! Yeah, so I had this really cool like layout plan for turning it into this cool like entertainment room with like a shiplap ceiling and stuff. Super cool, but you know, can't really show you till she's done.
What happened to that walk we were supposed to go on?
You didn't fucking tell me we were going.
Oh, I did. I said soon. And you
Oh, look at the baby!
still on your friggin' phone.
Oh, look at the baby. Oh, yeah. Who's your girl? Thou speak. Thou speak. Thou speak. Bella's never done a live stream before. She's nervous. She's really nervous. Show you guys something really dope. Look at this. It's a picture I took of her. I actually took this one on a smartphone. But more importantly than this, I must show you what arrived while I was in Ottawa. My Razor Crest. Buddy, look at this fucking thing. This is like a scaled Razor Crest. I backed this thing like a year ago. Paid for it like over a year ago. It's like a HasLab funding thing. And I waited, honestly, like over a year for this thing. And I finally got it. This is the ship from The Mandalorian. How sick is that? Woof. A huge Star Wars fan. Don't mind some Star Wars collectibles. Oops. Mandalorian did save Star Wars. It really did. With all the woke shit they're doing, Mando is like the most pure-hearted Star Wars content on the planet. It's my Sideshow Collectibles Darth Vader and Emperor Palpatine with Royal Guards. The old Darth Maul Boba Fett helmet. Got a Lego Slave 1. Got the regular vintage collection Slave 1. Buddy, I am a collector through and through. All my shit's in boxes, so I just put some of it up for now. It is what it is. Hey, we got a box out here, bud. You betcha. I ordered my meat online. Let's capture the crit and OG Star Wars feel. Yeah, they literally did that. That's literally what exactly. Yeah, I agree. It literally took you back like that universe of Star Wars that wasn't mainstream storyline, like a Skywalker ship, but it was like like everything in Star Wars that was cool that you wanted to see more of. That wasn't mainstream story, but then it was also like, yeah, it was like Boba Fett, but not Boba Fett. It was like this really mysterious guy who won't take his helmet off. It's like he filled the Boba Fett position. Then Boba Fett took a whole other position in the new series. Yeah, really cool. The new Boba Fett series, a little less so. Could have done better. But still very good. Very good. Especially the Tuscan story stuff in the desert and how he survived. Yeah, I don't think they ever should have taken the helmet off him, even just to show his face like briefly. But then again, it was kind of cool because yeah, I don't know. Poor doggo, right man, wants to go on a walk. Come here, come here, come here. Make her play. Make her do the play thing. Come here. Up, 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 up. Launch up, launch up. Yeah, launch. Who's that little girl? Lay down. Lay down. Lay down. We need John Wayne back to convert Tanner on the conservative situation. Was John Wayne good shit? Oh, she gone. Must be food in the kitchen. Thank you, thank you. I wish the cat was in here right now. She's a sweetheart too.
Did she take off?
Yeah, she went outside. She probably wants back in.
What's this?
Come here.
Girl.
It sucks out there. You know it. Come here. Come here. She always runs outside in the snow and then she like regrets it right away and she comes back in. Just coming down, eh? Glad I didn't get to the old Pierre Poilievre thing tonight because that would have been pretty screwy. Dropping the shit box into there. I meant to leave that in the garage. Not successful in that effort. I got more Star Wars shit. Boom! Computer desk ornaments, eh? Just man. Who would chip in and what? That collection's way more containable than my Honda 3-wheeler collection. Fucking collections, I tell you. Yeah, this dog's very nice for petting. Bella is very, what I like to call chonky. She's got a fluffy neck. Very fluffy. She likes to cuddle. Yeah. She wants to go on a walk soon, though, so better let everybody go. Oh, God, that's bright. Jeez, look at this shot. Got the shot of Whitney in the old sun clipper. Look how much shit I gotta go. I still gotta do a bunch of edits on here. A bunch of photography stuff. Oh, heavens. There's my motorhome with the top motorhome. Boom! This picture will be historic when James Top is a Canadian icon and we take back our freedoms in the form of a violent insurrection. I got so many pictures I go through that are so good. I'm just gonna like blow up my Instagram with like really cool pictures. James Top's a really good subject, especially what he's doing. Holds a lot of weight. Oh my goodness. Where's that one? Look at this one. Look at that, the mountains behind me. That's unreal, eh? That's unreal. I got 3 flags here. Buddy, look at it. Okay, look at this. Look at this. I got all these old people dancing at the barn dance. I gotta edit. Eh? There's all these cool pictures of these people dancing at that James Top barn dance. There's this really cool picture. This guy throwing his girl. Look how cool that shot is. That's cool. I gotta get through these. Unfortunately, I had to shoot in pretty high ISO, so there is a bit of noise in this image, but I can work with that. I can work with it pretty good. I can work with it. I'm getting better at my indoor settings. I could probably maybe even confidently shoot a wedding if I wasn't getting paid much. If I was getting paid a big dollar gig for a wedding, I'd be pretty nervous. But then again, I mean, as long as you've got batteries and extra SD cards and you're backing shit up as you go, who wouldn't? Who wouldn't? Some of these guys make like $5,000 shooting a wedding. Night, Dave. Thanks for coming out, brother. Yeah, so I'm just basically taking you through my photography right now. I'm going to go to bed soon. Oh, look at this. Boom. Bella in the field in front of the house. Buddy, I'm going to go on rants every night. I'm going to start just ranting. I'm just going to start just slaying rants. Look at you. Look at the cat. Meow. Little blob, eh? A little black blob. That's racist. Okay, well, I can acknowledge my cat's black or what? No, it's racist. My cat's black. Yeah, you shouldn't even fucking acknowledge that. Oh, isn't it racist to not acknowledge that the cat's black? No, you shouldn't acknowledge that. It's black. Shouldn't say that. Boom, 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 boom. Hey, if I love black cats, does that make me not racist? I don't know. What's up with that? Should I also have a white cat? What's the world coming to? Our grass is green in Montreal. Don't tell me that. We had nice weather here. It was like plus 20. We had literally plus 20 the other day. Welcome to the Foothills County. Oh, look at her getting the scritches. Oh, my goodness. I got to edit all these pictures. Bro. I got unlimited content here. I got unlimited IG content. IG is all about that high quality, those high quality shots. I notice my followers come way more naturally and faster if I just post quality shots every day. More people engage with my channel and they're like, oh, dude, look at this. Actually, I'll show you guys an exclusive view to something before you leave. Now that there's not many people in here. There's 110 people in here, still a lot of people, but I'll show you something very exclusive that nobody's ever seen except for me and Whitney. It's a video I'm making on our time living here at 434. Watch this. This is exclusive. This is a really special one to me. I put all the shots that are in this video I've taken from this property. On this property, this is amazing. Watch. Time lapse of the stars right off my porch.
I'm leaving home for the coastline.
So this is the place in fall when the combines are going all around us and shit. Here's a shot of the Rockies right under our front tree in the winter. Here's the house before when we bought it. Here's after. Before, after. Look at that, eh? Wow. Here's a shot of the living room window when we get frost. Really cool, man. So yeah, this is a shot of lightning off the balcony in the summer. Did a long exposure, and I got this really cool shot of the lightning. Yeah, so I got all these shots. This is a shot of our yurt in the front with the mountains and the sunset. Here's Bella on the couch. Special. I spent quite a bit of time putting the pictures together. Here's the okay, this shot. The Trans Am parked in the front yard with the sunset. This is one of the best sunsets I've ever seen here in the front yard. Buddy, look at that. Unreal. I'll be dropping this on my channel hopefully soon. This video means a lot to me. Because when I moved in here, the first thing I said in my, a couple of years back when we moved here, maybe a year and a half now I lived here. This is the cow in the front yard. We get the cows visiting sometimes.
First thing I said when I moved here, I said I said to Whitney, I said I'm gonna get some real cool shots here over the years we live here. And so far I just have so many good memories here and so many shots, so many crazy, really crazy cool shots, man. Like I just love it. This one, Whitney reading the book at the front window, the mountains in the background, sun setting. Buddy. This lightning bolt's one of my favorite ones. Oh yeah, I love it here. The fall is really beautiful around here. Everything's very vibrant and colorful.
Headed home for the coastline, someplace under the sun. I feel my heart for the first time, 'cause now I'm moving on, yeah, I'm moving on. And there's a place that I've dreamed of, where I can free my mind. I hear the sounds of the season and lose all.
What other ads have I been working on? That one's one I've been working on for a while that I actually got distracted on because of the Freedom Convoy stuff. Oh, you know what? I'm probably going to get fucking copyright straight for just playing that on here. God damn it. I want to play this. This is a banger too, eh? The one with the roller coaster of love. And then I got... I got an AC/DC one, which for sure will actually get my video taken down. But it's one of clearing snow in the tractor. Straight pipe the tractor in the garage. Oh, God. Back in Black plays as the door opens. And I come out and I actually scoop up the camera with the tractor.
No!
What?
I'm supposed to sneak in.
Whitney's heavy on the vape too lately. We bought it when we were drunk one night, like fools. And now we've just been hitting that vape. We love the vape life.
Show me a video.
Well, I don't know if I get copyright strike for this one song. I know this is like a royalty-free song or not. This one I used on the fourth.
It's not. It's a regular old people. I don't know what you call it.
The regular.
A regular song.
Yeah, so I'm gonna get copyright strike for sure, and I'm not gonna get monetized on this video.
Could you try and fit some other kind of inspirational song? I have a bunch.
No, I've edited this whole video to
based
this.
on the beat.
Yeah, I can't take it out now.
Well, can you still post it and not have your whole channel take it out?
No, they demonetize the video specifically, which is why I'm surprised. Like I didn't think I'd get monetized, and then yeah, I mean, if you look at the terms of policy, and they don't demonetize you for your whole channel, just each individual video, and then if it's monetized, the ad revenue goes straight to the actual content owner. Whitney is now a new member on the channel.
Woo! Are we gonna go for this walk at 10:30 at night?
100 people are watching the Pierre Poilievre Meet and Greet on Ty Roaster's garage. It just has nothing to do with Pierre. We talked a lot about Pierre for like probably an hour straight, so has some Pierre content. Clickbaited the shit out of everybody. Watch, let's see right now. Do I have any money in my YouTube AdSense account? Let's see right now if I've made a single dollar yet.
$5,000.
$5 billion. Analytics. Revenue. $3.86. Look at that. I don't think I can show that on here though, because apparently YouTube, you're not supposed to show people your analytics. So, or I don't know. I'm not sure about that, but I heard that in all the research I've been doing. But yeah, so this is based off of what video?
Rocky
8 cents, 3 cents.
welcome me home.
Yeah, so they're all the ones that are monetized are making money right now, like a penny. I've made $3.86 so in the last day since I've been monetized. And if I was monetized during the Freedom Convoy, when those videos were getting like millions of views and I had like 10 million impressions, that would have been insane. Like the amount of impressions my content had was like, it was crazy. I was over 10 million. So if I was monetized then, I probably would have made thousands of dollars, but it would have been thousands because I don't even know what's my CPM. Let's see here. I don't know how to tell that yet. I'm still very new to all this stuff. I've been doing a lot of research. RPM? Views. Oh, my CPM's pretty good. Holy shit. $3.86 per 1,000 views. That's pretty good for what I'm doing. So $3.86 per 1,000 views. So for example, let's just take my highest viewed video. 3.86 times 400. So that one video would have made $1,500. Wait. Yeah, 400,000. So yeah, I would have made $1,500 on that one video. So I probably would have made through the Freedom Convoy like 10 grand with all those videos. But other people made the money because they just stole my content and posted it. So thanks, guys. Thank you. I don't know what Pierre has succeeded at. I hope, yeah, YouTube's making the money. I hope what he says he's going to do, he does. Because I've said this before, and I'll say this again. If Pierre does what he says he's going to do, unlike Trudeau, who literally has not paid his promises, but if Pierre does what he says he's going to do, he will be the most legendary Canadian prime minister in history, and well, one of the greats. And yeah, he will own a special place in a lot of people's souls. They will trust politics again. I feel like if he is true, he will unite people again, and he'll be very strong. But my girlfriend's name's Whitney. I made $3.86 in ad revenue. I always told people, all the haters that always made fun of me, not there's a few people, there wasn't many. A couple of people that talk shit behind my back that I found out about being a YouTuber, starting YouTube. I'm like, I'm going to make money at this someday. I will. I swear. I'll make money at it. And tonight, I've generated $87 in super chats and $3.50 in the last 24 hours in ad revenue. So, I mean, it's something. At least it pays for like, it pays for my fuel to go to the city, and then it pays for maybe like lunch or something. You know, it pays for fuel, which is like, if I can generate enough to get me around for now, like that's pretty cool. I enjoy that. That makes me happy. You know, because like a year ago, this wasn't even really possible, so that's cool. Well, I was trying to get monetized before, but they wouldn't let me for some reason. But finally they did, and I passed, and I only had to wait like a couple days for my monetization. Usually you got to wait up to a month, so I got done pretty quick. Did I fall from conservative clickbait? Nope. I don't know what to think right now, because no one's showed me the proof that Pierre's on the WEF. I have no proof of that yet, and you know, I know a lot of people hate the whole government and they want to reorganize the whole government. I get that. It is pretty corrupt. But, yeah, it was about the money. Or, the money. The freedom, John. It was. I didn't give a fuck about the money. Or else I've been really working hard to try to get monetized and actually dealing with YouTube, but I was too focused on freedom. And I was saying I didn't give a fuck about money, so I do now, though. Because it really hit me. It really hit me. It really cost me a lot to be out there, so I put a lot in the line, but we're good. That's a good idea. I shouldn't be playing with knives or touching my eyes with dirty, oily hands. Thanks. Thank God there's adults in here tonight. I would have cut my hand off by now with that knife. So stupid. Stupid. Yeah, Pierre had a video stating he wasn't. Now, I don't take that for any proof either. Pierre said he didn't. I also don't take that for proof. The one thing I will say about Pierre is that he's the only person in the last 6 years who has been grilling Trudeau with actual tough questions, while Trudeau says, I take tough questions from media every day, accredited media. Of course, you would say you take... I haven't seen him answer a tough question yet. He always ignores them. Now, Trudeau was the only one to actually... Or, sorry, Pierre was the only one to call Trudeau out. Only one. He's the only one. Literally. 19,000. Michelle Rempel is another one I like. If we're going to talk about government that we can actually maybe put some faith into, because on the options we have right now, I know a lot of people would like to, you know, say fuck all of the government. I get it. But honestly, like, there are ones that we have to look to that did support us and did start working for us in the democracy during the Freedom Convoy. Candice Bergen, most notably. Pierre Poilievre. Is that how you say it? You know, Michelle Rempel. Like, there's quite a few of them who stood up for us and talked and actually did their job and had a voice, tried to give us a voice. So I'll give them that, because we got to give credit where credit is due, or else this whole thing falls apart and, you know, we're just kind of screaming into a wall by ourselves for many hours with no solution out of it. Because, you know what? That's all we got. Patrick Brown can fuck off. That guy is fucked. I don't like Patrick Brown. I don't think anybody likes Patrick Brown. The guy's a liar. The guy can't answer a single question. Got caught disobeying his own mask rules, his own mask mandates. He got caught participating in hockey games while everyone else couldn't go to hockey games. That pissed me right off. That was such bullshit. Yeah. Anyways, I better get going here now. Got to go on a walk, I think. We're still doing that, have some dinner. And yeah, thanks for coming out tonight. Thanks for all the super chats. Thank you for clicking that like button. Helps the algorithm out. Yeah, so we will catch you in the next live stream, maybe tomorrow. Okay, have a good night, guys.